This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 more teams make their Stage 1 debut, including our Kickoff champions. Plus, we're going to see Osbos versus Demon 1 yet again. Oh, baby. It looks like your Saturday is all officially booked up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live once again here in the City of Angels, Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here. You got Ender. You also have Mimi. And look at that. We brought a 4th person because why the hell not? It's Wyatt joining us again here today, fellas, and
I appreciate that.
Good to see everyone. It's gonna be quite the day.
Yeah, we put no more thought into bringing you in than why not?
Why not? Why not for Wyatt?
Nice little hand.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
Los Angeles is so angelic.
Huh? Yeah. Wait a minute. Like it's sort of Los Angeles, or
Yeah, we're in Los Angeles, Mimi.
Yeah, we're in
Not
Los Angeles. I don't know what this Angeles is. In any case, so let's go ahead and talk about what happened yesterday on this very stage, shall we, people? All right. Now, in our first match of Stage 1, it was NRG versus Cloud9, and folks, Zephyr decided to drop a 50 bomb for the dub again. So there you go, Christy.
Classic. Yeah, you absolutely love to see that. Honestly, that series between C9 and NRG was wild because after map 1, I think everyone was like, wow, this NRG team is back. Their fundamentals look so strong.
You literally said to me after we finished casting map 1, wow, I'm really looking stupid with my pick now after you were one of the few C9 predictors.
And you know what? My prediction looks great after the next 2
Not dumb anymore. Yeah, but look, I mean, Mimi, I think it was very clear that both teams came into this one leveled up, but it was C9 that managed to, pull that through in the end, and that's big for this team to be able to lock up a win like that again.
Yeah, that was very important for making it to playoffs. Those are 2 teams kind of fighting for that same position in that group, but that was kind of the same case for this game here. It looked like it was going to be loud all day after the start of this series, and it changed up a lot after that.
Yeah, 2 absolute stomps back-to-back into a great 3rd map where Kesnet brought out the Jet on split with the Tejo breach, which was interesting, and then he went crazy, which he always seems to do on that map.
Yeah, it really was. That was just a wild one, man. 13-3, 13-2.
Stomp, and then close the game that off.
And it was crazy. Someone actually, I remember in the commercial break, someone posted, they were like, watch it be the closest game for map 3. And I was like, where's that? I hope you took out a lottery ticket or something like that.
Wait, can we kick Wyatt out of here and get that guy?
Yeah, let's get that person.
As long as I still get my day rate for showing up now, that's fine with me.
Yeah, that's all he needs, folks. All right. Well, look, guys, coming up today, we've got ourselves an awesome double header because first up, it's going to be G2 taking on Furia, and then after that, we've got a Kickoff rematch as MIBR goes toe-to-toe against Leviathan, where you'll see Rossi make his VCT Americas debut. Oh boy, Wyatt, what do you think about this, man?
And I'm excited for that one. Yesterday, I'd like your take, Christy and Mimi.
Yes.
Golden Boy and Bren, they dogged on me for putting LEV at the top of the group.
They were dogging you?
They were all over me.
This is the number 1 LEV fan right here.
I'm high on LEV. I have big investments, dividends in Leviathan for this stage, and I'm excited to see them debut with Rossi, who I think is going to take them over the top in quality.
Yeah, more than half my portfolio is Leviathan too. I'm actually.
You've got to diversify a little.
And think about this. Think about this. 2024. What happened? Kickoff. Leviathan.
They were
come
very
out.
bad.
So they were stinkers, right? They lost to Loud and Sentinels. And then Stage 1, what did they do? They came in and were frying. Stage 2 ended up winning. This team's playing the long game, and with Rossi on the team, I think they've got the legs.
Every fandom, but maybe G2's, is just, I think, in a doom spiral after Kickoff and thinks every team is bad, which is so untrue, because not every team can be bad. There's not enough room for that.
Well, they could be. They can all be bad, but one will still have to be the best.
Sure, but less bad. But I think like MIBR, LEV are like the prime teams to be like either of them could go up there, be competitive with the top teams in the league, and it honestly shouldn't be that surprising if it happens.
And I think without a doubt, like these are going to be 2 teams that will be looking to do everything that they can to make sure that they can not be outside of that bubble. It's going to be real challenging, right? And a lot of that is going to boil down to how you approach the maps, how you approach these matches, because we're going week to week in this league, and it might be the 2nd day of competition here in Americas, folks, but it's never too early to start talking about the meta. Oh, everyone's favorite word that's not associated with a billion-dollar company. Now, where we could be headed is a question on our mind, so we've got a forecast, people.
It was real as hell for
First
me.
one, what can I say, bro? What can I say?
Yo, why are we on fire?
Can we talk about the planet? What is...
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually an accurate interpretation. Okay, so we have ourselves 3 climates here for the meta forecast. We got up first, we have Taeho.
Yeah.
And yeah, it makes sense.
This makes sense, right? And like we're trying to predict like what are our 3 most picked agents gonna end up being here in America's Stage 1. Honestly, Taeho was already getting picked a ton during Kickoff in America's, way more than in the other regions. And then if you look at Bangkok, where he's the most picked agent whatsoever, you got to assume America's we're still gonna be playing him.
You can make an argument for someone like Breach, but I think with the map changes coming up this stage, adding Icebox back in, adding Ascent back in, both those maps are, I think you're open to experiment with Taeho and some comps, and I expect some teams at least to be playing that. I don't really expect to see much Breach on either of those maps outside of a few squads. So I think this guy is continuing to be our most picked agent, most likely.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Breach would have been up there, but when you're talking about Ascent, that is all Omen all day historically. And Icebox, you see the occasional double controller with a Viper Omen as well. So I can see that entering, you know, a little bit more into the pool. And on Lotus, obviously, this is another one where you have Omen all the time.
Exactly, like Omen is just so prevalent. Shout out to the Bromans out there. But I'm interesting that we got Omen in this whole thing because he's been in the mix for a super long time.
For sure, and I think the reason that we chose to put him in as most played, not because I think he'll be a defining agent of the meta, but I think when you're looking at controllers, there's a lot that's viable right now. You know, there's Brim maps where you're pretty much only going to be playing Brim.
But we lost Bind.
Yes,
so it's like
you still basically have Fracture at this point, and then you're kind of divided between Astra and Omen. But already at both Bangkok and here in Americas, Omen was more picked, and again, you're adding Ascent, which has always been an Omen map in, and Icebox, where, like you mentioned, teams can dabble.
Yeah, so the Omen and the Taeho were the 2 most picked agents at Bangkok, and we're expecting that carryover.
Explain this one to me.
Jets are wild card.
Because they're coming into Florida, and watch out, Florida.
Wait, is this your idea to put that there?
This was my idea to put that there, yes. And don't get me wrong, Yoru is the best duelist in the game, and I think our America's teams are trolling a little bit. The thing is, we have so many insane Jet players, like Kesnet is going to be playing Jet all the time, Jujuzin is going to be playing it, Osbos is going to be playing it, so I think this is much more of an America's unique thing, where Jet is going to still be eclipsing stuff like Yoru, even though we are still going to see that guy.
Raze is also incredible, case in point. Kesnet playing Jet on Split. Like, we have a lot of players that will just play Jet no matter what happens. And while there are multiple viable duelists, Yoru's really good, Raze is really good. Some teams might try out the Waylay. I think across all that.
I'm an ISO believer.
I mean, legit.
I think we should
ISO's interesting.
ISO's good.
Fair amount of ISO. Though I don't think teams in Americas love the ISO Yoru on Haven. There's a lot more of the traditional stuff.
Boring teams. Not boring anything.
That's right. Don't go into the Get out of this woman.
With comps. They're exciting to watch with their boring comps.
All right, folks. Well, look, you want to know what's not boring? Our block party that's outside. That's right, Mimi. How dare you? Now, of course, like I said, we got this awesome block party here at the Riot Games Arena. Mimi's fired. There's food, there's drinks, there's swag, there's music, and there's even some VCT Americas legends standing on by with the one and only Dan Dryad to get their thoughts on today. Actually, we have one of them ready to go.
These block parties just get better and better because this time around, I'm at the Pulsar booth with Tens. And Tens, first of all, how's retirement treating you? And what are you up to here?
Retirement's pretty chill, first off. And what I'm doing here, I'm actually releasing my mouse with Pulsar. Take a look.
And that is insane. I feel like developing a mouse has to be an insane process as well. Can you tell me a little bit about how this all came up?
Yeah, so it was a pretty insane process, I'll first say. And we kind of started off with like a first base shape. From there, I just kind of molded it down and down until exactly what I got what I wanted. So here it is now, right here in the box.
And I'm trying to get my hands on this mouse. It looks really cool. So when can I do that?
So to all those that come to the VCT Americas Games, it's going to be sold here at the Pulsar booth for the first 500 units. Afterwards, it's going to be sold online on April 14th, available to everyone worldwide.
So everybody trying to get this Pulsar mouse by 10s, you know where to look and you know when to wait. So I'm so excited. I'm going to go in line right away. Thank you so much. And we'll send it back to GB.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. And I mean, listen, you're going to have to be around for at least a couple more interviews, so don't wait on that line too long now. That looks cool, though. Pretty dope. Happy to see 10.
I mean, while I'm waiting, though, I was just thinking, can we make like a mosh mouse? Like little
I'd be down with
buttons
that.
going right here?
I don't think that would work.
I mean, it fits my hand pretty nicely.
Yeah? Come on, Pulsar.
It's a little bit mushy. A mushy mouse. Why haven't we done that?
That should be the name of it, the mushy mouse.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah,
no.
that would be very virtuous.
Actually, Wyatt, you are a you use
Yeah,
pens
it's
too.
it sounds like I'm paid off.
Yeah.
What I'm about to say.
Yeah.
I wish I was, but I just like I have the other TENS mouse from an undisclosed company that we came in. And I like that one a lot, and I honestly might go outside and buy one. And I know that sounds like I'm making it up in shilling, but I think I'm going to go outside and buy one after this segment.
Man, this guy just likes tens.
This guy, he heckin' loves the guy. All right, folks. Well, G2 came to Masters Bangkok as the #1 seed from the Americas region and finished in second place, falling in a Map 5 overtime banger to T1. And we sat down an opportunity with VALORANT and Giacomo and Coach Josh RT for a look back at the team's global run.
It can only end this way. T1 dig deep and managed to pull off the win on Split, sending G2 to the back with their heads held low while T1 have their heads held high.
Going into map 5, I mean, it's do or die for both teams. I knew it was going to be a tough game. And I mean, the crowd is definitely on T1's side, but at the same time, it was just about focus and locking in. Like, everything else didn't matter.
Pop flash, ready to be set. Might not even be needed, but he gets a catch on the VALORANT all the same.
We go in, terrible start for us. We're down like 4-0, but we've been resilient the whole series, so like we knew that this is still very much possible. We scratch and claw our way back to like an 8-4. Then there was round 23, and then it kind of shifted everything.
For G2, just one more. See if you can claim that Masters trophy.
I think in that pivotal moment, the team definitely felt a lot of pressure.
I think G2 saw that trophy in their eyes, but this flank finally, a lurk is able to go for T1.
Wait, spawn! Spawn! Go fast, go fast. Spawn. Wait.
I think they ended up finding like some holes in our defense. And T1's a team that's like, if you give them that, if you give them an inch, they're gonna take the whole mile.
With Jonah P. They're trying to bring it back, but he cannot find it. T1, they hold on by a thread as they look to take us to yet another overtime.
I think I literally sighed. I haven't sighed in a while. Like, I usually don't sigh on the mic. I don't get mad over the mic, so.
That was my bad, boy. Sorry.
I was like, damn, like, did I just throw? Did I just troll? Like, you know, like, in my head, that's basically what I thought, you know? Did we just troll as a team? Like, what happened?
I think we lost some of the situational awareness a little bit.
This is something that nobody really experiences as a player until you're at that stage trying to close a tournament out.
It didn't feel like we knew that was happening in the moment, you know? I was a little bit sad because it was about to go overtime because we were about to be broke for the next round. So I was like, oh, we're cooked right now.
Time once again dwindling. Trent gonna be taken down. Strap in. It is far from over. We are going to overtime.
I think the best performers is able to exhibit like strong emotional control, and that's something I recognize in T1 and how they're able to clutch so many of those moments.
We felt like we were in a blur. Like, we knew what we were doing, but the rounds weren't going on our ways.
In OT, I feel like they played a lot different. They took more risks, and they played to win.
As Meteor finds Trent. A 4v2, a 4v1. Giacomo, the one champion on this stage, asked to do it all. The lockdown in play, no hope in hell.
I mean, I've experienced these moments at grand finals before. Obviously, I looked around at the crowd. It was roaring, and I was like, damn, it's not for me.
The uncrowned kings of a forgotten throne are at long last anointed.
I looked over to my left, Trent. He was just heartbroken. Jonah was just facepalm. Then I looked across the way to T1. Stacks ran at Buzz, hugged him like he's his kid, you know? I was like, damn, that's a good feeling right there.
T1 are your Masters Bangkok Champions!
First is just accepting the loss, and I think we've done that already, and we've come to terms with it and understood that you're not always going to win every event you play, every game you play, and sometimes it comes to the slimmest of margins. Going that deep and not making it sometimes can actually make you a better team, make you a better player, because this was a test.
There's a big lesson of humility and just like, hey, there's a lot to work on.
Definitely think the motivation that we have after that loss is kind of going back to our roots. We're going to be back regardless. Like, we know that for a fact.
Eventually our time will come. Unfortunately, Bangkok wasn't it. If we want it really bad, we're just going to get there again. And this time, like, they're going to give it to us, and I'm not letting go of it. Like, I'm snatching the trophy this time, forcefully.
That whole event, what an incredible journey, truly, for both G2 and T1, who are the champions out of Bangkok there. But of course, G2 coming into stage 1 with 6 massive championship points. And let's not forget, the addition of Giacomo has been paying off for this team as well. So there is a lot, Mimi, I think, to be excited about for this G2 team, especially even with the disappointing finish in Bangkok. I mean, disappointing for them. They got freaking second place. Like, what an incredible run these guys went on.
What, they were up 12-10, and they lost on the final map. It went to OT, fell away. I don't think there's anything more heartbreaking than you can experience than being that close and seeing it fall away from you. But you know it's going to be a motivation for this team. They had the second place curse all last year in Americas, got their first trophy to start this year, and they're one of the few teams that is stuck with the majority of a roster, has a chance to build off of this honestly great start to the year.
And you'd expect them to be able to build off of that, because this team was basically defining the meta, at least here in America, is doing a lot internationally as well, right? Very early adopters of the Tejo. Jogs playing the Euro on basically every single map as well, and working so much with Josh RT to make sure that he's one of the best Euros in the game, Wyatt.
Absolutely. And when you're talking about the fact that they were that second place cursed team, they needed that star duelist to push them over the top. That was Jaw. He gets them that first trophy. And as a player, when the lights are the brightest, he goes insane. 2 of the best series he's ever played are winning champs with EG and barely losing, but having a phenomenal series against T1 at Masters. Like, he is that guy.
If G2 had won, I think he might have stolen the MVP award away from Trent, who is like the best player, bar none, for G2 all tournament long. Jaw was just that good in that final to almost push them over the line. And it really shows why they picked that guy up, because he thrives on stages like that.
Yeah, I can't help but, though, think about history, right? And how teams that typically go into these big events, right, they come back and they kind of fall off. But something tells me, Ender, that this G2 team, right, like you heard the way that they were talking about it, an incredible perspective that they have there to keep their heads straight as they get ready for this really tumultuous season.
100%. If you look at the history, they've been consistently one of the best teams in Americas over the course of last year and then leading off this year. And I think especially so much of that work comes from a guy like VALORANT, who is leading this team so well in server, but also, like, it was so cool watching him in Bangkok, because between games, like when the camera's on, you guys on the desk, he is up on stage, like hyping up the crowd, getting so invested into it. Like, he lives for those moments, and you heard him talking about it. He's thriving to get back there again.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, we do have an opportunity earlier on to get some thoughts from VALORANT. Here what the IGL had to say following the loss to T1 in Bangkok in the Grand Final. So let's actually check that out.
Silver lining for me, I think that was some of the best resilience I've ever seen out of my team, honestly. And we played really well, but it wasn't enough. And I told them earlier, like, life of a competitor is the hardest thing ever, man. Like, you go through the lowest lows, and you also reach the highest highs with the team you have. And there's no life without losses in everything you do. So I told them, like, what's a life of only winning? We never wanted that. And so silver lining, I think, there's still more tournaments. We got experience here, and this will only motivate us to get better.
Hey, ain't that the truth, brother? Life sometimes is all about the lessons we learn along the way. And if there's one thing I've learned from working and also seeing VALORANT grow as a player, is that this guy has truly, Wyatt, been an X factor for this team ever since he's been brought on board. The evolution of VALORANT, we talk about him all the time. The guy's incredible.
Absolutely. There's an evolution, but also even when you go back to the beginning, when he debuted with the core of this team with the guard, you could see all of the same things that we praise him for now, then. But it's just continued to grow. That maturity we always talk about, the leadership. And individually, I think he's one of the best fragging IGLs in the game and has been for years at this point on top of it all.
Absolutely. I think, like, Valen, to me, I might go out there and say that he's just the most consistent player in Valorant, regardless of when he's playing in Tier 1 or fighting, you know, through Tier 2 with the guard. Like, this guy's kind of always been up there.
Yeah, he was so paramount for their performances last year. As an individual, as a leader, he does it all. You mentioned when we worked with him, I remember doing those desks with him in like 2022 in rural Pennsylvania and talking to him, and he was like watching the finals of like a challengers tournament and just looking there and so engrossed.
Literally
and so,
breaking
like,
down rounds.
to wanting to be there. And I think it's so cool to see him now having these opportunities to be on a stage like that, to get closer to that. But I know that's only going to motivate him more to get another America's trophy here in Stage 1, go into Toronto, and win it for his team there.
Well, look, let's continue the love for Valen moving forward here, because Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with the IGL earlier today ahead of the matchup.
I'm here with Kickoff champ Valen ahead of match 1 of today. And Valen, the grand final that we saw, that was one of the most insane ones that we've seen internationally. After that roller coaster of emotions of getting second place, how does the team reset for today?
I mean, it was a tragic loss for sure, but it's experience nevertheless. And so we kind of just take that experience and run with it. Kind of gives us more motivation to come in second, to come back to Americas, win again, go to Toronto, and try to get another shot at it. So it's bittersweet, but I think we took the right lessons from it.
And you got second place in Bangkok, but you're still the #1 and the Kickoff champ. So how does it feel to know that every team here is looking at you, is watching you, and wants to beat you?
Yeah, I would say like we've been in this position before. Like we've been at the top before where everyone's looking at us, so it's nothing new. I think it's kind of cool, to be honest, that everyone wants to beat us, but they won't, so let's see.
I like that. Best of luck.
Well, it's good to see that confidence hasn't left him at all there. But let's go ahead and move on to their opponents. You got Furia. Now, look, the best way to describe this team in 2025 is one word: unlucky. Okay, just gonna call a spade, all right? And look, they were super hot in the offseason, right? But then they get bogged down by travel issues, and they failed to capitalize on a win from a sub-roster. Wyatt, there was a lot going on for Furia.
I mean, when you speak about the offseason, they were white hot individually. They looked like the best team. No, they were the best team from Brazil coming into the year. I thought they were gonna go on a run in Kickoff. People said that I was insane, and they were right. Absolutely planked. It was a tough showing, and I expect so much more from them going forward.
Got nothing. Hey, all those things I said, they were right. I'm dumb. No, but the thing is, though, is that, you know, what's difficult about this, Mimi, is that, you know, it just seems to be like a thing that always seems to be bogging them down.
Yeah,
last year,
surely they're going to have the full team now today, and they're not going to have any more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because you see, they had plenty of time to rest, and while we were really excited to see Furia coming into this one, unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for MW0, who's going to be taking some time away from the game due to personal health reasons. And of course, we wish him the best. And, you know, having spoken to MW myself, I hope you do well, buddy, and take care of yourself and do what you need to do. But outside of that, Mimi, I mean, that is another blow for this Furia team.
But this is their best player, arguably, on the roster, now not able to join them.
Beloved player in the region as well?
Yeah, I mean, by far the most popular player on the team, who's always been, I think, kind of synonymous with Furia since he joined. And now he's getting subbed out, and instead Prize coming into this roster. He was on that Ascension run with 2G, played with them in Kickoff. We know how that went for 2G. So it's kind of tough to be super excited about Furia, because this is another blow where they're having to sub someone else in who also had kind of a rough kickoff.
Yeah, and obviously, like, Prize in a tough position trying to play with this 2G team that also didn't have a full squad during Kickoff. So there's not so much you can take, I think, individually from his performances there. It's rough. You know, he played against the Furia sub squad and ended up dropping to them in that tournament. What are you trying to say, Mimi?
Oh, I'm
Mimi's doing like this over here. I'm like,
She's doing hand signals.
I'm feeling too much negativity here, and I want to look to the one man who can bring some joy back to Brazil.
No,
please give me some code.
I'm not going to go too
Not
crazy.
necessarily against, they're playing G2.
I would simply ask, especially with Prize, you give him a bit of grace, leniency, and don't rate him based on kickoff because that was a total team failure. When you go back to Ascension, where 2G went on the run to get into VCT, he looked like a solid player at the time and was definitely at a higher level than he was at kickoff.
Thank you.
I'm shooting a bail.
Hey,
I'm mildly coping now.
Clearly, Furia saw something with Prize that they could take advantage of. But let's actually go ahead and check in with the longest running member of Furia. Here's Khalil Vajraya.
I'm here with Khalil ahead of the third match of Stage 1. And Khalil, we've seen you in this team for quite some time, and you've seen many iterations of this roster. So can you tell me, what does Prize bring to the table for this Stage 1?
Acredito que ele traz bastante confiança para o time todo. Ele é um player exemplar, então isso acaba que afeta o time todo. E acredito que a gente vai fazer uma boa partida hoje. A gente teve um bom preparo. A gente treinou menos com ele do que com o MW, mas a gente está bem preparado para esse jogo.
Yeah, I believe he brings a lot of confidence to the team. He's a very good player. And we've been practicing with him. Of course, we didn't practice as much as we did with MW, but I think we're ready for a good game today.
All right, thank you so much. I'm excited to see this roster. Good luck.
Appreciate that, Drya. Now, of course, here's the thing. At VCT Americas, we know what the demo wants. We know what the youth want. Wait, actually, what do the youth want, guys?
TikTok.
TikTok.
I'm pushing 30.
I'll tell you what they want. Playing cards! Yeah! We got a fresh pack of VCT Americas playing cards.
That's Pokemon.
No, okay, well, that's a different one. Okay, here we go. So you guys know the deal, and I got my nice little glove here. We're going to open up some new rookie cards.
But then you touch them with your bare hand.
Now, we have some new cards here. These are the rookie cards, and there's one special rare rookie card. Here we go. So this is Rafa. Awesome. And that is coming in an 80 score. Next up, Cortesia.
That's a pretty solid pull.
Not bad, not bad. Followed by Rossi at an 84.
I would put Rossi a little higher, not going to lie.
I know, right?
87.
Then we have Shannon.
There's the 87.
There's the 87.
Oh, what's the special?
And the rare is... Oh, baby!
You gotta put that in the top loader. Put it in the top loader.
That's Wait, hold on. We only gave Baby Bay an 89.
My guy only gets an 89.
That's messed up.
I think that's a great rating from the peak. Baby Bay at an 89. I think that's solid.
That's awesome.
Kind of fair.
And I'm glad you handled that with the glove.
It's a Challengers LCQ 2021, the event that didn't happen. That is the rarest card possible.
No, that event happened.
But online.
Online.
Yeah, I got hired. That was my first gig.
This is really good.
Hey, and actually, I do want to give a special shout out real fast to Sentinels because they're also doing some cards. So if you're in the arena right now, you can actually go to the Sentinels booth and pick up these awesome trading cards. And how much time do we have left?
Can I rip it?
You want to rip it? Go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I saw Rob Moore outside, and they were like, "Hey, you want to take one of these cards?" and talk about it?" Hey, I know that guy, the 89 from the thing. You're from the card.
But we were not being told we were pulled up. I'm like mid-sip. Oh my God. We're probably up mid-sip here.
Mimi's
we're talking about this.
Hey, you know what? Peak Baby Bay though, 89 for sure. For sure.
You don't think you're hitting 90?
No one touched me. It wasn't even close.
You want to play with Furia?
Unless they were at 90.
You know what? They could use a player like me on their team with some of the stuff you can say. Let's just be honest.
Get out there then, buddy.
Just jump off, hop in.
Well, we'll check in with Bren and Baby Bay later on. But we got some new cards here, Mimi, from our friends at Sentinels.
We got the Zekin.
Oh,
Pretty good.
Oh, we got Hubert and his friend.
What's his friend's name?
I don't know. Little guy, little bro.
Oh,
John
quite talented.
Very nice.
Yes.
Indeed. Is that a bang?
That's a bang, yeah.
Okay.
Sen City shirt, yeah.
Ooh, okay. All right, nice.
And Apollo 10. All right, that's pretty.
You should have the gloves.
Yeah, you're gonna bend it.
That's mine.
Crease.
That's mine.
PSA 4.
You can't.
Hey, I'm selling this. If you're in the venue, come find me.
Can't take these animals anywhere. Yeah, I swear. All right, let's take a look at talent predictions. What do we all think is going to pick up some dubs here today? And no surprise on the first game, but on the second one though, we got a little bit of a clash there.
It's such an honest prediction. 100% G2, love that, and then a majority MIBR, but a good. I'd like to see a little more Leviathan prediction, honestly.
Hey, look, me and Wyatt.
Yeah, we really are on the same.
We really
page
are knowers.
LEV, they're going to be them. I don't know what to say. I've been arguing for this for 2 days straight. It's good. This is where it's proven.
Look, they gave Rossi an 84, I think, but if this is off-season Rossi, that guy's 99.
99?
Off-season Rossi was crazy.
He was in the 90s, for sure.
And then Cloud9 dropped him, but he's back.
He's back. All that matters is that he's here and he's playing now. And hey, screw it, right? Of course, we'll see him later on today. But folks, I think, it's time to get this show started, shall we? Because we got some great matches on the docket, right? We have G2 Esports taking on Furia. G2, of course, being the runners-up from Bangkok. How are they going to perform? And then on the other side of that, you got MIBR versus Leviathan. It's going to be a clash, and VCT America starts ahora.
Bom, jogar contra o G2 vai ser um jogo que eles vêm muito hypado, né? Eles foram top 1 do Kickoff e top 2 agora do Masters, então vai ser um jogo muito difícil.
Me and Rafa definitely have some history in the IGL matchup. We played against each other in Ascension when he was on Union. I ended up taking a 2-1 victory over him, but it was a really close match to send us into the Grand Final.
Regard, discard of the Union.
I'm excited to get another match versus him. I know he probably is as well. He wants his revenge, but I'm much better than the Ascension version of myself. So he's gonna be up for a challenge. I don't think he can handle me again.
Acho que vai ser tudo de uma forma mais saudável, do jeito que a gente prefere jogar, por conta que eu já jogava com o Rafão na D1, o Peu também, já é um time que eu tenho mais sinergia e a sensação que eu tenho é que vai ser tudo de boa e a gente vai conseguir performar.
And let's go ahead and get this show started, shall we? Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for G2 Esports. And of course, G2 coming out here with a lot of hype. That second place finish in Bangkok, but also being the America's winners, America's Kickoff winners as well. They're looking, though, to add an America's trophy to that list.
Absolutely. We've had this narrative, and rightly so in Valorant, where teams that come back from deep runs at these international events oftentimes have a little bit of a downturn period. I don't expect that for G2. This is a nice match for them to just bring that into play.
What in God's green earth is that, Jogamo? What is that?
That was foul.
Zoomed in on his tongue.
The gold tube bundle, they're calling crazy.
Oh, man. All right, well, let's go ahead and bring out their crowds, Riot Games Arena. Let us give some love to Furia. And Furia, tall order for the squad, without a doubt. But you heard a little bit in that preamble before the match, right? A history between Rafa and Valen, right? And what they had done back then in the Ascension tournament. So a fun little clash is going to happen here today for these guys.
Sure, but that still ended with the Guard winning, going on to Ascend, becoming G2 now here in the Americas League. And for Furia, this is a tough task, having to fill someone into the shoes of MW Zera and face off against America's best team on your Stage 1 debut.
Yeah, they've been dealt the worst cards possible. Like, it's one thing to have like a late in the moment sub come into the team. It's a whole other one to have this level of competition coming up first.
And we didn't really even talk about Heat. We didn't get a chance to, but I'm curious to see what he's going to be doing in this one as well.
Yeah, he came off of the best year in his competitive career with Crew. You would have thought that would have been a big upgrade for Furia.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to step up in Kickoff. Maybe he can today when they're lacking some firepower from MW being gone.
Something interesting to note for G2, they didn't have a lot of time compared to the other teams, coming off of their deep run at Bangkok to deal with these 2 map changes.
Yeah, how are they going to play Ascent? It's a wild card map.
Okay, but my point was they floated both of them. They left Icebox and Ascent open. They're willing to play either, and Ascent is what Furia picks into. Historically, Brazil loves Ascent. Historically, Furia, pretty good at Ascent.
Historically, though, G2 with Trent, the best at Ascent.
Oh my.
But now he can't spam B main. Well, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a heartbreaker, honestly, for me. You know.
Honestly, look, here's my question going into the maps today. Obviously, G2 sort sort of define the meta, Jogmo had been playing so much Yoru. But if you have been watching his stream, the man only plays Waylay now. He is putting in reps.
Okay, so do we think we're getting Waylay today, or are we being trolled?
He said on stream, I'm not playing in matches, though. So I'm going to assume no.
The thing is, I bet he's going to be begging Josh to let him play at a map, and they're like, we just got second place with these comps, and they're still good. We're going to probably run it back.
Maybe.
If there was a map to play it, I think Waylay is viable on Ascent, but when you think, would I rather have something with Waylay or just have my Jet off and kill everyone?
Want the opping.
It's still a tough sell.
He said on his stream as well, the only map that he doesn't like it on right now is Haven. But everything else, he's cool with it.
Well, then that certainly does leave some question marks. That'd be cool, you know, if they gave him a little chance to do it. And when you're being honest, you know, this matchup, great opportunity for them to kind of experiment with those things. But I also think, though, to a greater extent, and the point that we were saying here earlier, G2 wants to make a statement. I think G2 has to make a statement here. Not to discredit Furia by any stretch of the imagination, but I think anything less than like a 13-5, 13-6 for G2 would be like something where they want to dominate.
I mean, even if you just consider like the history of what happened last year with like Sentinels that went on to like win in Madrid, right, in Masters 1, they came back, lost those first few matches, and it was like, oh, it's fine, no, they'll obviously bounce back, but when there's only 5 weeks of season, 5 games, like that moves real quickly, so you can't, you know, slow down and let the present catch up to you.
Agent selects here, no changes from G2's Bangkok comp, which was very successful there. The Bridge Teo double controller with the Yoru, super comfortable for them.
Yeah, and really, if they intend on making changes later, practicing some stuff behind the scenes to catch out some of the stronger teams.
Weird.
That is
Clove?
double controller with the Clove.
Yeah, so Clove's smoke cooldown went up from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. They have an Omen next to it, which makes it a little better.
Yeah, and Clove has the worst smoke duration in the game, right? You have a less time to have the speed up when you use your C. I mean, I don't know. This is a weird one to see a Clove pick.
And then also you have the Fade with the Breach, but lacking the Teo, which traditionally you have the Death Ball with the Breach Teo Neon. So we'll see how that works out.
Well, folks, our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this one. It's a new duo that we're calling Baby Bren.
Yeah, I'll show you some pictures later of the Baby Brand, you know, that little duo that's kicking off here. But let's get this game started, man. I mean, it's G2 versus Furia. These are two teams with very opposite expectations, I think, for themselves heading into stage 1. G2 coming off the back of being finalists at Bangkok, one of our mass event, and Furia just looking to try and get that map win, essentially, right?
Just trying to win
just trying to get wins on the boards.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a tough ask as well, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're G2, you couldn't have asked for a better opponent, all things considered, you know, off of that grueling loss that you had. I mean, the trials and tribulations.
Ease in.
Yeah, it's good.
Exactly.
And if you're Furia, I mean, everything's working against you right now. You lost a phenomenal mechanical talent in MW, and now you're here left to your devices against runners-up.
That's going to be difficult.
It's tough, but we are going to be on Lotus here. And
it's time for that Samsung match start as well. Load up fast with the Samsung SSDs, and we are starting on Lotus, like you said.
Yes.
Hell of a record for G2.
Oh, they haven't dropped this since America's Stage 2 finals last year. And they also played against EDG, who ran this composition in Thailand. So, I mean, maybe Furia saw something. I do like where they're leaning towards with these role swaps. I mean, he's so good on that duelist role. We've seen it before. He's talked in interviews how that's his most comfortable role. He's kind of like a pseudo-duelist here.
Yeah, you can be second one in, playing off the space that your team creates on the Clove.
Yeah.
As you already said as well, you know, Bangkok, you get given that blueprint, many ways to play the game, a lot of compositions that were tested, fleshed out, EDG playing this one. Yeah. Why not copy it, save some time, and they're going to go for it straight into C. This is an open side, G2 willing to give this one up.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of G2's compositions and the chemistry that they have on these retakes. They have so much utility to flood in. They're so comfortable giving all this space, and with no one dropping early, Furia, they're going to have to press the issue.
Smoke in the face of Jonah P. Absorbs the flash up. G2 are comfortable here into this spot, trying to play this retake now. No missteps, 5v5, and a full fight occurring off onto the flank here. Khalil needs to win that fight out, and he does just that. Okay, dominant positions here from Furia. They claim to the site. They claim to a couple of bodies as well. G2, love to see if Trent can pick up these pieces. He's making a decent go over here, but confidence on show. That's a 3-piece from Rafa to seal up the pistol round.
And that's a strong start for Furia on the attacking side. I like the way that they approached the entire round, playing a nice contact style on C, sniffing out where the retake was being played, but it was the post plant for MIBR that was so interesting because everybody was playing in. Yeah, Khalil was holding the flank by himself, but they're clearly here to try to disrupt. I wonder now for G2 if they identified that already, if Valen knows, okay, they're playing on site, let's just bombard the entire site with all our utilities. That's what makes Teo and the Breach so powerful combined, but everyone is geared up towards A. It's going to be a brawl.
G2 offloading a ton of util off the rip here. It's not an eco round of their own, but guns in the hand of the Furia players will be able to navigate through most of it here. And G2, when they play this composition, they don't opt into these all-in rubble fights too often. They usually go for these re-clears a little bit later, but it's an eco round, throw something new into the mix.
Yeah, just try to catch anybody off guard. Right now, a pause to the round, something very common that teams like to do when they're up numbers. They don't want to let this one slip away. But proactivity now in front B. It's going to be a wraparound. No one is looking here quite yet.
No Sentinel, this Furia comp. A couple of eyes on it. Khalil is watching, but he's the one on 3 HP. Smoke's dropped down as well. Weak as anything. Just waiting for the time to strike here. Beautiful precision by Khalil. Still in the danger zone though. His team just umming and ahhing for now as well. Salvos lay it down, push them back and away. Death by 1,000 cuts if you are G2 here, but they're just trying to make it nice and awkward for Furia.
Any type of damage now would be good for the side of G2. That's why you see Leaf also slowly creeping all the way back here, rotating from that C site. And if they could get this Bulldog out of the hands of Heat, maybe trying to isolate him here. He's too sharp though.
Yeah. Just locks onto it. They know exactly where Leaf was about in the general round here. So all navigated quite nicely, as we were saying. I mean, there could have been danger there when Furia were just going into the A rubble fight, but 4 survive.
Yeah, stuffing that first fight, and maybe this is what we're going to see in future rounds, the power of the Neon. You can kind of breeze past some of that utility. Yeah. But like you did say earlier, G2 play that more reactive, re-clearing type of style with the Breach and the Tejo. I'd be very interested in this bonus round to see what Furia can cook up. If they can catch G2 off guard, because they did save 4 of those rifles in the round, a Stinger on prize. And they're geared up towards B.
Exactly. Bit of pace, potentially ordered up here. It's a nice little fault line, sets them up early. Valor on top of it, Havoc straight in there. Stuns ricocheting this way and that. It's a bit of a handshake, and it's getting these G2 players straight back in for an attempt. Potentially to flood straight back in. That's Prize who steps up to that challenge instantly with the trade-off once more and a triple face. And it's all Furia winning this out. Defeat filled up with red entirely. And they're drenching the sight in it on top of it. Leaf, he's left alone now in a 1v2. Players are low enough. Single shot with the Outlaw. Can make something of this one. A rapid pivot here from these Furia players. Be able to get that open sight. Access to the A.
Leaf did get an upgrade into this as well, so he can slowly creep in. I mean, he has been clutch in the past for this G2 squad. The star player in stage 1 for them. We saw the work he could do on Chamber. I mean, any character doesn't matter. Is he ready to face Heat?
Oh my, no way. Resets Marafa's watchful eye from on high. God almighty, what a beginning for Furia. This is 3 rounds in a row.
A phenomenal start, right? You couldn't ask for anything better, and they caught G2 off guard. That's going to be the name of the game if they want to get a map win or even a series win against this G2 roster. That pace, that full pace towards that B site, just overwhelming everybody. The retake is something normally G2 are very good at, but a little bit of a slow start here from some of the lads on that squad.
It's a Furia team as well that, you know, there was a lot of interviews going around, I think, heading into stage 1. Furia struggling to find their identity. The GM as well, Luke Zero was talking about. It was a translated interview, so maybe some pieces getting missed in it. But talking about how, like, he was kind of thinking that their issue was focusing more, you know, they needed to be focusing on their FPS fundamentals, less so like utility combos. And that was receiving the ire from a decent chunk of the community for good reasons. But I'm not seeing that here. It's good util to clear through, just making sure that they make the right motions so far onto Lotus, a map where G2 have been dominant at.
Yeah, like I said, haven't dropped it since last year in a final. But yeah, you're totally right about the way that Furia are approaching this. It's not really this full force forward, we're peaking everything. They're actually playing as a more cohesive unit than what we've seen in the past. And good ideas, I mean, even freezing rounds when they're up numbers. They've had some decent utility usage themselves on that B execute. Everybody is gearing up here towards that A. Heat. He took all that free space after the C default. And with only sheriffs to the name, Jaw is going to have to hit some ridiculous shots here.
Let's catch that contact. It's a full line used off the back of it. All right. It's going to be Jorgamo who's tested, challenged. The one who has to step all the way up is Decay down to just double digits there. And it's a quick shot to the brain from Havoc. Easing their way into the site here, trying to double up against that high-low. Trent, that's a nasty little two-piece. Just offloading those shots while he's at it, buying a bit of time and space for his team. And this is questionable by Furia. Time is running short and running out entirely. You're moving over to the B side. This is Access leaves here. He can play spoiler entirely. 7 seconds left. Rafa's going for the plant. Coverage from on high. It was necessary from Heat. It's all handled. It's all managed. It got a little bit scrappy, but it's around nevertheless.
Down to the wire, planting the spike with 8 seconds left. I mean, he was smart. He kind of had a read on that. He understands already that Furia have been pivoting from site to site, trying to out-manipulate the rotations of G2. So, I think at this point, we should see a timeout, surely, Brent, from the side of G2. Calm things down a little bit, get back into the swing of things. Doesn't look like we're going to get that yet. Oh, we are.
Yeah.
There it is.
Good call.
G2 timeout. Perfect timing for Josh. Not wanting to let things slip away. I mean, this is the first match back after that grueling loss that everyone's been talking about. I mean, that's rent-free in G2's head here.
Yeah. You would think as well, you know, you're the finals of Bangkok. There shouldn't be a lot of nerves coming into this opening matchup when it's, I mean, lopsided on paper, right, I suppose, in terms of the groups. Everybody's expecting Furia to not be doing too hot. G2 should be the top of their group entirely. So you would think confidence would be sky high, but when you have that upset of expectations, where Furia are coming into this with almost nothing to lose, because everyone's expecting them to lose, it makes things a little bit different, honestly. The pressure is completely off their shoulders, at least it should be, if you're one of those players playing up on the stage. And for G2, everyone's really expecting that perfection from them, and sometimes that can cause these issues, these weaknesses. So an early correction called for with the timeout.
And how do you stop Heat, who's just been having a heater of a game so far? He's 6-1 on the Clove. This is why they adapted to this composition. This is why they're playing it now. Havoc, he's had some great entries, creating a lot of space. But the push and pull from the side of Furia, it's looked phenomenal. We haven't seen a level like this out of them yet. And yeah, it's still very early on. We have to keep it in mind, Lotus is tend to be favored on the attacking side. But the way that they've been maneuvering around this utility, I mean, it's forcing G2 to have to take these early engagements, and they're stuck behind a smoke.
Yeah, big rubble engagement. That push and pull though, like you were talking about, because Furia are given easy access towards C-Mound, Khalil, walkabouts. See if you can get access towards front B just in case.
And, I mean, Furia, they just do not care at all. They're just full sending on that C site, using that Breach and Neon fade combo to clear out all that space.
Clearing out all of it. Rafa's going to get the plan to get an ult online on top of it, and this flank that's occurring, triple face up. Khalil's just watching to the one side of it as well, and a fight called for into the CT point. Heat off to the side into the corner, not expecting that, and a dodge and a juke off the flash away. Not quite there with a movement, but not dead yet. He's straight back at it with the ult, but he needs some help, and bailout still around the corner. Stun, good connection. Jonah P trying to square up, trying to posture, and luckily it's all in control from the rest of his team onto this side. It leaves it just down to Valen and Jonah P, side by side, but opposite sides of the map, and lovely movement with the aim. Valen realizes he got to call it quits and back away once more. This is Furia making all the right moves.
Yeah, this is so sick to watch if you're a Furia fan, especially doing this against G2 players that have been so dominant on this map of Lotus. And they're ready for everything, even holding the flank. I mean, after the timeout, the call for Josh was, okay, let's take more space towards that A rubble side of the map, and if they go C, we'll get the flanks in. But they're ready for it. Yeah. Whether it was a pistol round or right here, Heat holding with a rifle, the proactivity and just awareness overall from Furia has been the deciding factor of why they're up 5-0 in this matchup. And they do look like a whole new team. I mean, maybe Prize was the key all along that they needed.
An outside voice.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, the outside voice that comes in and just makes everybody stay on the same page.
There's big shoes to fill, trying to replace up MW0 in terms of that mechanical ability, but
the utility has looked great so far.
It has, yeah, they've been doing well to clear.
Yeah, another C-Mound default. This time, they're just gonna all back up, maybe re-clear some of that space at A, but look, off of that pressure alone, you're already seeing a little bit of rotations, a little bit of 80 strafing from the side of G2. Jonah P in that baby door area now, just going back towards Trent. But you just don't have the weapon.
No.
Just don't have the weapons behind it.
A cheeky peek maybe as well, but Util's going to be pushing them back and away. Forcing the respect out of them. Time did become an issue in one of the prior rounds for Furia when they were taking it this cautiously, and G2 are willing to show a bit of disrespect. You can see them already pushing out a C mound.
Yeah.
Why not? You're on a half buy. Yeah, risks need to be taken.
They're slowly surrounding them right now. I mean, if Furia doesn't speed up here and actually take the site, it could be worse for wear, but...
Be dangerous. That's nice. Sharp by Khalil. Gets a handle off onto the flank as well. Cutting up into the corner. Jonah P just can't quite get the second he was looking for.
30 seconds.
So 2v4 and just crosshair placement not on point. He eager to take that engagement. It's beautiful in the moment from Trent. He almost makes magic out of it.
Yeah, Trent's been the only one on the side of G2 that hasn't really looked flat so far. I feel like it's a very, very slow start. I mean, not even having much opportunity to get aim duels in. It just seems like everyone's caught off guard, getting peeked into, or just not really clearing corners from the side of G2. Furia, they came ready to play today.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone looks like they want it really bad. You can just tell by the way that they've been maneuvering around the map. That aim is on point. I'm just not quite sure what G2 can really do. They've tried everything, it seems like. I feel like it has to be the Star Duelist here.
And straight away, I mean, they put the operator into Jorgamo's hands, but he's trapped. Rocking a hard place, trying to get the hell out of there. Trent provides some supplementary fire. It's just through the smoke, it looks like, so...
Of course. Havoc saw nothing.
Yeah.
Proactivity now in front B. It will see heat, so now you have to be aware of a potential pivot from this A mount default, but G2 looks like they just want to play retake on that A site. I know they have the advantage. What is that?
Don't get the hell out of here, Heat.
And with that one pick, the entire map is open for play now. Tap of the door as well after that kill. I mean, G2 have no idea what Furia are cooking up right now, and he is a human drone in this moment. Oh my goodness.
Needs to be some clearance of the question marks across the map here, because like you said, G2 are just being locked out. Even Jaw considering offloading Dimensional Drift just for a bit of that information. Now Heat has lurked his way all the way into C. TP with a spike in hand. This is Khalil getting himself onto the side with control of it, so they'll be able to get the plant down. Valorant could be a playmaker. Needs to catch this kill here with him versus Prize, and Prize just takes his head clean off. Dimensional Drift. It's in again, it's on a rapid play. Just with the operator in hand, there's not really too much he can do. Armageddon lays the way as well. It's going to be paving a path straight forwards and slowed to a crawl. It's what G2 do best. Util combos, ults on ults. The Nightfall is going to be offloaded. An attempt to upend this site control, but this time G2 have got their way in through the positions. Slow siege from them. Tucked up onto the corner. Shots are still hitting. Rattled off. Few misses inside. Trends on for a 4-piece. Potentially the ace round to the corner. Prize has just taken out Jorgamo. No surprises, and Trent's left to do it all. Stick of a half is necessary, but he's not going to be able to get it done. Red Ball clutch for Prize. This newcomer into this Furia roster. Essentially, not even by potentially choice of Furia. I mean, they were looking for an initiator replacement. They had to opt into Prize because he had a visa, essentially, and he's pulling off stuff like this.
It's unbelievable. Even with that entry, okay, we thought it was through a smoke. He got a glimpse of him right before, but Prize even clearing out Valen in that front B engagement. I mean, you think Valen's gonna win that for sure. And it looked like Valen was aware, but it just doesn't matter. The mechanical talent of Furia right now is just outshining the strategy of G2. We saw the protocols in effect. I mean, if it was retake A, we would have seen the same breach ult combo with that Tejo ultimate combined. This time around, it's at that C, and we get 2 with it. But the post plant was too strong from the side of Furia, and this is the second time out now for G2. I mean, this is it. You got to dig deep if you want to bring this one back. This is your map pick. You're world beaters on this map. You even took out T1 in Thailand.
Something's going to miss. That's the second time out now for G2. You can feel it. It's the panic button, essentially, at this point. You're in the first half, and I mean, it needs to be the case. 7 rounds in a row here for Furia on a map where G2 have been dominant at, when the expectations could not be more different. I mean, we went into this series talking about how G2, it should be a nice easy one, like a nice warm bath,
actually,
right?
Everyone thought that.
Exactly, get back into stage 1, and for Furia, they're just looking to get that map win on the board with their roster that isn't just a bunch of mercenaries coming in to play for them because they didn't have their visas in time.
But here we go. It's going to be a complete A brawl right here. Can the Neon surpass all the utility from the Tejo and Breach?
Oh, Havoc's blinded up though. It's misses at his feet, another fault line is delayed. It's that second wave and hit, and look at it, full blinded! The spray control, miraculous! It's beautiful. And yes, it was the weaker buy by G2, but This is pure confidence on display now.
I mean, just bullying G2. Straight up bullying them. But the utility behind these fights from Furia has been so impressive, though, for a team that, you know, kind of relied on a lot of contact style and just aim dueling at kickoff.
Last player standing.
They've done their due diligence, and
oh, they certainly have. I mean, this is just a sweep, isn't it, at this point?
Yeah, 8-0 against G2.
Yeah, you're kidding me.
I mean, this is a Cinderella story. And he still at the top, 10-4, Prize, the newcomer. He's right there with them. But look at the follow-up utility. I mean, even the Breach C as well, the paranoia, everything. And then the trading is on point. What a change of pace, too, because traditionally on the anti-eco rounds for Furia, they've kind of been a little bit more cautious, kind of been seeing if there's been any type of aggression. This time, just taking the fight straight against those weaker guns. And let's see if this operator from Jojimo can actually get some value this time around.
This is 4 players to G2 looking to try and put a stop to this one. Finally, Havoc stopped in his tracks, still off to the side as an off angle of Khalil, and still layering down with these bullets as Price side by side over the shoulder. G2 thought they had an advantage. They wanted to try and take this one all the way, but they're the ones hurting at the end of the day. It's a player disadvantage now for them. Trent, left to see what he can do. Wall's going to be dropping soon enough. Pause called for.
Yeah, and with LEV taking all the C-mount space, no reason for the G2 members not to double up here. I think if they get a little too antsy, though, and walk into the crosshairs of Furia, that is the disadvantage. But they have nobody checking front B, so Trent, he's got to do this back and forth. Hope he doesn't get timing. The re-clear of the drone will give good info now, though.
Yeah, you spot 2, you know exactly where most of the players are going to be holding, but time is of the essence. Util, wall goes up, though, as they're trying to take the refight there. It's a bit of mis-coordination, communication there. Open door, straight in through into the site now. Smoke dropped down. It's up to Valorant to put a stop to this one. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
So much utility still on the play for Furia. When this fault line's going to come out, you have the Breach C as well. And he can be the human drone to entry in here as well.
Aftershock's good. Any foresight here with Khalil being dropped as well. A bit of spam straight into the smoke. This is good from G2. It's what they needed in the moment here. It's uncomfortable now. Only 8 seconds remaining. An attempt to clear this guy. Pesky problem. The Valen is. This is it. It's desperation, and there's no time left to win. Trent all just needs to play his life, and it's a round. The one that's eluded them up until this point, but finally, under the belt.
And it's all because of Valen, honestly. The way that he played around his smokes towards that A site, Omen TPing in the back of sight, getting all the way to drop. He delayed so much time on that clock. Leaf winning the head-to-head against Khalil as well. So finally, some signs of life for G2. They were losing that flank battle every single time. Wow. Maybe now confidence getting back into their hands. I mean, he's even shocked that they won the round, which is craziness. But yeah, Valen, the IGL stepping up huge for G2 right when they needed it the most. If they can string back a couple more rounds together, give themselves a shot on that attacking side, that's all they could ask for.
Malik's got to be careful here. That's 140.
Yeah, he's tagged up pretty
to the
bad
chest. He's going to offload the ult.
Yeah, and that's very interesting too, because now it just feels like you're so weak. You know you got tagged. They could just smother you, spam through the smoke, anything utility you could drop, but it's not going to be the case. It's going to be a fight towards this A side of the map. A lot of util being exchanged.
The tangle out towards it. It's a good flash as well, though. Valen set up nicely. Nearsighted, stun at your feet. It's getting a bit awkward, but still G2 maintaining control and watchful positions and a watchful eye of Jorg. No more funny business from Heat. He's been slipping into all sorts of gaps, and they double hold this one all the way up. One left to stand. It's just Prize up against it, rattling off these shots. But yeah, making it nice and awkward. Trent is not far behind his teammate. Second one up, building it up. And if they get 4, there's potential here for G2. You gotta think it might be enough.
Yeah, it's doable. Attack side, Lotus, you know, you have the double controller. You can, you know, manipulate rotations like Valen likes to do. But this time, again, ready for everything. The Heat's not getting away with those shenanigans of going solo contact style on the opposite side of the pack. They're more aware now, G2, of that style, that 4-1 approach. So util for util was one this time around for G2. Furia taking their first time out, maybe just trying to cut out some of that momentum that G2 is starting to accumulate, because that was a clean round that they just won.
At this point, it feels like to me, though, that G2 have got a bit of a read in terms of how Furia want to play.
Yes.
Like you said earlier, I mean, they're catching the heat lurks as well. A lot more of these fights that are occurring, it almost felt early on like G2 were just getting pulled into the fights constantly, trying to always reclear this space when you can just let Furia run down the clock. They're not really doing anything with that time. They're waiting it out quite often.
And that's the reason why G2 won that first round that they did.
Yeah.
And the thing is, with a team like G2, who's so decorated, they've been through like every single type of scenario you can envision. One of the most decorated teams in VALORANT right now. I mean, you give them one round win, that's just enough to spark a fire in all those players to really bring it all the way back.
I mean, they've been in positions like this before.
I mean, I'm remembering casting in Shanghai a 10-2 comeback.
Yeah.
Heretics beat them 10-2 on their attack. They come back on Ascent defense, win it out. I mean, they have grit. That's for certain. And now let's see if there's a change of pace from the side of Furia. But it looks like there's going to be a Neon towards this A side of the map. Maybe some faint utility towards C. Ah, Furia.
It's very
really
slow.
Slowing down the pace. Still showing the Prowler at C, though, trying to get Heat to get all that free space. Maybe you can take a 1v1 as the main pack of players take this fight against Trent.
It's a stunner to the feeder Trent. He's under a lot of pressure. Can't quite win that fight out as well. Dodging and juking most of the util. That is just instinctual by Havoc. He knows that the door's going to be open towards Blue Room. Bit of spam. Earns him that reward.
And this time, instead of freezing, they're opting to just push the pace, take control of that entire A site. They don't want to get surrounded and run down that clock. So a good adaptation from Furia off of that timeout as well. And this retake for G2, it's going to be so hard. So much is riding on the 1v1s.
A 3v5 is the first one to be taken. Okay, a little bit unlucky there for Prize. Maybe, but Heat is right behind you. And guess what? Oh, Leaves lucky to be alive. He wants to try and take this fight out, and why not? You've got to try and remove some of these problems, but it's a rapid go ahead. G2, they call for it. Paranoia, skirting this way forwards, a lot of damage done to these players, but you can't count G2 out, not just yet. Jogamo is already onto this spike, onto this defuse on top of it. That's half, and he's sticking it all the way. Kills to be found, out and wide. And there's that attempt as well, finally swinging through and true. Furia, they win out that round on round 11.
Last round in the half.
Just the numbers game at that point for Furia. I mean, yeah, Heat almost did some whiffing right there, but it's just too tough. Too many angles to look at. When that Neon ultimate is popped, I mean, you could just shoot it anywhere in that smoke. You know you're going to connect on somebody and just not ready. Look at that entry again from Havoc, like you said. I mean, G2 have been breaking that door most of the rounds here on their defensive side, so why not take some pop shots there? You might get lucky, and they did just that. You get the numbers advantage, press the issue. A is
all in
the
again.
focus.
Yeah. This is the focus. Salvo's fault line committed as util, though, saved up into the back pockets of these G2 players. Spy drone off and around to the side. That's a good connection at that, but how do you choose to refight this one? It's been slowed down. Waiting for the timing. Hold on. Forget about a util. Guns in hand. Just try and make the most of it. Valin! That's what the team needed. The IGL to step up.
I love the reactive utility as well from Jonah P right there. That fault line coming through. Yeah, Valin didn't need it, but this is what we know G2 to be. Multiple steps in their protocols. I think Heat actually caught a glimpse of Trent there on the fallback. I mean, a 2v5 would be ridiculous to close out the half. Such a tough ask, Heat. See if anybody gives him a 1v1.
Yeah, it's looking unlikely, though.
Spike's so far away now. I mean, I think Jaw also saw him on a jiggle as well. But yeah, Valin, the IGL, he's been stepping up huge in these rounds. I mean, he was negative, I think, 6 or 7 at one point. Now he's 11 and 11 on the scoreboard.
Potential ace on the cards as well, if you can find this one. Hunting.
Oh, he's got it.
Sniffing out Heat. Caught the timing as well. Back to the wall. There it is. iBuyPower ace here. Giving away $100 in Riot gift cards and $100 in iBuyPower rewards with every single ace. Make sure you follow iBuyPower on socials and using the hashtag UnlockYourAce.
I mean, Valin, he stepped up, he stopped the bleeding. Who other than the IGL who wants it the most? Now, G2, they still have a chance, but a lot is going to be riding on that pistol round. And Furia, with the way that they've been looking mechanically in this series so far, might pose some big problems.
If they come into this one well prepped as well. It's that round 13 that all eyes are on, and we're going to be finding out just how they handle it.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
The second half is going to be underway here. Round 13 for this pistol round. All eyes upon it because for a team like G2, with an abundance of experience that they've been in positions like this before. They've been down and out. For Furia, honestly, the impetus for them, I think, is going to be trying to lock up this pistol round. Make sure you don't give any ins whatsoever for this G2 squad. Despite the scoreline being 9-3, there's a reason we're layering on this much respect under the name of G2.
Yeah, you have to put the nail in the coffin here if you're Furia. This pistol round win is so massive for them to close out their first map of this year's VCT. And right now, with this composition of G2, they're going to play this slow approach a lot. Try to understand where Furia are liking to use that breach utility, where that neon might be. Leaf is the sole person holding all this space at A. There's 3 members that are looking to get active from the side of Furia. I mean, if G2 even make an inkling of sound towards the C mound, I think you're going to see a fast speed up from the side of Furia to get a quick flank. The fault line does come out to take all that C mount control, but look, it looks like G2 are so scared of a trap play.
Yeah, and you can see it, like the top debate out. As you mentioned, very worried about the potential of it with Furia's composition. Leaf spots it, catches the contact with the Prowler on top of it, so he knows there's at least 2 forward in that position towards A rubble. The call is made now by G2, making their way back over. Creeping and crawling though, up behind the wall, and now an explosion of util to make sure they can clear up A rubble, take control of it. At the 40-second mark.
Ren, Furia have done their homework right here. They baited out so much of that utility, and now they get to go second. Delaying even further. I mean, that time is running down low, 30 seconds. It will be a pivot towards this B site for the side of G2. A good call, but is Rafa going to use his utility here to delay for long enough?
Slows it down. Yeah, definitely slows it down. It catches a bullet into the head as part of the process, but Trent are going to be able to get a plant down. Just enough time onto the clock for this one, and call is made to step forwards as well. Take control of a bit of these avenues out towards B, make it a bit less uncomfortable here for G2. Paranoia is primed. Valorant is holding this one ready, and as soon as they see it, util flying forwards, and Jorgamo, he bites, pounces straight onto his prey, and this guy is now unleashed. Every position accounted for. Prize reveals his hand with just that haunt. Takes up control of this one, but with Trent being taken out, hold on. Main needs to be accounted for. Being cleaned up ever so slightly, but Prize has got a hell of a task still yet to do. It's 1v2, and he doesn't know where these players are at all. Jordan wants to take that point, take that contact, and a pistol round win now for G2.
And I got a little bit scared for G2 in this moment. I think that the way that Furia approached it, basically just not biting into all that C mound utility used by G2 to take that space and staying on this A stack. I mean, I thought they painted the picture perfectly in their head, but the proactivity in the post plant is what the difference maker was. Jogamo getting really active in this round with that utility. Once they take control of all that water space, you saw Valen primed and ready with that Paranoia to set up Jogamo. And if he starts getting on a heater right now, I mean, he's one of the best duelists in the world. It will be an A default here. Another 4-1.
Yeah. 4 players are furious, so some level of danger. G2 are going to hope to sniff out at least some of it. They're not making any noise. They're worried, of course, about potential trap plays. There's a lot of util that Furia have with this composition.
And this is the cool thing about the Yoru, right? Like, you can bait out stacks like this with your clone, with the fact that you can use your TP.
Skate Crash fades.
Yeah, gets the second one back up though. Tap of Fedora to see some reactions. It is that paranoia.
Yeah, pulls it all the way out, and there it is, straight onto the angles. They're just wading into him. Handing all sorts of Jorgamo. There's an orb as well. Why not pluck it off the floor? Get yourself your dimensional drift for the bonus round. But this is the danger that we were talking about. You cannot count a team like G2 out. You already know they're going to be cooking up all sorts of ideas for their bonus round on how to use the dimensional drift. Get the most out of it for the next.
Oh yeah, which strat are they going to pick out of the big playbook that they have? I mean, it could be any single one of them. That's how deep their strat book runs. And what a good default from G2. I mean, we set it up perfectly. They needed to sniff out if there was a stack. I mean, and there was. But Jogamo just holding his ground, holding his angle with that Guardian. Hitting every single shot. And now it just feels almost like Furia on the back foot. It feels like there's been complete control over the entire map for the side of G2 in these last 2 rounds. And yeah, it's still early in this half. But if Furia start to get active and G2 win based off of that, I mean, you're running dry on what you can do to close this map out.
Yeah. And it feels a little bit odd, right, that we're talking about this as a concept when it's 9 to 5. You'd think we would be talking about, you know, Furia, okay, well, G2's in a lot of trouble, but the trouble is the caliber of G2. We're going to go on a bit of a glazing sesh, aren't we? Because we've seen what this team can do in the past. They're composed. They know what it takes to win from spots like this, and Furia really quite new to it, honestly, in terms of being able to close out maps.
Maybe this A fight can be what it takes to win this gun round for Furia. Get ever so slightly closer. But I mean, G2, they're just so ready for this. They're so reactionary. Okay, we understand. You used the fault line. We heard Neon. We saw the paranoia. We're going to take space elsewhere. I do like the clove smoke at the same time from the side of Furia, though, to delay that C mount control. But there's that dimensional drift that you were speaking about. I mean, this is getting so much info.
It is. It's cleared the way all the way out through C mount. He's going to look to see if he can avoid it, but I think, yeah, just spotted by Jorgamo. It's hot on his heels. Entirety of side control going to be given up now. Taken. He flashed on top of it. Here's the plan from Jonah P. Needs to be a defense in order, but he's got it onto the corner, so the spam's not hitting. But Furia do have 5 alive, ready to set up now. A lot to clear, though.
Yeah, I mean, now we get to see, are Furia good in the retake? Do they have the correct set of protocols, the correct set of utility to flush all these players out that are in mound?
Doors opened, Haunt up and over towards the top leaf, my God! It's target practice. The doors opened up wide here, but a double face off through into the back of the site. Still, time is ticking, and guess what? Util held out into these hands, but Util does not care when there's gunplay. Into the hands of Havoc. Ripping him a new one, but still he just can't quite do it, man. He did manage to get half as a potential win con prize with the tap, but Trent with the swing, and that's our bonus round conversion.
Just too much utility. I mean, this is the benefit of running the Yoru. When you use his ultimate, you get the site for free. They didn't have to invest anything else into that. You had everything for the post plant. And at the pace that Furia were doing that retake, it doesn't matter if you can shoot everybody in the head. The Tejo missiles are going to be enough. The breach C from Jonah P is going to be enough.
That time delay, right? Well, how long they took to actually get into that retake.
No, it was way too slow.
Nice, boy!
If you're Furia, you're going to have to do a fast flood.
What are they doing opening the door on me?
The confidence is back in the hands of Leaf and the rest of G2 as they take a little bit more space here at that A site. That Viper wall can cut off so much to safely want you to walk up, clear out these angles. Bit of a drop.
I'm into the box. Wait up. Okay, I'm delayed with the paranoia and Jogamo. That's what you were talking about earlier when you played a Yoru. You're afforded the ability to play forwards, straight back to safety.
Even those Tejo missiles used by Trent right there.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Okay.
I don't know how he did that.
Yeah,
honestly,
he's pulling
with a
that one
stinger.
out.
Are you kidding me? This is good. This is the best gun in the game.
Apparently.
I mean, with the evening of numbers right there, it kind of feels like you're smothered for G2. You kind of have to send it A. That's why you see rotations on the minimap right now from Furia. It's going to be a stack here. A lot is going to ride on Leaf in this moment.
Try and find these. I mean, there's so much util up into your face's prize, though. He pounces, he strides Khalil off into the side as well. It's that 1-2 punch and that combination, but Leaf, he's right back at you. straight in through the back of the side. He's making sure you can salvage this entire operation, and Trentnoff still needs to get this plant down. Squared up to the fight. Heat. He's got to do it all with just a Bucky and a Classic in hand. It's looking potentially doable. Takes the swing, takes the fight. They know exactly where he is, though, and Leaf. That is pure composure, rifle in hand. Swatting away the Furia players.
And if Leaf gets taken down there early on by somebody in that broken door area or somebody flanking, I mean, that is not able to happen. The fact that he's the sole guy running through main while everybody else is going through door is what gets him these free kills to get the trades on site that were necessary to close out this round. I mean, just protecting the spike planner as well in this moment. A huge step up. Back-to-back impactful rounds for Leaf. And it's the last time out now from the side of Furia. Nothing really working for them. Yeah, they found Valen in that moment, but that's kind of like a one-off kill, I feel like. I feel like most of the time, G2 would have been favored, Valen would have been favored in that exchange, so this is the comeback.
It is.
I mean, this is tough now for Furia. All of a sudden, you were up, what, 8-0 at one point, or 8-1? The score is now 9-7, Bren.
Yeah.
And now in your brain, you just feel like you can't do anything right.
Just string of rounds. This is the most important one here for Furia. But investment with the buy.
And what can you really do, though? Are you going to, try to change the pace, try to just full run it down against G2? You can't really do that because they have protocols in place for that. We've already seen that. That was the Teo missiles that I was talking about earlier off the tap of the door. I mean, Trent had a protocol for the tap of the door.
They do.
I mean, come on.
It's ridiculous.
What are we talking about here? Such high-level play from G2 on this attacking side to crawl back into things.
Furia at least do have potentially a Nightfall to work with here. Looks like in terms of the stack of the bodies. Doubled up out towards C-Mound. One way in their face. Havoc is looking to try and take that fight as flashes. Straight up G2, pure disrespect. Hopping around. That's Jorgamodo. He's straight back to safety. TP'd back. They were looking for that pull of util. Forcing Furia to reveal their hands in a defensive setup. And guess what? We're going to go the other way.
Yeah, and now all you really have to use on that retake is that Fade Ultimate, like you said. So a great bait out of utility from the side of G2. The Yoru and the Omen getting so much value there in that C area. And they want to double dip back into this. I mean, but Havoc, he hasn't left.
No. He might have to be a stalwart defender of the site. An opening kill here from Havoc would really do them wonders. So much to account for, though. And there it is. And Clone over the top as well. He's just getting a bit flustered. Has to respect that space and give it up here with 45 seconds left. Leaves holding off to the side. They want to go back over towards A.
And it's the right call, but I think it was heard by Heat. He for sure heard some running back, but I mean, everyone's still here stacked that
30
C.
seconds.
30
Doors
seconds
opened
left.
up. Heat's gone around. He's cleared the space here. So now, yeah, Fury are aware of this.
Cover going out.
Different kind of challenge now. It's all on Khalil. Doors open wide. That's going to be sending out that paranoia. He's the one who's going to put a stop to this one. There's only 17 seconds left. Salvos. Sliders and gaps to play in here. The Nightfall on top of it. It's all going to be layered. Furia, they can put a stop to this here and now, but it comes down to the shots. Comes down to that firepower. G2, though, still committed, still sticking it. And what a spray transfer from Prize to pit drop down. Last line of defense here. Leaf weaving in and out into that 1v1. Him versus Heat. Steps himself in. Decay kicking in. And he's got to try and sniff this guy out entirely, but Leaf is already back to safety. Drops his way back. So much to clear. It's a game of timings, and Heat is not favored. Time still ticking. Smoke dropped, blooms, blossoms, damage done! But maintains that composure, and Heat more than enough time to get it done.
1 HP the entire way through that Viper's pit. But this might be the power of the Clove that Furia needed. This is why they're putting heat on this character, is because he can play like a duelist. He can clutch rounds out like this for you. And I mean, Leaf, he's had so much impact in the last 3 rounds. But what more can he do? It has to be more players stepping up to the plate for him in this moment. The time ran down way too low for G2 to get comfortable on this site. And Prize, the newcomer to this Furia roster, he's looked great so far. That transfer.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was this mechanically talented when I was watching him play on 2G.
No.
He's sitting at the top, 16 and 11.
16 and 11, and we were talking about it. Big shoes to fill, but so far, stepping up despite these big heroics of G2. And Fury, they finally break that momentum that G2 were just accruing up.
He's been playing so on the edge here at this B door. I mean, look at how aggressive he's playing. But another bait of utility from G2. This time, nobody taking any chip damage whatsoever. But already look at the mini-map. Players on Fury are moving towards that A site. Everything that G2 has shown so far has been like the previous round. Are they going to use that to their advantage?
Jogged straight in there, man. You missed him. Oh, he missed the corner potentially, but he's going to be spotting this at least. He knows it from the UI. 2 players spotted out. It's given a feel like this could be setting up for a bit of a B here, but the rest of the players in through onto A. Pivot options available. Khalil spotted out wide. That's a full access. Open side, open plant now on towards A for G2. The player advantage, and it just keeps building up.
Leaf is so sharp on this site. And the post plant just feels like it's just going to be too clean.
It's taken over.
Yeah, I think you just go for a save right now if you're Furia. If you want to try to get some exits, maybe. But if you look at the money, I mean, you don't have any at this point. The rounds have been very close.
If he saved that gun, maybe he could have bought for somebody, but he takes the fight anyway.
Yeah, feeling a little bit too antsy there. I know he won that 1v1. He feels hot. He wants it. But he's going to wish he would have had that in a future round. Maybe could have had something going for him. And G2, I mean, yeah, they're willing to hunt for this. They've got that spike planted with so much time left in the round. Doesn't look like they're actually going to meet any players here from the side of Furia, but a good answer back. Another conversion on Jogamo's ultimate on that Yoru. And the strat book runs deep with that. It gives you so much information. And again, Leaf, he's at the top right now. 15 and 12 for him. He's been getting so many impactful 1v1 kills to open up his attacking side.
Leaf's lurks as well. He's constantly getting control of deep A main with no reclear from Furia. And Furia don't have timeouts to identify this, to try and reflect and think about it. But it's been the #1 thing causing them issues. And here's a turn of events, though. Going for the A rubble fight.
Yeah, and it's because of what you said. He's getting too much value. They have to deny it now. But now G2 have the option to speed up C if they wish.
Spotting it. Not a huge amount of util thrown out, but he sees Havoc taking the contact forward. So G2, they don't call for a fast pivot to try and take control over towards C.
Yeah, that clove smoke delayed that. But again, the layers to the approach of G2's attack. I mean, utility being held out. No one's up close that they saw jump spotting, so now it's going to be that stealth drone to get info.
Front down, flash into your face. Khalil in trouble. That's the suppression in through the back as well. No getting out of that one, but Jogamo draws a line in the sand as well. Doesn't choose to step and cross back over it. So the attempt to re-clear rubble control didn't really go the way of G2.
Yeah. And right now, Havoc rotating off that A side after he showed those stuns there, but it's going to be brute force right now for G2. They have to take space now. That time is running low again.
Again. He's finding these openings, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
And shutting down Leaf is a big one. He's been the major playmaker. Rolling Thunder now going to be used to cleave its way in through towards the A side, but Havoc is willing to fill in the gaps in the defense, but it's a pivot option. Call forward, the door open wide, and Rafa dropped. B open for the taking. The squeeze occurring. Furia, they do have players in every single avenue, but with Heat being dropped, it's all running out for them. Havoc doesn't know what to expect. Layers upon layers here by G2. You think you've got them cornered, you think you've got them trapped. And it doesn't matter, man. They've got a handle on the round regardless.
Yeah. That was the play from the start, the double lurk B. Valen walking in for free after all that A utility was made. And now, yeah, you have to retake with one Sheriff, one Phantom. I mean, Prize is just going to hold on to this one for the next round. And even a Paradoia still in play. Oh, I mean, just clean work from G2. Great job manipulating.
Just not letting him get out, are they?
Look at all the utility. I mean,
he will get down to the spike, though, in the end here. This is G2. One more round away from making it nice and even, 10-10 on this map. A scenario that we really didn't expect.
Not at all.
To be honest.
Not at all.
Credit for Fury for getting it to this point, but as we've been mentioning, the hardest part is closing it out.
Oftentimes the difference maker from what makes a good team a great team. Can you actually close out maps when you have advantage? They still have it here. And Ultimate's coming back online for Furia. You have that Breach ultimate, you have Clove ultimate. The problem is I mean, Heat's here on an island at sea. And there's a lot of members of G2 that are going to give him a problem.
And waiting for the time that G2 will just disrespect it. Smoke dropped down. They're still worried about the potential of a trap play, for good reason. This time, though, Havoc is purely disrespecting. Jump spot baits out a few of these shots. They want to take it one step further. It's a risky gambit to try and overfight.
So good utility used to re-clear that close angle as well. And last time around when util was used like this from G2, Furia gave all of that A space like they are now. But everything rides on Prize right now.
Yeah, narrowly missing this one. That's it. Up close and personal with the Prowler. Snake bites, ricocheting back and around here. The Seize is a good connection, so Leaf's going to be dropped and tucked here. And Heat, on walkabouts, him and Rafa making sure that they can vacuum and take back up control. Door open wide and Leaf accounted for. Still, appropriate response there. Valen was eager to try and see if he can get that trade online, but just calling for that full rotation. Trent has been lurking all the while. Door still patched up. No open avenue on towards the blue room with the door open wide though. Tucks close quarters. Khalil will try and make the most of it. Jorgamo just disrespected him. Running them down, shorty in hand. There's an Armageddon in through the back of the site. That would give them that peace of mind. Rolling Thunder used right back at it, but it's just delayed in terms of the timing. It doesn't deny the plan at all. G2 still into the post with this one. It's up to Fury to see if they can put the squeeze on. They've got a lot of positions accounted for. Rafa's alone up through heaven. His flanking players got to do the work here. Layers down the fault line to try and help them out. Catching these players, but still not catching it close to the corner. No swings in sight. Trent's still locking it down. That's a beautiful angle. Crosshair placements there. Bit of spam in order. Not dead yet. Right back into it, but dominating the angles into these smokes. Valen in control of the round. 10-10.
Valen definitely in control, closing that post plan out, but it was Jogamo with that ridiculous shot with the shorty in the smoke. I mean, how does he always get value doing these things while he's jumping around the map? It's ridiculous. Look at this.
Wow.
There's no reason he should be winning that. He's just him. Busting open the site. And now, it's an even game. A fight towards this A site. Money is terrible from the side of Furia. All G2 have to do is wait out this utility. Go second. They'll have full advantage.
Second wave of it. Never go with a refight. Off wide to the side. That's Trent over the top as well. Happy to plug Khalil straight out the picture. Havoc matters into his own hands, but he's being swung right from the side there. G2 not giving up this space so easily. The difficulty with it, as you mentioned at the beginning, just scraps to work with on the side of Furia.
And even the little things, right? Like Jonah P grabbing that orb, getting one step closer to that breach ultimate for the next gun round. No tides left unchecked. So patient with it. There's not much you can do right now from the side of Furia. Yeah, these smokes help you get closer. Maybe that Bucky and Stinger can get a little bit more value now. But the firepower from the side of G2, they could just spray through these smokes
so
if they
much.
wish.
They got salvos, they got a stun. Rafa's gonna be able to get half at least, but he's slow to a crawl and obliterated. Trying to make it just that much more winnable. Heat's left to do it all again with just nothing to work with. Just straight shots fired off. This is G2 taking the lead.
Oh my gosh. It was a long time coming, but they finally did it, huh?
Yeah.
And the way they went about it, just full composure. Not letting things slip away, still playing that reactive style, still manipulating the rotations, baiting out utility this entire half. And that opens up a lot of opportunities now to get this map win for G2. I mean, if they haven't really held the W key once off the start, I mean, if they ever decide to change the pace, you imagine Furia would not be ready for that.
Yeah. Slow and steady, that cautious, disciplined style that G2 opt into. Big flash again, it's dodged in time. I have a bit crosshair placement. When he's trying to dodge and juke all those flashes coming his way, it's not going to be set steady. Still, containing Leaf, this guy has been a bit of a menace. So it evens it up. Nice 4v4.
And the map is now a little bit smaller for the side of G2. That's why you see Jogamo here trying to compensate, trying to get some of that space back. Otherwise, it's just too obvious where you're going to be ending up here. There was a jump spot I saw on the mini-map as well from the side of Prize. Seeing 3 members. Will it matter?
That's a lot of pressure. I mean, Prize just whiffs the seas as a result of it. Door open wide. That's Heat seeking to relieve that pressure. But it's been turned straight back at him. B main. Open for the taking. Khalil, a timing to be taken, but Valen is already on top of it. Every option accounted for. 2v3, Prize to be that playmaker. Steps up to the side, but Jonah P almost on ice skates with the way that he's moving like that.
That's a ridiculous 1v1 to win, Brad. And there was an Omen TP towards the A site. The spike is planted. I mean, Rafa, he has no idea where these members are. There was a guy that just got taken out at C for him.
Yeah. Since it got to the second half, I mean, G2 have been complete control. Rafa's got to do a lot. First obstacle removed, 2 more remaining. There's a clone in your face as well, blinds it up. He's got to know the rough positioning, but Jorgemore could be anywhere. Narrowly spotted out, just baiting these shots out, and guess what? Shorty in hand. Okay, he's getting funny with it, getting funky with it, but he's bought time. And that's a true win con. Already that circle shrinking. They know it. G2 up to map point.
Just amazing play from Valen this entire half. I mean, stepping up huge when his team needed him to start the comeback in the first place. But these trades, the shots that he hit, the reactionary play, understanding that somebody's stunned in that moment, taking full advantage. Omen TPing towards that ace side, making it impossible for Rafa to play a 1v3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a masterclass right now in this attacking half of G2. And they really haven't had to show much depth other than, okay, I'm going to wait for Fury to show their hand.
It's been all macro,
and go next.
Yeah, it's been just the push and pull, and this time Havoc, caution to the wind, tries to take these fights straight up, but stunned up in the process. There is a follow-up, deep push out through B main. It's all contained or handled, but it does still leave it to that 2v2. Jorgemore ults online, picks up the spike. The safety there with it. Gate crash all the way in and through and clears that corner. Heat has been spotted. Target acquired. Out into the open. 31 health here for Jorgemore. Snake might drop down at your feet as well. There's uncertainty in the air. Leaf lands that shot. With Heat plucked out of the picture, it almost feels inevitable.
And yeah, it's up to Khalil in this 1v2. We've seen him do it before. He used to be Furia's shining star, getting tons of clutches on this controller role. But it's just going to be so difficult with this doubled up approach from the side of G2. Their post plants have been something that they have been drilling for years.
Time ticking. Pressure's on for Khalil. They've made all the noise in the world, and the time to strike is nigh. Wonderful effort by Fury, but at the end of the day, when you're going up against the Bangkok finalists, it takes a bit more to get it over the line in that fashion. Still more of the series yet to be played, of course, but a very winnable map for Fury. They just couldn't quite do it against G2.
I mean, they only won 1 round on their defensive side. They just got completely out-macroed, and we're going to be going into Ascent, but after losing like that, you imagine your spirits are beat down a little bit because it felt like you were right there.
All the confidence they had right at the beginning just petered away out of the existence, really.
But we do have to highlight, I mean, some very good things that we've seen from the side of Fury, especially on that attacking side. I mean, they really set the tone. Yeah. And I'm excited to see what they cook in the future.
There have been improvements for this Furia squad. They've definitely been cooking in the time off here, and there's still plenty more action left to come. We're going to be stepping away. When we come back, Ascent is going to be on the cards.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cleans up in the end, G2.
O Havoc ainda tentou fazer o seu, puxou o míssil, arremessou, mas não acertou. No tiro ele buscou!
A 9-3 curse that turns into that G2 win of map 1. Joshua T, all good, all good. We got worried for a second, it was an 8-0, and we've seen G2 come back from disadvantages like this one in the past and international events and here in Americas. What are some of the things that you tell your team to make sure that you're able to recover it this way?
Well, I mean, I didn't expect them to come out punching like that, and I'm glad we got tested this early in the series. It's just about keeping poise, confidence, and just relying on the fundamentals. We were making a lot of mental errors, I would say, in the first 8 rounds, and it's just making sure like we're sharp. And so it's nothing like without some pressure that like brings the boys into focus and start like really playing the game. So that was fun to watch. Hopefully we bring it to map 2.
Yeah, and that is a second map of Ascent that we haven't seen in a long time, and everybody's talking Waylay on Ascent. Is there any chance that we're gonna see that?
You're gonna see Waylay.
Actually, okay, that's a promise.
Yeah.
I hope it's real. Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's see.
Okay, the Waylay is hype, but we're going to talk about that in a second. I want to talk about the first 8 rounds that Josh was mentioning there, because it kind of is crazy how quickly a half can slip away when you're losing critical buy rounds, critical swing rounds. And I'm going to look at 3 here, starting with round number 3. Now, the first thing for G2 is I was really surprised with how they were playing, because usually this team, how they play around Jonah P is they hold on to his utility. Like that stun, he'll hold on to that reactively, use that a minute into a round. Instead, in these early rounds, G2 were using that very early on. You can see sort of up here on your mini-map, he's set up for a fault line going into the corner. That ability is already gone at the start of the round. And because Furia are seizing this space onto the B site so quickly, what it means is that G2 are without that critical ability for the retake, and they're going to come in flooding very heavily through Baby Door. Now, the rest of their team pretty far back, so it's all up to those 3 players to win this fight. And the first fight they take is going to be with some Jonah P utility, right? He's got the Breach Blast, he tosses a flash on up there, but a great counter flash on the opposite side means that this fight just ends up being a 1-for-1 for G2. And then we're at a situation where just a minute and 24 seconds into the round, Jonah P has 0 pieces of utility. From here on out, it is all gunplay, and this is where Furia, with a quad swing into this corner, absolutely rinsed G2. It falls apart in just a blink of an eye for them. So then we skip ahead to round 5. You know, they lose round 4. Now they've got another buy round here with the rifles, but again, they're using this fault line right off the rip. And look at the positioning on the minimap from Furia, right? They read this instantly and are adjusting by sprinting over, sprinting over into the seaside, right? Get a little bit fun there. But this is where I'm a little bit confused with what G2 was actually doing, right? Because they thrive in very controlled round states. They thrive when they can sort of set the pace, play planned retakes, and instead here, they go for 3 players moving in on the flank. And what this means is that the rest of their team is very weak, right? The map is getting flipped into them over towards their own spawn, and this 3 players going up on the flank here, well, they're not ready to clear away the Clove. Heat is lying in wait right here, gets the first kill, and even though he's eventually going to be traded out, he comes back on the res. And again, if you just look at how crazy the situation is on the minimap, you've got 3 isolated players of G2s. And again, G2 thrive when they're playing together. So, okay, they end up losing that round, it drips away from them, whatever. But that means it's now a 5-0. They're going to be forced onto an eco in the next. It's now a 6-0. Not so good. So we come into round 7, again a buy round for them, and again they actually won early on. So it's a 3v2 situation. They're geared up, primed for a retake once the smoke goes down, but their spacing is just ever so slightly off, right? Jonah P is out here on this initial angle with Giacomo holding with the operator to hit a player on mound. The problem is Trent is holding with the op, and now on paper, that's not a terrible idea, but the op is a one-shot, right? Jonah P is not. Trent needs to be out on this wide angle to deal with Rafa on the off angle to be able to trade out and win this fight, which he just isn't instantly able to do. This adds to time winding down. Jogmo's still got the operator going for the slow peek again against the off angle, and it also slips away due to time. It goes to show that how quickly it can rack up an 8-0 scoreline when these close rounds, when these swing rounds, when these buy rounds slip away at the end. We'll hear what Furia's coach has to say now.
Here with Coach Feo ahead of map 2, and that first one, you had a strong lead, you're not able to close it out, but going into map pick of Ascend, what are you going to do to make sure that the team takes the lead but also closes it out?
A gente escolheu o Ascent porque é um mapa bem confortável nosso, desde sempre a gente é muito confortável, no Brasil a gente aplicava bastante eles. A gente está fazendo um plano de jogo, executando bem, a gente saiu na frente no último mapa, a gente não conseguiu fechar infelizmente. Acho que é um mapa que a gente tem bastante experiência para conseguir contornar as coisas e saírem do controle. Então eu estou confiante para esse segundo mapa.
Yeah, we picked Accent because it's a map we are very comfortable to play in. We got the leadership in the first map, but we let it slip. So for this map, we are way more prepared for take the leadership and take to the end.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you so much for that, Dryad, and we'll see if Furia can manage to pull off that map to win because they got close. They got close. But before we talk about that real fast, so I want to take a little trip back down memory lane to, like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. And when Josh RT talked about Waylay, hello, Waylay. Do you think we're being trolled, Mimi?
I really hope not, and I'm inclined to believe him and be a trusting person, but that also could go wrong.
I want to establish, if you lie to me, Josh, our relationship, tarnished forever. Just want to be very clear here.
I was looking at the tracker for Jojimo. He has had like 2 weeks since coming home from Masters Bangkok. Guess how many Waylay matches he's played?
Way too much.
Yeah, just a guess.
140. It gets 200.
Okay, 70. Not that. That's like 200 hours. That's not that many hours in 2 weeks.
Yo, he's got to have that winner's mindset.
He's been grinding this agent,
If that was me, it would have been 300.
And he is the best raised player in terms of movement in VCT Americas. There's a new movement agent. There's no one I would be more excited to watch debut Waylay for Americas than Ja. Please let it be true.
What about
Ladies got a point over there. Ladies got a point. All right, folks. Map 2 is going to be coming up right after this while these two continue to bicker. We'll see you on the other side.
Let's get back to it then. Yeah, map 2 here for Furia and G2, and it's going to be Ascent. Listen, we haven't seen Ascent in a hot minute. Yeah, you know what I mean, it's been the one change.
Feels
to
like
it.
a decade ago for some reason.
It's been a while ago, even though it's been in the pool for pretty much the entire lifespan of the game and the existence of it. But these two teams as well, and Furia, they kind of have to bounce back after that one. It feels odd to say, given how close it was on paper with the scoreline, but G2 just made a string of rounds. I mean, that has got to crumple your confidence if you're Furia coming into it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you only won one round on your defensive side, and it kind of feels like you could have stolen a crucial map win for G2, right? I mean, now you're going on your map, Ascent, no momentum. At least you get to start on that defensive side, which, I mean, everybody knows Ascent is so defensive-sided. Even with the map change, it hasn't really done that much that I've experienced in ranked. You still know what you're going to get on this map of Ascent.
For sure, yeah. Most people know how to play it as well. If you've got an acute eye as well, you might be able to spot some spoilers in terms of that agent select, but we'll be getting into that soon enough.
And I'm so excited to see the agent select right now, specifically from the side of G2.
Oh, yes, there it is.
Yes.
This is something that Jorgamo has been putting countless hours into.
Oh yeah, he had 50 hours upon release. I mean, he was just nonstop grinding it on his streams. He still is, as a matter of fact. And I remember in an interview with him, with Pedro, he was talking about how, like, okay, if I want to be able to play this character, I have to make a case to Josh, my coach. I have to show him that, hey, this can actually be played. So I'm very excited to see him on this character. This is what makes G2 such a powerhouse team in VALORANT, is the fact that they have really good adaptability. They're very creative with compositions as well, sometimes creating their own metas. So, I mean, let's see how things are going to get here on this map of Ascent. I'm very excited to see Jogamo cook up on this Waylay.
Already discovering all sorts of tech.
Yeah. And something else to talk about as well is the Vice picks from both sides. I mean, it just feels like Cypher and Killjoy are almost unplayable in this current state of the game. But we do have a Yoru from the side of Fury.
I mean, it's bucking a trend in terms of what we would come to expect for Ascent as a map. Fury as well, opting into something a little bit different. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on Jogamo on the Waylay with the amount of hours he's been putting in as well. We'll see it soon enough here in terms of that investment. It's half armor from absolutely everybody. G2 Set the sights now over towards B main. It's going to be that clash. A bit of a rumble. He's going to be in a bit of trouble. That's a double dash forwards, and oh my! Not ready for that kind of pace. Talking about straight there forwards, refract, straight back. And there's a bait and switch. The rest of his team nowhere near. An attempt at a punish there. Comes the succession there for Heat. Evens it out, 4v4, and this is a rapid play. No time to breathe, no time to even think about what the hell is going on here. It's leaping into the fray with the classic right clicks in hand.
Now we're setting up for the post plant right now. 4 members alive, that door being closed. Trent barely escaping with his life.
There's been no slowdown. No break in the play here. The G2 at least going to be able to set themselves up into the post now. Doubled up into Hell. Valen holding him through main. A lot of damage done to a multitude of them. Trent's they got 8 HP to work with. Same can be said for a few of these Furia players. Jump in, right click, and see that they can get lucky with a stray shot on Khalil. One more bullet will do it. Furia need to hit some shots, and they need it now. In through and wide. Rapper just not accounting for it. He with the peak. Khalil from the side leaves it down. It's that 1v1. With the damage done, you got to think Valen's favored round and wide. Pistol round gained and granted here for G2. But my God, man.
If this is the type of ascent we're in for today, I'm all for it. I mean, the old meta is so dull, so boring. You already know what's going to be happening. The explosiveness that we just saw from both sides, honestly, even the retake of Furia was looking pretty nice. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath today on this map of Ascent. But we're already seeing very creative things from the side of G2. That Waylay going all the way into market, recalling backwards while an A hit was coming through. I mean, very, very cool stuff that we're seeing. Very creative from the side of G2. And it's going to be difficult to deal with if you're Furia. You're not used to this type of playstyle.
Okay, it's one way to deal with you.
Might not matter.
Yeah, just trying to jump past and disrespect that one way. It's one way to do it. Doesn't work out.
He gets out too. Unreal. Very aggressive angle taken here from Heat as well. I mean, I was kind of having some questions in my brain, you know, how is he going to play now that he's on, you know, the Sentinel role again? Because he was on Clove on the last map, the pseudo-duelist. How is he going to play this Vice here? It looks like he's still playing aggressive.
Yeah, it's an eco, so he's going to be disrespecting, taking forward positions.
Oh, I think he heard something. Yeah, he's got to get out of here. Wait for his team to rotate.
Luckily for G2, they did reclaim that Guardian.
One suppressed.
Knife on the side. He's going to be spotted out. You can follow the sound cues if you are Furia, but how do you disrespect the util? The answer is you don't really. Dodging and weaving past it. One through the back of the side of the team trying to take a swing! And my God, Havoc ripping off heads!
Enemy remaining. Thrifty.
The 4-piece from Havoc. He gets the first in A main, TP's out. It was full disrespect. And the look on your face right now says it all.
I mean,
everyone's jaw has just dropped in this arena. Look at this. This is the start that we see. The instant TP out and the full distraction from the player in the back, Heat. He was the forefront there, falling all the way back, buying enough time for his team to make it there, and that's a big, big round win. An eco round win from Furia.
Kick it up a gear.
Something that is so hard to do against a team like G2 who are so methodical in their approach.
The tempo's been turned all the way up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's no slowing down between both of these teams here. Flash out towards A main, Jogomo. Vacuums up the orb and a deep double push down through mid. Just spotting it, round to the side here, Leaf. He's lucky to be alive. 4 bullets left as well, but that TP back, so Havoc's just getting out, and he's putting up and turning up the heat, man. Wants to try and take these fights straight to them. Classic in hand. Jogomo could not refract back. Not to safety here, but a re-swing again from Leaf. It's relentless.
Just fighting non-stop. They do not care that they have full advantage in the round, that they're up numbers.
Just spot on the top of the head. There's more than a haircut given away here. Out towards Tars. Rafa cleans it up. But listen, Dre, this is more like a paper escape, man.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not stopping.
It's fighting everywhere at all fronts. And it doesn't have to make sense for the side of Furia. If this is what they think is the recipe for success, it has worked so far. But you have to imagine on a gun round where when G2 have, you know, more utility in play, actual firepower, you will get punished. But the benefit of winning eco rounds like this is the fact that your economy can be so great. Look at Havoc already having an operator on play.
You know, the way that Ascent's played, I mean, that op is important.
Yeah, the op gets so much value here. And again, B main aggression this time.
Through mid.
A third member. Oh.
Just anticipating it. Already here in the jump spot prior, Khalil going for a bite of the apple there. Leaf with the clean up onto Rafa on top of it. So equalized out ever so slightly, but not quite. Furia still with the player advantage, just by 1.
And for G2, you having to deal with B main aggression, mid aggression, and A main aggression, like you can't hold it all, right? No. Like, I wonder at what point you're gonna see G2 maybe just clump up, use that KO knife up close and just full W key. The defense is spread thin right here though, and G2 are calling the right site to hit. Prize.
Incredibly wide swing. Leaf
Standing ahead.
sense an opportunity to potentially punish Prize. Just up onto that angle. Shock dart. Don't know where the hell that one's going, but Havoc needs to just be watching onto this position. The smoke gets them in. G2 looking to pave away. Path for success, but his shots are hitting, rattling wide. Jonah P. Instant answer in through the back of the side. And he has the spike in hand, but against this many players, just so damn unlikely. 3-1 by Furia. No slowing down.
Not at all. We had questions that we needed to be answered. Are they going to start off kind of shaky because of how they lost the last map? So far, it's just been aggression on aggression. And to hit op shots like this after he didn't really have an op in his hands at all in the last map, I mean, that shows the mechanical talent of why Havoc is here. A player that started so rough in this league. I mean, playing the KO and dropping, what, like 1 kill?
That was brutal at the beginning.
I mean, now he's sitting at 8-1 with his own Yoru ultimate online that he can use for whatever he wants. And a new setup here. KO is on Cat.
G2 with mass pings in mid as well. They're using all the util at their disposal. Hoping for an early catch.
Yeah, trying to catch out Havoc, probably, who walked all the way down mid in the previous round.
Pete is purely disrespecting him though as well. He's playing ahead of his util constantly.
He does not care, but with doing so, he baits out so much utility.
Exactly.
Look at how much G2 had to invest. Proactivity in mid now from the side of Furia. Can they catch out Jogamo here?
Steel Garden. Just going to overlay on top. Catches all the corners here. Prize is trying to play onto site here. Doesn't have a weapon to use. Molly at your feet. Rafa going re-exploring in through the side as well, but not accounting for Jorg. Slipped his way in through market. Got himself an upgrade into the process. Do you want to try and make your way in? Yeah, Flash is picture perfect almost. Jonah P. The Sheriff bullet straight to the dome of Prize. Takes him out. Paranoia sweeping wide. Jorgamo is a menace at this point. Thorn in their sides that they just cannot remove.
Rafa slowly clearing out Leaf. He's the only win condition now for this retake.
He's one more. Jorg back to multiple players. No swing in sight. Jorg is just a menace. One-man army.
And that was the plan from the start of the round. He was one of the only players to have a rifle in his hands. Takes all of that mid control, and that was the biggest gap in Furia's defense. There was a little bit of sound made on a re-clear that gives Jaw the cue to all of a sudden wrap all the way around as the sight hits coming through. And although it was a thrifty round by from the side of G2, the utility, the Bice ultimate, they smothered the B players. And momentum now it shifts back into the hands of G2. Jogamo picking up that operator.
Up v up.
And it's actually a perfect gun to use with the playstyle that Fury has been doing on this map. Oh, there's that aggression being punished.
I mean, that might just be random spam. I'm not sure if it was ahead of the smoke coming up, but there's that coverage and a flash forwards. Yeah, spotted it. Just the shoulder, TP back and away. It's from Havoc.
KO ultimate used pretty early on here.
Yeah, it's going to be sweeping out wide.
I think they were trying to catch out Havoc.
That's true, and Jogamo is still accounted for these possible repositions. At the same time as that, Khalil, deep push and disrespect in through A main. Trent's been dropped, but still player advantage here for G2. And they're, I think, trying to get a bit of a control on the tempo of this game because
it's been so fast-paced.
Scrappy, hasn't it?
Yeah, but now they're just starting to punish Furia on all cylinders.
Okay.
I mean, Valen connecting on every single shot. And this is what I'm talking about, this operator to close it out. It's actually so smart with the way that Furia are approaching these rounds. You can completely hold angles now, get the first kill, dip out. I mean, Havoc has no chance in that moment. And that KO ultimate, it was used to try to catch out Havoc. If Havoc doesn't TP out earlier in the round, I mean, he's stuck in that corner.
Yeah, I think they thought that he hadn't TP'd out earlier.
Exactly.
That'd been why they offloaded it. It didn't matter though.
Yeah.
Jorgo was still accounting for the re-peak.
Once you get the angle, like once you get an aggressive angle like that with that operator, it just puts the advantage totally in your hands. And now, Furia have to take a time out, understand, okay, the aggression has stopped working. Let's chill out a little bit and maybe play a site setup, Bren. Maybe. Because so far, G2, they've dealt with that storm.
Yeah, it's been caution. Exactly, caution to the wind by Furia. They've been taking risks. I mean, a lot of solo picks by Heat, Khalil out through main, B main, A main, whatever you choose. And they've been winning the fights out, and they made it scrappy enough that G2 were struggling to get that handle, control over the rounds. But now G2 are finding those moments to slow it down.
Yeah, what great poise as well. Like that's not even off of a timeout. I mean, we saw something similar in the last map where, you know, Josh had to burn 2 timeouts to deal with that storm, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that VALORANT is able to adapt on the fly like that, I mean, that's such a great leadership skill that he has. Now we have that Waylay ultimate online, Omen ult online as well. Rafa, he does have a KO ult, but I mean, look at the weaponry. Like Havoc is on a Bucky. You're top fragger.
Not to mention
Does somebody give him a gun, man?
Well, listen, the ult.
Yeah, I know, but man, give it to him for the retake. Maybe let him start off with a good gun. You know?
I get what you mean.
This guy, I mean, that 4K was nothing to be, you know, ashamed of. This is crazy. And now it's just very, very slow play from G2, waiting for more aggression.
Fake out with a TP. Havoc's got his aim trained on a potential site. Needs to clear it.
Yeah, contact, walk up here. A lot of utility being committed to take this B main. Twice flash. Perfectly timed from Heat to not only get out, but deny some of that B main space. It still hasn't all been covered.
Cover going out.
The whole map is still in play for the side of G2. Nobody in mid from the side of Furia. You have no info, no eyes on that whatsoever. And this is the interesting part about the shift in meta, not running that Cypher, not running that Killjoy. You don't have guaranteed information on these spots anymore.
That's exactly right. Gives you windows of opportunities. It's going to be that slow siege still continuing. Jorgamot is making a lot of noise. Is the only one to do it.
Yeah, but everyone else is geared up towards B main.
That's Havoc with the ult. He's at his back. Does he want to choose to jump? Not quite. G2 instead are going to be setting the sights now over towards this A site. Prize, an opportunity. Nobody's watching this smoke. He could just slip past the gap and see if he can find an opening, but they're just being torn asunder, aren't they? What is that by LEV? Flips it around, a quick 180 and a bullet to the dome. Prize is no more.
Filthy shot from LEV. He had no right winning that aim duel. But all this space in mid that has been gathered by G2, I mean, all they're left to do is leave Jaw on an island there. But he's so confident in his talent, even with an op walking up to re-clear all that space. It's like they just know that it's weak for Furia. I mean, everyone from the side of Furia, once that B main pressure is there, is looking there. Completely distracted.
Spotting the shoulder.
Some cool tech right there.
Gone for another set of plays. That's a classic in hand, and Havoc's doing all that.
See, give him a rifle, man.
Yeah.
Give the man a rifle.
Let him loose. See what he can do, but G2 now taking this lead. It feels like we just started this map, and we're already into round 8 itself.
What a complete swing of just momentum and a shift in play. Furia just, after a thrifty round win, after an eco round win, just completely taking things into their own hands, putting the fight on G2, basically running them down in spawn, let's just keep it honest. And now, G2 weathering that storm, getting a little confident themselves, and playing that macro game that they know they're good at.
Attack side off is a good option as well.
Oh, it's so good.
The amount that, as we've been mentioning, Heat and Khalil have been just disrespecting A main, B main control, peeking into it alone.
You can see it now on the minimap. I mean, everyone's scared to peek these really deep angles now.
Yeah.
And yes, there's a little bit more aggression from the side of Furia in mid. They understand that that is a huge gap that has been being abused time and time again from G2. But it's just not going to be good enough. I mean, he's going to get overwhelmed. There's too much utility in play. With the extremities being taken, I mean, it makes it kind of obvious that there might be players in mid now.
Cannot get suppressed in this spot. Luckily, the spy drone not going his way.
I mean, that off just almost ringing a bell into Rafa's brain.
Scary business.
Yeah, he had to fall all the way back, but B site is the name of the game for G2.
Here it is. Gonna be a wall in the face here, George. He's got the ult on top of it. There it is. Let's send it. See what happens here. Conversion pass in and up and over around the top. It's a steel guard, no drop down. George's only got a short. He's blinded. Oh boy, it doesn't even matter. As mincemeat in through the back of the side, and with heat dropped, it's the side cracks wide open. Didn't have to choose to take that refract back here. Hunter's Fury from Prize has to be offloaded. Anything to try and slow them down and get Furia and in a win con. Anything inside! Leaf is dominating the position. Perched up just outside market. He wants a little bit more.
What a warrior. Just swinging everybody alone, holding market down himself. But how cool was that execute? Oh my goodness, all the utility. And I mean, Jogamo wanted to use that shorty anyway in that moment, so the Vice Ult doesn't really do anything for him.
Exactly. Bro, I mean, there's a lot of layers to that.
I can't even imagine being
like, Jogamo does not care about being separated by his team by the wall in that spot.
No,
he's got the refract to get back.
Yeah, if he has to, he doesn't even have to in that moment.
Yeah.
Prize. He's getting hunted right now, and he gets one-tapped by Trent. Oh my goodness. The space that this attack side operator has been giving G2 has just made it so easy for them to just set up for that side execute. There's no more disruption, and yeah, there's a Vice Wall to kind of separate the main pack from Jogamo here, but when you have the ultimates in your favor and you're just floating in the air, like, you just can't do anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he knows those shots were nice. I mean, you could just tell Leaf, he's just been such a crucial part of this G2 squad's success. Josh switching him over to that Sentinel role, understanding that, I mean, you basically have another duelist in play.
Yeah, there's a lot.
He could take 1v1s anytime he wants, and he's always favored, it feels like.
Very intelligent player as well. He's willing to fill in the gaps as well where he can find them.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's a setup like this from the side of G2 where he's on an island. But, I mean, how many times have we seen him get punished? I feel like barely any. And now G2, VALORANT calling another great read. Nobody here. I mean, yeah, there's Vice utility to delay, but look at...
Yeah, straight in, up and over the top there with the salvos as well. It's a big clearance. Leaf was tested there, outside.
Caster's Curse.
Yep. He was being, I think, approached by 3 of the players, so he's going to be making that call. Sights opened up. The wall, though, slows them down to a degree. Door needs to be closed, so Trent's going to make sure they've got control of that one. And Rafa, wait a second, wrapping around here. That's VALORANT dropped off onto the side. It's a 3v5 now. It's the best chance in a long while that Fury have had to get around here into this map. You can't let it slip just yet. Drone up and over the top there. Heat wall popped open and out, and that's damage straight down and around. Dart revealing all straight through the wall. Jonah P got to back away at this point. It's a 1v4. You're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, save that operator. You know it's been giving you so much success, and you don't want to put that in the hands of Havoc either. And we saw that nice 3K that he had to close out one of the rounds. And a good job from Furia. I mean, taking advantage of Leaf being on an island. Yeah, he kind of got overwhelmed. He got swarmed there. But then taking it a step further, Rafa taking that flank against VALORANT, not giving any space for G2 to kind of even the numbers in that moment. It was a pretty cool execute from the side of G2. I mean, if anybody was on site, that Tejo utility with the Waylay coming over, you're done.
It's one layer ahead, though, from Fury, as you mentioned as well. Switching Heat over towards that A site when he's just been playing out towards B.
Now we wait.
Slowed him down enough to buy time for Furia.
I think this is why you see a little bit of a change now from G2. Okay, we're going to go back to taking B main control again. Every time we've gotten that, he's gotten middle for free. The entire map has opened up. Hop shot heard from the side of Catwalk. That allows Leaf to take all that mid space himself. I mean, he has an operator in his own hands right now. Proactivity, though, from Khalil.
Yeah, there's fight to be taken. Paranoia up in your face. Khalil not favored into that spot. VALORANT easily finding it. Hold on, saturate down and around. How is Jogamo getting this man? Dodging and juking most of the way forwards. Havoc from on high. He's looking to rain down bullets. Got the operator, got the ult. Stray shots fired, but gonna play this one a bit more passively. Needs to buy time for the rest of his team to get into the fight. Buy time for this late lurk that's occurring. Rafa. Pressure now, bit of a clearance in through tree.
And this time, no late flank coming all the way around. Yeah, easy shot for Leaf to clean up Havoc in the 1v1. I mean, he's already primed on that angle. And it's just done. I mean, you're not breaking through this defensive setup, this post plant. And Rafa is trying to catch out any people exiting here, but that side ult this time, everybody staying in, nobody worrying about the flank right there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's just the new compositions as well. And how uncomfortable these teams are, I think, playing it, maybe. Because, you know, when Ascent's played for so long with a Sova, Killjoy, there's certain... you just expect things to be the way they are, right?
Yeah.
Alarm bot in mid, Sova's going to dart, and the drone
so
to clear out an
now,
opera in mid. The comp change-ups, it allows gaps, but it is different things to account for. And I'm not sure if that's the reason we're seeing it being this scrappy, or if it's just both of these teams seeking to opt into it. G2 have definitely made decent efforts to try and slow down the pace at times, but even still, it feels back and forth.
Yeah, that round was a fast cat split. I mean, with Valen being the only person in A main. Had Khalil not whiffed his first bullet, he doesn't get paranoid there, and he gets the kill.
Okay, Jorg's still doing work. I think that's just a jump spot that he was spotting up towards Cat there, maybe just off of timing.
We got to get a replay on that. That must have been so quick.
Yeah.
And now they just freeze because they know every single time Fury are down numbers, they
go for peaks.
More.
They go for peaks like Khalil's doing here. Yeah,
Done.
And you've got the read there, Dre.
G2 have downloaded Furia.
They have.
It's so impressive.
They know that they can just put the squeeze down, apply that pressure with an early pick-off. They just wait it out. Furia are the ones that have to make the moves.
That dagger being used. G2 know that doesn't connect on anybody. That's why you see Valen doubling back. He might want to show a little bit more pressure here. Ice Flash doesn't connect on Havoc, though.
White face is just ridiculous. Swings into it. Havoc's no more. Prize was back to the wall. Calling for the rotate, though, again. There's push and pull. About 30 seconds left into the round here. Now, if Rafa was holding a 4 position, there would be some danger here for G2 to be making a maneuver like this, but they've got util. Covering up the smoke, there'll be no re-push. Jorgamo clears most of the way on top of it. Sour's at his feet, but that's just his teammates.
And he's entering with it off.
It's a nice pick.
Nice shot, nice shot, nice shot. But a perfect call from Valen. Like, let's just say it how it is. I mean, the knife that Rafa threw in A main was false information given to them. So Valen understands they're probably going to rotate towards that B. As soon as Leaf gets that entry, now they're definitely rotated towards B.
Yeah.
You have a free A site. It was a masterclass of a round, honestly. What a great call from Valen. And I'm just waiting for the time someone's actually in sight for this, like, Teho, Waylay utility combos on this hit.
Yeah.
I just want to see what's going to happen. I mean, I want to see Jogamo no-scope somebody, because that's what he's going for at this point. I mean, he cleared out all of hell with an op. Like,
he's happy to take point with it.
Yeah, he's on a different level right now.
Yeah. I think the threat of this util as well, just like running the Teho,
yeah,
all of these util combos as well. It's almost the threat of it means you can't play on site.
You can't, and maybe that's why Furia, but most likely that's why Furia were approaching the early game with all that aggressive fighting. They didn't want to get executed on. Here's that shot. We get to watch over it, see how quick this was.
Oh, no, it's just a bit of spam.
Stop.
The smoke's dropping down, and he's like, okay, well, I'm anticipating a peek. That's insanity.
Honestly, he handled that a lot better than I would in that moment.
Yeah.
I would have been raging. Maybe a death slam.
Well, it feels like we just got started on Ascent. We're already last round of the first half. Here it is. Push off and away. Try and take B main control as the goal for G2.
Good hit.
Yeah, because of how the previous rounds have went, I mean, the string of rounds G2 have accumulated, you are able to use a double op in the beginning of this round. I'm sure there's a rifle drop somewhere in the back of spawn that Leaf can pick up, or Jogamo.
Cool. Out in the open. Attempted a bailout. These are flashes flying forwards, but Rafa is still isolated on an island down towards the bottom section.
Crispy.
Valen's quick to take him out of the picture, wall baited out on top of it. It's the slow siege that G2 are so good at.
Yeah, a lot rides on Havoc right now to try to find a pick, try to even the numbers here for the side of Furia. He does have that operator in hand. But the wide swings from G2, it's like they just know where an op is posted up. You have to be so quick.
Havoc's caught now, though. Suppressed. Caught to the corner, shorty in hand. Wide with the face, shotgun! No way! Knives in action! And Havoc does his best to battle his way out of that position, but Jorgamo's right there with you. 1 HP and a dream. Teammate on his back potentially, but leave as rapidly as you can come into the fight. Tap him. See if he can pick up the pieces into this one. Double face up, but he's isolated it so damn nicely. Leaf, surely not damage. Done and more. Unreal.
Switching sides.
He is so damn good. I mean, just tracking him the entire way through, even through the wall. A different type of flow state. The dunk from Havoc, it's just not enough. You would think a knife to the face would do it, demoralize the enemy. But Leaf is too sharp. Oh my gosh, look at that smile. It's timeless. A stolen round from G2 right at the very end.
Absolutely unreal stuff overall as well. We're going to send it down to the floor as well. We got Dryad standing by with Hammy, G2 co-streaming it, seeing his team doing work.
That's right, I'm here with G2 Hammy, and this match has been insane. Hammy, we saw this back and forth on the first map as well. It was a crazy comeback for G2. Were you worried for a second, or was it all chill?
I was not worried in the slightest, actually. We've seen G2 play Lotus plenty of times. Nothing new. I was not surprised. Even if it was a 10 to 11-1/2, was not worried in the slightest. Yeah, appreciate you.
And something that you talked about, because we heard some hot takes from you that were not really hot takes, because you were talking about Giacomo being one of the best duelists, or actually the best duelist. Now you're seeing him on Waylay. What are your thoughts?
I mean, like, are we surprised? He's just the GOAT. You know what I mean? I'm not surprised in the slightest. I mean, him on a Waylay, put him on anybody, he'll fry.
Anybody that can match him? Not really, right?
No one. It's not possible.
And also, once you're co-streaming, where are the moments where you're kind of stressing out the most when you're seeing these overtimes? I mean, we think about what we saw internationally from them. When you're seeing these advantages, what's going through your head?
Well, honestly, I mean, I'm always just like, I always see G2, like, when they're playing, they're just like, they're always putting on a show regardless, like, nonetheless. Like, yeah, I'm stressing sometimes, but they also, like, always manage to pull through. It was pretty hard at, you know, as we've seen at Bangkok and stuff like that, but hey, we'll win Toronto. It don't matter.
You know, they stress us out just a little bit once in a while, but they always win at the end, so it's all good. Thank you so much, Hammy.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna send it back to you guys.
G2 are just in control, really. 8-4 finish with how rapid it was at the beginning of all of this. And, you know, we kind of started this map highlighting Jorg. He's putting in the hours onto the Waylay, putting in work. He's top fragging for his team as well, 13-6.
There's a bit of a running joke there where Giacomo gets to finally bait his team. And he's been talking about this amongst one another. And I mean, we get to see what happens when that's the case. He's 13-6. He's sitting at the top. It must feel nice for him to be able to, you know, be the first guy and the second guy in this time around.
Escapes the Euro jail slightly. Normally he's the bait at the end of the stick there. He's taking contact up through mid, and a lot of disrespect shown here by Fury. They've already vacuumed up control of market.
Yeah, but now is where the protocols of G2 come into effect. So you got the Thorns, you got the Flash here to delay even extra. Giacomo here on the quick rotate.
Yeah, just spotting out Utila, including these players. The Flash is good with the connection. Okay, Crash. Back to safety for Havoc. Still alive here. Fury not leaving though, and backs are open wide here, but it's an instant trade-off as Leaf is dropped, and now trying to get themselves into the side. What a call with a push. Perfect setup and play by Jonah P. Up overhead, calls the Flash, and Jonah P tears them asunder.
Rafa on this flank though. He's gonna see 4 members.
It's been watched for. It's a double up as well. These players are counting for it. Rafa. Not long for this world, is he? And he dropped down just to 20 health. Players know where he is.
30 seconds left.
G2 know exactly what to watch for.
The different layers that we just saw in this pistol round from G2. I mean, Giacomo playing in mid aggressively, getting the info if anybody are running up, and then playing off of Leaf. But, I mean, Leaf in that moment to get proactive on lane and actually go for that reclear, go for that fight, getting one, allows this to happen. The pop flash from Jonah P. I mean, Giacomo stays for that extra kill, which is really, really risky, but, I mean, he knows his limits on this agent. He looks so good at it already. All that time he's been putting in, it's paying off right here. What an insane performance from him.
A lot of Utah going to be laid down here by G2.
Yeah, they want that B main control. They even grab the orb on top of it. Oftentimes, the attacking side will try to get orbs of their own on their eco rounds, you know, just try to get something out of nothing. A little bit of denial this time around, and it's going to be retake on A.
Jonah P overstaying ever so slightly there and swinging out with a Spectre. Not quite the weapon at hand, but he's got the Thorns to supplement, so I'm going to be stepping past that line. Rafa accounted for, all propped up. Like there's a gaps to play in. Leaf was not expecting that.
Nice shot. So Paranoia is going to get a lot of value. Oh, goes blow for blow, though. I mean, Spike is down here.
Salvos. Prize got to be careful.
Great delay.
The damage done to him as well. He's been softened up to just 21 health. Prize would love a plant in this spot. Round win even better, but at this point, put in the slow squeeze onto these players. The post-plant positioning just not quite ideal. Heat is doing well. Still double dash up and over. That's just for the info as well. Spotting it out, and I believe they have spotted it. Smoke propped up. Heat has escaped to the confines of hell, yet still Jorgamo. This guy's the warden.
Just dashing around, recalling into heaven, getting a spam kill, and then holding. He looks so comfortable on this character. This is such a cool thing to watch so far. Furia, they almost did it. You thought for a second, if they got that spike planted maybe, if the salvos weren't in play, maybe they would have had a chance on this retake. But as soon as those salvos come out and the plant is denied, yeah, G2 are already in good positions to get that retake going. Heat, although he landed some really, really nice shots into that round, it's just not enough. Let's see, it will be the first gun round here, and if you look at the economy of G2, I mean, that is not looking too pretty. You only have one Phantom in play. Let's see what Leaf can cook up here, though.
It's not a deadly bonus round, but they are just going full steam ahead. Delayed with the Paranoia! Rappers out into the open.
It's perfect. And this is a set play we've seen with Jets. I mean,
yeah, a bit of a Tiles crunch.
Yeah.
And even in re-exploration, Heat is punished for his hubris. 2 players drop down. These are weapons now that you've handed over to the opposition. G2, as weak as this bonus was, it doesn't matter. They work magic across the battlefield.
So filthy. We were talking about how Furia were taking the fight to G2. I mean, to see it the other way around, it's just insanity. And now it's a 4v2, 5v2 retake. Yeah, it's heroics.
Needs to be. Prize is giving you a lifeline, but can you do anything else with it? Khalil left into that 1v1. The potential is there. Jorgamo half already sticking this one all the way through. Paranoia has to get off of it. But Wincon's have been bought, earned out, swinging wide and out, but bullets to the dome. That is unbelievable. Slightest of slip-ups by G2, just in terms of their spacing, and Prize strikes back.
Absolute heroics from the side of Furia. A 2v5 round win against G2. This is unheard of.
Oh my God.
Oh. I mean, a Phantom player's dream in that moment. Just controlling the spray. And yeah, you're gonna be smiling like that after something that happens for sure. But it's not done yet. G2, they have the grit. That's not gonna affect them in any way.
That's just one small obstacle. And a long timeline that's rolled out for G2, and here it is. Jorgamo up and over the top. That's a saturate, but already these players have dropped, toppled. Skate Crash going straight past him. Salvos, he chooses to disrespect it. That's just to get the gun. Picks it up, but guess what? Havoc's right there, watching. In through the fight, even wants to potentially take a refight on top of it. Needs some util to set him up. If he wants to try and take it, Khalil from behind, and there it is. Applying that pressure, squeeze onto it, Leafs left alone, 1v4. There's no chance for him to really play himself in here.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario here, if you can catch out one of these players, get an upgrade, get a rifle in play and save it. I mean, that'd be great. I mean, I know he's comfortable with the Outlaw. There you go. Yeah. There's the rifle. What a change of pace from Furia, though. I mean, that was very, very decisive in that A main fight. That exchange going completely their way.
Started the round as well, talking up. Good work here for G2, saying, wow, it takes a bit more than that. Just one round, of course, disrupted the momentum.
Of course, right?
Furia just keep that confidence going, trailing into round 16, earn themselves another one. You've got to take it one step at a time if you're going to try and equalize, at least in terms of these rounds.
How long can they keep it up for, though? How long can they ride that momentum of that 2v5 that happened? It's another good opportunity to convert another round, because the economy of G2 is not going to be looking too good. We saw that Yoru teleport getting some good value. He's so fast. I mean, his reactions are insane. I mean, Havoc is having a phenomenal game as well. Let's see what Furia can cook up with this ultimate. Maybe they don't want to invest it into this round, but
they're up against the weaker buy of G2, which might be the reason why. But honestly, you do want to show them a little bit of respect, I think.
Yeah,
the ult is going to get you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, any round you can get, but he's not even clearing corners. Okay, there it is.
He's cleared the 2 of them, but as this has happened, I mean, flashed himself in the process, got the info. His team needed help, though. It's a rapid play by G2. They just took it straight to them. That's a kill up towards the top section of mid. Rapper's got to try and contain this one. I think they've dropped a rifle for them. Pete making his way up through and around. B main control given up. Spy drone, Trent forward, close quarters, looking for the repick. This is mad. This is chaos, man.
This is insane.
Look at the way this is.
What is happening?
Cut his way up. I mean, his Furia players are on a bloody island now. Up the gut through mid. What's the escape plan?
They're going to crunch A from spawn, Brent.
But he's straight up in them, and there's no setup for Havoc when he's making a play like that. I mean, you got to think a couple of layers ahead.
It's madness.
Mechanical ability surely can bail you out, and yes, Valen, he's hot on it, man. Swings for the trade and prize once more. Staring down the barrel of defeat for this particular round. Can he pull off another miracle? Not quite. 11th round for G2. I mean,
would you like me to break that down for you?
Good luck. We didn't see much of it.
Yeah. I mean, players of Furia everywhere, but I mean, it is because of the pace that G2 are putting on them as well. I mean, it's been so much fast-paced, aggressive set plays from G2 on this defensive side, which is so uncharacteristic.
Dude, Khalil, you're re-peeking, buddy. You have the bomb.
Oh my God. Just vibing with it too, huh? But what was that round? I mean, players in spawn.
So, and I mean, that's just a fluster position to be in if you're Furia. You're up against a weaker Maya G2. You're getting G2 cook up, from what I saw, looked like a decent play to aggress outside, like, you know, through A main Gelato to get an early pickoff.
Omen Paranoia.
What was the call for Furia to take it one step further by trying to fight in through spawn?
I think they were hoping to find something, but it was the way that G2 bunkered down. It didn't actually give those 1v1s those picks. I mean, you saw Trent there in spawn at B, just using that recon drone, getting the info, and Furia just, they couldn't make a plan. They were so indecisive in the moment. They were flustered. So although it was really chaotic, G2 thrived in the chaos. And something that's really interesting is what he had said in an interview was he feels like Furia need to focus on having success in the chaotic moments, being calm in those moments if they want to make a run in this stage. And so far, I mean, with what we just saw, they didn't even know what to do.
A struggle, right?
Yes.
I mean, that is a super apt quote in terms of something that they've been working on, but you're seeing glimpses of the weakness when the going gets rough. It's a little bit chaotic, the comms not being cleared, and calls are being made all over the bloody place. It brings G2 up to that 11th. Not too much room to breathe left for Furia overall in this series now. 2 more rounds will do it for G2.
With how close these rounds have been, I mean, Furia now, I mean, Havoc's sitting at a sheriff, right? Why are we not giving this man a rifle? He's sitting at the top for your team. He's been the entry most of the time. Maybe just thinking that he's so confident with that gun. But a little bit of an oversight, I feel like, as the pace has been slowed down by Furia this time. I mean, being forced to have to play to G2's pace, that's not something that you hear every single day.
He isn't. Drones abreast, Rafa's here. Look at the fake some A pressure in. He's alone doing this though, and the Salva's going to be clearing the way out through. So G2 already clearing up the question marks.
An instant reclear, and you still have that Vice Wall in mid that'll give you info if it's going to be a split. We saw how deadly the rotates were from G2.
Repeat, right from the side there. It's Jonah P trying to punish these players, but that's a deep TP now in through A. Swings and roundabouts. No spike into the hands of Khalil here. He just wants to get open access to the A side to try and help his team out. And, well, aim just not quite in control there for Trent. Still from on high. Leaf tapping away, man. He's already found the 2. Just couldn't quite claim the 3rd. Still, damage has been done, and he's made it just that much more winnable. If this mid kill goes the way of Joe, not quite. So, Furia, find a way, find a path through all that chaos once more.
That was a great round from Furia. That was great calling. I mean, after that pick comes out on Cat from Jonah P, you got a little bit antsy, a little bit too over-eager on the over-rotate. The decision to go A in this moment is perfect.
Yeah.
And then setting up Heat to cut off the last remaining member. I mean, it was set up really nicely from the side of Furia. If they can kind of weather that storm against G2, not get picked first from some weird aggression that people aren't accustomed to from the side of G2, maybe that's going to be a recipe for success in the future.
And so far, G2 have not won a gun run, actually. Just a pistol follow-up and a thrifty of their own.
Hey.
On this half, at least.
That's a great entry, though.
Yeah, this one's a good change of pace for G2. And, yeah, Jorg is just too good at accounting for it, man.
Straight to the dome.
It's painful. Trent, control, still bullet to the dome. There's no follow-up The rest of his team there, he's just trying to contain aggro, control of it. Peek out wide, Leaf has already claimed it, and this is a Furia team that is being picked to pieces. The tapestry unraveling. Spike drop down into main, and G2 inevitable at this point, isn't it? It's going to be that 12th round unless there is that miracle moment once more.
I mean, he's got a minute to work with, but it's going to be such an uphill battle. And you can't really save either. Like, it's just too much time. It's a good moment right now for the IGL of Furia to try to come up with a game plan for the second round, because your economy is not going to be looking that great. You're going to have to cook something special when the gunfights don't go your way like that. And now you know that there's an operator in play on the defensive side as well. Very limited. Looks like he will be trying to save. I wonder if G2 go for the hunt. I mean, their economy hasn't been that great either. It's been very scrappy back and forth in this chaos that we've been witnessing.
Leaf's going to go walkabouts for it.
Yeah. Who's, by the way, he's been having such a great map anchoring that A site specifically.
Definitely has. Heat's going to be able to hold on to the rifle for now, but the big prize, the ultimate one, is G2 getting that 12th round now.
And something I got to mention is that when you look at the alts online for G2, this is something that this team struggled with in their first year of VCT, was closing out games, much like we were talking about Furia for. But a good recipe for success that they've been having is, okay, let's start saving our ults when we have a big lead, when we're within 2 rounds of winning, and just guarantee either the tie or the win with them. And that's what you're seeing. I mean, Trent's even going to have his available online. There's no way that G2 are going to lose this.
So all the pressure on Furia. Stay alive in the series. It's an opening game where, listen, again, cast our minds back. The expectations were low for this squad, particularly high for G2, but they've been in touching distance many times to making G2 look mortal. But this is potentially the killing blow.
I love all this utility on the map for G2 right now. I mean, you have Vice utility all at A, but you're actually playing on B with it. Already manipulating the attacking side to want to lean heavy towards that A. Reclear info being used from the side of G2. Doesn't get anything, but you know no one's close.
No.
Can now walk into that some of that space.
Drop down to the minute mark, and the tensions are now high for Furia. How would you make your way past this one? Listen, Leaf's all the way off site, already playing around this null command. The possibility of an A split. They've got the util. He's going to be set up, primed, and ready for it. We're seeing it. Yep, it's going through. Suppression out wide. Holding the angles. This is it. 40 seconds left, roughly, into this round, and Furia scrambling for these options. G2. They know it, they can feel it. Leg shot connects, saturate in through the choke, and there's an ult for extra measure. Dismissed there with a dart. We blinded up to anything here, straight and around to Jenny. 20 seconds left, the spike is in spawn, man, and a flick of the wrist from Jorg. He's finishing this map and series in style. He knows what the players are. All accounted for, everyone's ready for it. G2, take it away, 13-7.
All those ultimates used in that final round once Trent gets that first kill from the mid to B, and I mean, it was stalwart. Nobody from the side of G2 moved. They had so many protocols. If that B split were to even happen, it's insane that you could see all that prep working. And what a unique composition that we just witnessed today. I mean, Jogamo looked great. Leaf on that defensive side, his anchoring was phenomenal.
And this is the scary thing about G2 is they're pulling out this comp on Ascent when they've just come back from Bangkok. They've had less time to prep on the maps, knowing it's coming up, of course, but their focus has been on, trying to win that event. They've come into this without as much prep time. It was a good gambit, I think, from Furia to try and go into one of the new maps in the map pool, expecting that G2 would have less practice on it, but it didn't materialize like that. I mean, G2 was so well versed.
Yeah, especially as an underdog. You want to try to get any type of advantage as you want, but exactly what you said, this is what makes this G2 squad so impressive, is the fact that they're probably the only team I've heard not complain about having to play 2 new maps, new agents. Valen doesn't care. He's so poised, he's so professional, and it's all because of that mentor there on his screen, Josh, the coach. That relationship that they have together, I mean, it's really made Valen turned into such a superstar on this roster, and I mean, Valen, that's exactly his face the entire match on that Waylay. I mean, he was getting it. He was really going in on those entries. On that defensive side, that operator looked phenomenal as well. I mean, what great mechanical talent this man has. Furia, they put up a great fight on that first map, though. I mean, I think all things considered, I think it's a step forward in the right direction for Furia, having to play like one of the best teams.
Yeah, if you're going to look for any silver line whatsoever, of course, no one's expecting Furia, this team that's been just having so many troubles over the course so far of this year, to be, you know, holding a candle to a team like G2, who just come off the back of making it all the way deep at the recent Masters event. Of course, the expectations aren't going to be there, but the fact that they were able to make them bleed is good signs for Furia. They're making the right moves. Prize in particular.
Oh, he looked great.
He's pulling off miracle moments. I think he really did look good.
I thought his utility was great too, honestly. And you could see the impact that had in a lot of these rounds. So, yeah, I mean, Furia, you had to play against the runners-up of Thailand, but, you know, I could see it.
Yeah, there's a vision, there's a method towards the madness here that Furia going for so far as well. And yeah, I mean, what a series as well to open up our day here. And for G2, it really felt like, okay, missed a bit of a beat at the beginning of the series, but
that grit,
as it got deeper, that grit was just absolutely insane. We're going to send it down onto the stage as well. Dryad is standing by for a Verizon post-match interview. It's the GOAT himself, it's Jorgamo.
Is the math, the myth, the legend, and the Waylay player? Can we hear it for Jorgamo?
Hello.
Jorgamo, it's good to have you back in the Americas stage. We got to see Waylay for the first time, and I mean, you were insane on it. We've seen the streams. We know what you've been doing. What does it feel like? Tell me, why does the idea of playing Waylay on Ascent come from?
I mean, I think it's just a better jet. You have some more util to isolate yourself. You can always get one and get out. I mean, that's like a cheat code. I mean, the ult is massive. It's like a breach ult, so you can cover a lot of lanes. You can do a lot of work that, you know, Jet couldn't do, in my opinion.
But we gotta talk about the beginning as well, because it started a little stressful. It was an 8-0 going the way of Furia. What happens to make sure that the team is able to come back and act like nothing happened?
We kind of just brushed off the rounds that we knew that we should have won. They definitely were playing a really great default, but my IGL is just insane. So like Valen just take care of us throughout the rounds. He makes sure that we're playing together. If we're not playing together, you'll see the mistakes. They'll get the lead on us, but you can see Valen bringing us back in and win that map for us, so yeah.
It feels like you're also used to handling a lot of pressure. Everybody has their eyes on you, especially you as a duelist. Everybody's saying that you're the best. How are you handling that as well? Do you take it step by step? Do you know that you're winning the stage, you're winning Toronto? What is the mentality for the team?
For my previous coach, Potter, like she taught me just step by step. So I mean, I've taken that aspect and brought it to my own style of like game plan and ideas throughout the games, because you can't be overconfident with any of these teams, because you can see like these guys are shooting today, but you know, we were a better team because we came back as a team and played together. So as long as the team is playing together, we're unstoppable. Simple as that.
And speaking of those teams, those next matches are going to be MIBR, NRG, LEV, and T9. What is the one that you're looking forward to the most?
I'm ready for Aspas again, always. That's my GOAT every time.
Yeah?
That's my GOAT. So yeah, I'm ready to see if, I know he's going to play Waylay too, it's obvious, you know. The best Jet players are playing Waylay right now, so I'm excited to see Aspas on stage with that.
So everybody that you see with the Waylay, those are the best players in Americas, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Jorgamo.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back to you guys.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Eu acho que vai ser uma partida muito divertida contra o Demon 1. Faz um tempinho que a gente não joga contra. A gente jogou contra no Kickoff e aí depois só no ano passado. Então vai ser bem legal jogar contra ele de novo.
I think you guys should expect insane things from Demon 1 this year. He has been playing absolutely insane on his new role.
Takes out Aspas again. No, he's on fire!
Cara, com certeza o Demon é uma peça fundamental, jogador muito bom, já se provou também. Mas a gente tem um Aspas, né? Então, tipo, acho que não tem muito com o que se preocupar.
I think the first time I played against Aspas was when I was on T1 and we played them in Shanghai. Obviously, everyone knows he's a very strong player, but he's just another player in the lobby. So I'm just gonna be doing what I normally do, and that's just all it is.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and we're at the halfway point of week 1 and our second match of the day, and it's going to be a banger. You got Aspas and MIBR taking on King and Leviathan. Golden here alongside Mimi, Ender, and Wyatt once again to break it all down here, and this is going to be an exciting game, guys. I'm pumped because, I mean, Wyatt, you both actually are like on the Leviathan bandwagon right now.
I'm all for it, right?
Yeah.
I think this team with the addition of Rossi is going to be looking very strong, but going up against Aspas, who left him, is always a fun matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. The revenge arc. Also, that was the last match that LEV played back in Kickoff as well. This MIBR team, they started slow, but really picked up the pace.
That they did, making it to top 3 in Kickoff. I think that they played a pretty honest style of gameplay. They didn't lean into a lot of the new meta stuff. They were mostly playing old comps, but they were putting Aspas on Jet on almost every map, and he was having an incredible performance, culminating getting a series kill record in one of their matches, leading up to that top 3 finish.
That was a massive performance from a guy who is considered by many to be the greatest player in the world. But Mimi, what's really fascinating about this is that despite all that success you had at Kickoff, they still made some changes.
All the talk going into this roster was this is like Aspas' happy place. He got a couple rookies that Saucy recommended that he's happy with. He's finally playing with Nazwar, who got dropped on Christmas from the previous opportunity. He had to play with Aspas. And now,
on LEV.
Yeah, and now Aspas' friend is dropped yet again, and they've picked up a guy who's not Brazilian.
Yeah, but I mean, this is interesting, obviously, like bringing him into the team, but also when you think about what was happening during Kickoff, right? Because originally Nazwar was supposed to be the IGL for this team. He was IGLing in their first stage game, and then after that loss, they switched it up. It became Artsin taking on the reins over there. So yeah, big change.
Yeah, and that's when they got good.
Yeah.
Artsin took over is when they went on that sick lower bracket run. So assuming this is, from their point of view, a straight-up upgrade for individual play and mechanics, which I would agree with when you're looking at Verno off-season stats on your screen right now. But Verno Kickoff was sloppy. There was some messy play from him. If we get off-season Verno, though, maybe this can work out despite whatever communication issues will be coming up.
Yeah, it is odd, though, because his and Nazwar's performances were both kind of you know, they were underperformances in a similar way. Verno was definitely not lights out in Kickoff, but the offseason promise of this guy was huge. I think all the questions, though, go back to comms. An all-Brazilian team picking up a dude who's only ever played on English-speaking teams. How the hell is that going to work out?
And look, guys, I've been on this earth for 37 years, and I still struggle with Spanish, so I don't know how this guy is going to pull it off.
His wife is a Spanish teacher. He still doesn't speak it.
Exactly. That shows you how challenging it is. But for more on MIBR's roster change, Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with the legend Coach Fraud earlier on.
MIBR has made some pretty significant changes since we last saw them here in Americas, and I'm here with Coach Fraud to talk about them. Fraud, we saw this trade between Nosra and Verno. Can you tell us a little bit of the insight of why this happened?
Well, a little bit of we kind of needed to make the change. We felt like it just wasn't working as maybe how we envisioned, but at the same time, we always had interest in someone like Verno. We've rated him very highly. So it also kind of helped that he became available, and he was someone that we've been really eyeing for a long time. So, you know, it's just a really, really good player becoming available, and he would, you know, fit in, especially with like the playstyle, agents, things like that we're really looking for.
And you talk about eyeing him for quite some time. What are some of the things that Verno brings to the table?
He's just uber talented. I mean, the kid is, for the last several years, he's been viewed as one of the best players in America, at least one of the up-and-coming players ever since he's 16, 17 years old. So now that he's finally 18, able to compete in the franchising, I think he proved himself early on, especially in NRG's off-season, playing really well against international competition. So for us, you know, having someone like that available kind of seems like a no-brainer to just go after him, especially if we can make it happen.
One thing that we need to address, though, is that he is American and he's not Brazilian. So how is the communication looking like? Is it English? Is it Portuguese? What is it?
Yeah. So he took a bunch of classes in Spanish when he was younger, like during school. So he's not a natural Spanish speaker, but at the same time, he does understand it a lot. So when it comes to stuff in the game, like when we talk about like 2 here, 3 here, numbers and stuff, this is exactly the same, the numbers in Portuguese as it is in Spanish. So he has a high level of understanding of what we say, but also we speak English as well. Like all the players, Aspas, Art, even Cortesia, they have fantastic English. Shinam is learning it day by day, but basically we're just going to speak 2 or 3 languages all at once, and it's not going to be an issue because we all understand what each other is saying at the same time, and we don't foresee us having us lose rounds or matches based off of communication.
The full Americas team, all 3 languages, we bring it all. I'm excited to see it. Good luck.
Always excellent insight there from Coach Fraud. And one thing I do want to say is that he's kind of the difference maker in this situation. Because when you turn to a lot of like, you know, Brazilian teams, Latin American teams, the coaches are typically like, you know, English is not their first language, you know, but yet Fraud can straddle that line between all these different languages, knows Spanish, knows Portuguese, knows English, and can actually connect the dots for these players. That being said, that's out of the game. In the game, that's a different story. I don't know how that's going to work.
I feel like I'm going to believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
right?
same.
He's talking about not expecting issues with having kind of 3 different languages going on at once. Like there is always going to be minute things that are important in rounds that are lost when you're uncomfortable in a position like that. So I think no matter how confident they feel, the real test is when they're down in their first match and the pressure is really on of how well they can perform, especially considering that, you know, with NRG, Verno was critiqued for maybe not calming as much as he should, being as proactive as he should, at least in NRG's opinion. So big questions there still.
Yeah, those questions we're going to see answered. And we saw these 2 teams facing off against each other during Kickoff, right? Yeah. This series went the absolute distance. It's absolute great game. Brawl, right? Demon 1 versus Aspas on the opposite side. That series was so hyped. Like today, even with the roster changes, everything this series is going to be so good.
Yeah, it is very, very awesome to see what this team can do moving forward. But of course, no matter what language you're speaking, doesn't matter if you're speaking English, Portuguese, Spanish, or Klingon, don't matter because at the end of the day, Aspas is going to pound you no matter what. He's going to beat you up because he's so damn good.
Dude, I want to see a VALORANT team calming in Klingon. That would go crazy.
That'd be amazing. amazing, dude. I take it any day of the week.
GB, you can coach.
Yeah, I got it. I know a little bit of Klingon and Pig Latin. But in any case, though, yeah, we got Aspas here. And, I mean, look, you're talking about a team that Aspas is on. They're, like, contractually obligated to talk about Aspas. So who wants to take
Do you actually know Pig Latin, though?
A little bit.
Can you toss the next thing in Pig Latin?
Yeah.
Just practice.
Guys, Wyatt wants to talk. Shut up. Go, Wyatt, please.
I mean, I suppose. I mean, what more can you say about this dude? He's the best in the game. He's swapped over from the compression white turtleneck to the compression black turtleneck.
Which could be, that's controversial.
And he was wearing glasses. It's a new him. But that being said, much like the old him, he's still going to be one of the best players in the game. Like, this dude is just always the best. And I would like to see what Jajimo said in that interview reign true, that the best Jet players are playing Waylay.
Yeah.
If we get the random Aspas Waylay debut in match 1, I'm here for it.
Now give me all that in Klingon.
Never mind. Now, of course, his Leviathan roster had a good showing at kickoff despite losing some key players here as we switch over to their opponents on the other side of the field, Leviathan. And again, this is another one that it's like interesting, right, Andrew? Because this is similar-ish to MIBR in the situation they find themselves in, bringing in fresh blood, a little bit controversial. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of kickoff, it's a little bit different, right? Dropping to MIBR making it all the way to third. But yeah, in terms of bringing in the subs of probably two of the best players in the offseason, right? Like Verno and Rossi are the two guys that were like popping off and then finding themselves without a team in Rossi's case going into kickoff is shocking.
Absolutely. I'm glad that this guy made it into the league. Again, everyone was so high on this guy, rightfully so, after his offseason performance. I think he's going to fit onto this LEV team like a glove. I really do. Just getting right in here, replacing the tank as a second initiator. Both him and Calm together, they cover all of the initiator agents that you want to be playing currently very well. Rossi's played a ton of Breach, which kind of then allows King to focus in on controller, play a lot of Omen, and that's a role where he individually gets to go off.
Yeah,
I really think that this roster is going to be a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and honestly, they were already not that bad. I think people really looked down on them after how early they dropped out, but it was kind of a fraudulent, like, early round exit. They lost to G2, second best team in the world, and to MIBR, who went on to top 3. And like you were mentioning, crazy close game there.
It was OT.
Yeah, this is already a competitive LEV, but I think now they've already made a clear upgrade, bringing in Rossi.
Yeah, I tell you what, in the start of the show, these two with their Leviathan pick, they didn't have me. I wasn't sure. I didn't know what to do here. But now, I'm a believer. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, hold your horses. They might still get Aspas.
Look at those stats, though. I mean, this guy was insane in the offseason. I think really impressed on his stint with Cloud9, and then Cloud9 went on to very controversially remove him from the team. He was slotting in as the IGL of the roster. It was all kind of shrouded in questions even after the fact.
Yeah, which seems to have at least at the moment been a good decision from Cloud9, because as good as a player can be.
100% win rate this stage.
Exactly. As good as someone is, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to work in your team, and it's not an indictment of Rossi's skill by any means.
Sometimes they don't work out.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, maybe this will just be the best situation for both of them, and I could absolutely see that as the future we're wading into.
All lived happily ever after.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only one who didn't live happily ever after was Natank, who came over to America for 3 matches and then got shipped back to Europe. It's a really, really tough move for him.
I mean, you brought us back to reality.
He played 3 matches. They lost to G2 MIBR. He's gone. But Rossi is a player that when you have the opportunity to take him, I don't blame the org for wanting to make that leap.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what Fraud was saying about Verno, and a similar thing where it's like, hey, you have an opportunity to get this guy, might as well just go for it and see what happens, right? But this was, pretty controversial, right? Cloud9 dropped Rossi. The community, not having it. They were not having it.
Because C9 were playing well.
They were playing well.
Right? And C9 had like the crazy offseason where a bunch of things were going down. But yeah, I don't know. Like with Rossi's individual performance and IGLing a team that was winning.
Did he I don't know, what did he do? I'm really trying to figure that out.
It was crazy. I have never seen so much attention from the community, social media, etc. on cloud 9. But people were outraged, as you're seeing from the
Oh my God, C9 were rage baiting by dropping him. That's crazy.
Content kings looking for the
They
rage
finally
bait.
cracked the code on how to get impressions in Valorant.
But
they've done it.
This has been the MO of C9 for a while
Yeah,
now.
they have a history.
They have a
Weird,
history
weird.
of this.
Insert dropping yay 2023. Well,
Hey,
I mean,
you
it
know what
worked out.
Leviathan have a history of, though? Signing some big names and then winning. They got Osboss last year.
Yeah, they love signing.
They got
Good
Demon
point.
1 this
That's a
year.
good
Now
point.
they've got Rossi.
They always
He's
signed the
spitting.
Champions MVP of last year, so I'm so excited for 2026 Leviathan Kong Kong to.
All right. Well, while we stew on that for a moment here, let's hear what Rossi had to say to Dryad ahead of his America's debut.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with LEV, Rossi. And Rossi, welcome to VCT Americas. What a journey you had to make it here.
Journey indeed.
In the offseason, everybody was talking about C9 Rossi and how good you were. So now they're in this LEV roster. What can we expect from you?
Hopefully more of what I did like towards the end with C9. Just good things, and hopefully just more wins and just great things in general.
A lot of great wins. That's what we expect for sure for LEV. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
A man of few words. A lot of great wins. We just want some great wins, guys. Hey, maybe it could happen. It's going to be a difficult game without a doubt. MIBR and Leviathan have met before, and well, we saw the results of that one in favor of MIBR. So King is going to be on the left side, looking to try and right a wrong as the longest member of this squad. And you know what? We were seeing King do his thing at Kickoff, Wyatt.
Yeah.
It was great to see that King back, the one at Lock-In that got up and told the world I have arrived. It's nice to see that guy back again.
Absolutely. He was fantastic in Kickoff, and I love when this guy gets to play Omen. That is when he pops off. Just lock it in. Get him in the comfort role. He, despite having to do a lot of the calling for the team as well, it does not affect his individual play.
That's the thing, right? I think King right next to Valorant is like the other like high fragging IGL here in Americas.
And he's also the last remaining member of the original Leviathan that was showing up in 2022 to Copenhagen, Denmark, and to Istanbul, Turkey, and playing really well back then. It's no longer the all-LATAM team it once was, but he's still holding things down for this squad.
Yeah.
He's developed into so much more of a leader since he was initially on this roster and proven to be so adept on a multitude of roles as well. It's great to see him putting up these performances now, like 3-4 years on from when we first saw him doing the same damn thing.
Yeah, it really is impressive. And to see the players, you had noted, Mimi, that growth, not just as a leader, but as an individual in the server, has been really, really cool to see here. But he's got a lot of work ahead of him here, and he's going to need to bring in people like Rossi into the lineup here. And, well, we want to know a little bit more about how this whole thing worked out to begin with. So ahead of Leviathan's Stage 1 debut, we spoke with Rossi about how he ended up on the roster.
What the?
After I got cut from C9, I had a couple offers from some teams, not Leviathan, and those quickly fell through just because it was such a short time, so I had to just wait after the kickoff. And Leviathan just wasn't happy with their performance, and that's all I know, truthfully. So they contacted me. They're like, hey, we want you to come here. And I asked, like, oh, do you want me to be like a player, IGL, anything like that? I said, I'm willing to do it, whatever. They said, oh, they want me to be the IGL. So I said, all right, sounds good. And that was it. I tried out for the team. They already knew they wanted me because, I mean, I'm a good player, and everyone knows that. So they just know that it's good, and they actually worked out seamlessly, and it's great. It's been great so far.
Did I hear that right? That he's... I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so.
That he's IGLing?
I guess so. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
That's what.
Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
A little interesting.
I mean, and they're also
3 for
talking
1.
about like Demon One's new role, things like that. So
Yeah.
it seems like there's some significant changes outside of just a 1-for-1 swap.
It could also be a psyop. We don't know for sure.
Shenanigans. I'm just saying here. All right, well, guys, look. If there's one thing I know about, it's quality facial hair. So the question that I got to ask everyone is, does a powerful stash help you win? Because I think Cortesia is making a case.
Well,
all right? He's making a case. Look at that stash. It's gorgeous. Look at those eyebrows. Absolutely bushy.
I won 3 ranked games in a row with Bren last night, so.
Are those the first 3 games you've ever won with Bren?
Yes, actually.
I've never won a ranked game with him.
Were you playing with Sideshow as he was inting with Waylay?
We weren't playing with Sideshow. We were playing with Dryad, who only plays Reyna, and Reyna was disabled, but she was still great.
Okay, great.
That's totally off topic. Cortesia, though. When we did our time capsule at the beginning of the year, I put this guy in as my predicted Rookie of the Year by the end. And he had a bit of a rocky start at the beginning of Kickoff, as did MIBR. But when they made that leadership change, putting Artson in the role instead, I think he really found himself in the lower bracket and was delivering on the promise that he made in the offseason of being one of the best up-and-comers in Americas.
And I think that was a very reasonable pick for the Rookie of the Year. And I think that after Kickoff, he was good in Kickoff, no doubt, but I think he has a lot more to show still. I think he can continue to really elevate his play from there.
What about you, Ender? What do you think as you try to keep the mustache betwixt your lips and your nose?
On this, so I can't really move my mouth.
We do want to let everyone know, by the way, part of the reason why Ender's wearing a ridiculous and bad-looking mustache is because we have a little bit of a delay on the stage here, and then once we get that all sorted, we'll be sending it out there, bring out the players, do the whole shebang. You know the deal, folks. You've watched this show a few times, so we got you covered, and once we move forward, we're going to be doing just that. But for now, though, let's actually go back to one of the greatest of all time here. We got Aspas to hear what he has to say about his new teammate, Verno.
My thoughts on Verno, for now, from what I saw, he's a really, really good player. He talks a lot in-game and out-game as well. The guy is just very good at the game, and he talks a lot. He communicates everything. He does some good mid-rounds calls, those stuff. And out-game, he talks a lot as well, so I'm just very happy with him.
We just ran a video yesterday that said the opposite of what was just said right now. What is the truth, people? I'm being gaslit.
That high school Spanish. It
turns out he actually didn't speak English this whole time. He is just fluent in Spanish, and that's why if Finesse had been calling in Spanish or Portuguese on NRG, it could have been a different outcome, let's just say.
I will definitely say that whole thing was very interesting.
Both of the shots that we just played have illuminated us to facts we did not previously know.
We really did.
And I appreciate that.
Ender, I'm just not even going to.
I appreciate a good fact as well.
All right, guys, as we had mentioned before, a little bit of a delay, but do not sweat it. We're going to be right back with the game in just a little bit, and we'll see you on the other side. What is this? And here are your predictions from the entirety of the Talent Squad going into this matchup here. And it's a little bit split. You know, you got a little bit more of a favor for MIBR, but there's still some Leviathan love there, notably from Wyatt and Ender. But Mimi, you went MIBR. Why was that?
It's kind of just history-based about how good they were in Kickoff. Aspas' current form, it's hard to predict against them. But honestly, Leviathan was a fraudulent first-round loss. This team should be legit, and I expect this to be close, just like it was the first time.
Is it a number one in the group, Wyatt?
Yes, that is my bold prediction, is that LEV are going to be number
Get
one
me in
in
there.
the group.
I agree.
That's where I'm at with it. And I think MIBR will continue to be very good. But this is the kind of game where they're going to lose 1-2. They're going to look, you know, we're going to walk out thinking, hey, they're not bad. They're still pretty good. But LEV, they're way too good.
Hey, well, you know, I'll tell you one thing, though. We are ready for a good old-fashioned barn burner. So let's send it down to the stage and bring out Leviathan and MIBR. And let's welcome out to the stage your first squad. Put your hands together for Leviathan. And Leviathan here, again, we had talked about it before. There's a lot of love on this desk for this LEV team. They want to see them succeed. Mimi, this is looking, though, like a Leviathan that is prepared and ready to go with these big changes. And we didn't even talk about Khan, by the way, who's always going to be a factor for this squad.
Yeah, everyone was so excited to see this team coming out of the offseason. Aspas on this squad, Calm here as well, or excuse me, Demon One here with Calm alongside, getting that duo back together. There's some really amazing duelists in this matchup between Demon One and Aspas, two respective champs, MVPs going head to head.
You just know this is going to be a good one, right? These two teams walking out there on the stage with all the changes going down, and the sub situation, the new fifths mirroring each other too.
Oh, yeah, but let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. It's MIBR. And out first, though, is the new pickup of Verno leading the charge for the squad. And we'll, of course, see how this play. Well, actually, I stand corrected. Aspas was first. The camera showed me Verno first. Of course. You got to make way for him. But the thing that excites me about this team, guys, is what we saw from them at Kickoff. It was great. I want to see more of that, and I cannot wait to see what they iterated on during the break-off.
Yeah, after their, disappointing first match of Kickoff, the rookies really stepped up, came into their own on the big stage. It felt like they were able to, wipe off all those early nerves and really be a heavy contender.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Cortesia has developed. At the end of playoffs, Shannon was really starting to show out with the team, but the intrigue is still around Verno. And how interesting the takes on him from the team are, what we heard before this game versus what we've heard from NRG. Where is he going to land? How good will he be?
Two maps out of Back to the Pool. We're going to see them both in this series layout. Icebox, the choice of MIBR here, and this has historically been one of Aspas' most dominant maps, right there alongside Ascent.
Well, the thing is, Leviathan were so good at Icebox last year, and it was because of Aspas. This was a map they wanted to go into all the time, so MIBR on the other side. It's no surprise.
Back then, they were playing Harbor Viper. Teams were still playing Sage, but there's new agents, new changes to old agents as well. So there's a question of, are teams willing to try something different on Icebox? We've seen Yoru there in the past. We've seen Harbor there in the past. There's a ton of options there.
I feel like we're going to see more of the same from MIBR, I'm going to be honest.
They were doing that all Kickoff.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a map where that continues to be the case because, as you said, Aspas there, it's just historically been so good, and it's not broken yet. There's no repairs necessary at the moment.
Could you maybe
just keep running it?
Substitute Waylay for Jet?
I mean, that's what Josh said.
That's
Josh said that the best Jets are playing it. So
any Jet map, you can sub in Waylay. You're giving up some of the offing for like a slightly better dive on attack.
All right, well, it gets locked in there. King on the Yoru here.
Okay.
Wow, King
Just
on the Yoru, Demon One on the Omen.
Yeah, taking the G2 comp here, but this must be that role change they're talking about.
Well, honestly, though, what I remember from Kickoff was like the one map Demon One was on the Brimstone. It was one of his best maps, like outperforming his duelists sometimes.
I'm so here for King not having the IGL. Rossi picks it up and he can just go crazy on duelists. I'm down for it. And now we have MIBR finally going a bit more meta with the Tahoe Breach.
Well, folks, let's see how it all shakes out and head into our game. We're going to send it over to your casters, the distinguished duo of Riv and Vansili.
Valorant. Oh, we got a great game coming up ahead for our second one on the day here. MIBR versus Leviathan. And there's a lot of history for all these players here, but what's in front of us now? All this newness, new players, new squads, new agents for who's in the squad is going to be awesome to see.
I don't really care about this rematch thing from Kickoff between these two teams anymore. I just want to focus on the roles of Leviathan and also the head-to-heads. Because now you don't have this Demon One versus Aspas anymore. King comes back as a duelist knows from playing a long time ago. The IGL role is going on to Rossi at this point.
Yeah.
There's been so many changes going into Leviathan's camp into this game. A very interesting one that we have to look forward into watching the first map on Split. As for MIBR, though, we haven't had a chance to talk about even Verno yet. And we will very soon because the action's already in and the contact's already there.
Right out the gate. Just a few seconds into the round now, we already see this battle towards mid trying to get out. They get the salvo into vents, and Rossi finds himself down, so that it gets a little quieter here with the comms down, but Demon 1 still up, looking to play site and site to call each other over as MIBR. They can pretty much just walk in wherever they want now as a death ball.
Tried it as a walk down contact for Leviathan to start, and they were matched up by a lot of util to oppose from MIBR as well as the swings out. So now that MIBR comes out on top, though, you see how the defense is kind of thinned out from Leviathan. You have no choice but to play a 1-1 scenario on both sides, and one has to be risky. So thankfully, Comet is actually finding out that the push is coming in from A into A, and Demon 1 could potentially be ready to stall for a bit because of this paranoia, or thanks to this paranoia, and maybe they could get something done.
About to throw a smoke at least for a delay. And he's going to find out real fast. It'll be a good high ground here coming in for Comm. So if Demon 1 can stay alive a little bit longer, runs right to elbow, gets one. That's a second for Comm. You called it. They just delay enough, and that's going to be the drop in. Cortezia does find Comm. They almost lose everyone. But it is going to be MIBR picking up round 1.
That is definitely a try and a half on that 2 versus 4 from Leviathan. Comm and Demon 1 fighting each other again from the EG roster. So they do have that chemistry to almost pull this through. But towards the end, you know that this is going to be a very interesting game between these two teams, because you're looking over at this series. You're starting off at least with Split that they've already played against each other during kickoff that went into this crazy overtime. I think like a 16-14 overall score towards the end. It was also very explosive, but it was also a different look. MIBR played this double duelist, but now they still want to leverage on utility. And utility starts for MIBR, trying to take control of middle once again, and Leviathan knows a little bit better to fall back and just try to play delay if they can.
They'll have the lurk over towards A, see if they can take heaven here from the side of MIBR. A nice push in by Aspas, just kind of seeming fearless as they insert one.
That's nice.
They read
That's nice.
They read it.
They drop down.
Still gets it. So great retaliation, great understanding. Both sides needed to have a little bit of a protocol there once Vent was taken, but also they had to get out safely as MIBR turn their way over towards B heaven. This lurk still is huge from Cortezia. Lev's gonna have to worry about that now for the rest of the match as they look to do just a little bit of scratch damage at the end of the round.
And a nice try at least for for Leviathan on the eco. Just try to find a timing to fault line, do a trap play. Aspas was able to dance around from left and right on the different salvos that were exploding to stay alive and win that fight also on top of Rossi. So you definitely could see from the new IGL out of Leviathan having a strong understanding of how the Americas players try to develop here their fundamentals or the strategies or the macros to work the map. They almost caught Aspas, did some decent damage on the side of the defense, but the bonus for MIBR is quite strong. Lots of rifles on their side, and they continue with this conditioning of working up towards middle. This time, less utility, walking up for contact. Might catch Tex off guard, but you know that Tex is still always good in these moments.
Oh my gosh. Aspas with the go button, almost spams through the smoke. Gonna look for safety again as he fakes the rope out. The team's not really able to follow up, but Lev is. They push back very hard. Tex and Demon 1 collecting a few of their own kills here as they have a great hold and an understanding of MIBR's strat on this round.
That was such a fast rotate. There's already 5 players within the site of B here. As Leviathan now are just gonna try to slow things down for a bit. MIBR, knowing that they're in a losing scenario at least, tries to add a little bit more into the later rounds. Picking up this orb for Artazine, waiting for the second wave here, the fault line to come back potentially to try to re-hit. But you need some hero plays coming out, and thankfully you have Cortezia that's inserted and trying to punish on an overextension, but King wins that fight from backside.
And that's going to be Rossi taking a little bit more pressure. Loses that one against Shenum, though. 5 HP, a lot to ask here. Just going to be able to dodge out a few. So they know his location. A nice retaliation at B from Lev on this round. Should see Shenum going down here soon as he gives Calm a little bit of trouble in that instance. And there's the 3 just staring up. LEV strike back here on the bonus round, and they keep quite a few alive.
You already saw from Leviathan some great reactions. Again, Tex being the first contact and dodges all that util for the B heaven right away. And as soon as he does that, look at the retaliation coming back from Leviathan. Easy for them to put the salvos down to prevent the flood, the aggression out of MIBR towards this B site. And you already had the fast stack up towards B. So a great call, a great read at the very beginning.
A great call indeed. You saw the patience here from LEV. There was a lot of action, and they were like, wait, we don't need to pressure.
We're looking to fight here, Riv. We're looking to fight potentially towards A main.
Salvo's fault line that does force the hand of just Aspas, and forward goes one, so they kind of trade spaces on that. And Demon 1 goes down.
Demon 1 playing controller, but still like a duelist. Yeah. Unfortunately, couldn't get one. And didn't do that much damage onto MIBR. But that said, though, at least they have the understanding that most of the team on the attack was stacked up on this side over A. So there's an opportunity to now push, gain a little bit more space, and you already see the insert of King. There's no TP for him to go back, so he's pretty much on a one and done, unless he wants to say, okay, there's a minute left. The salvos and the fault line should come back up. Maybe I should start falling back, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, what a risky spot. Little one and done. Almost gets a collide on that second, but they have a nice far swing. Inside sight already, however. Rossi and Tex want to take position right near each other on the bottom side of the site. They do not want to give up any ground here.
Cortesia lurk here on the 1v1.
Always lurking. We saw it at A. Now we'll see it towards mid. How much of a kingpin is he going to be? Takes out Calm from the top side. Rossi has to look up, and that's when Shenum peaks. The teamwork is beautiful from MIBR in the take.
Continues to be very nice, very calm for MIBR in these calls. The fact that they already took down Demon 1 and already met with so much opposition in terms of utility on the A side, they get the pick onto King on B. Technically, you should know that it's an open site. You want to tempo up and rush, but they still wait. They try to delay long enough here to give that perfect timing for Cortesia to come in from top mid and get that backs up onto Calm. So very, very nicely ironed out.
Yeah.
On the scaling coming out from MIBR.
The speed at which we see LEV just feeling comfortable to get into, MIBR get into sight and say, no, this is ours, is pretty incredible right now. Hello. King using that gate crash to get a lot of early info and attack on, but that's a far rotation back over as MIBR now has full control of ramp.
Calm down for a bit, but we'll get free orbs now for MIBR. Quite easy to step away. A little bit of one-on-one there, spikes down, but should be able to get picked up now for MIBR.
Aspas one away. Cosmic Divide is up if they want to get that top side of sight blocked off and run in pretty clean. And just see everybody towards screens here for Leviathan, taking more of a defensive position. As MIBR, it's the second time they've hit a site and really started to work the map again. We saw it on pistol round because of the chaos, but now we see it here on a gun round too.
In the MIBR style, you can see that it's still rather explosive, just like it was when they were playing this Jet and Raze previously during kickoff, but this time it's just waiting off the refresh of util. A different approach, but still quite aggressive with the Tejo and the Breach. This time the walk contact makes sense. You don't have any drone left for MIBR, and you're just going to play like a pack. And it's perfect. They read correctly into an open B site. It'll be a nice little plant, and now for Leviathan, you just try to rotate across, and seeing that a lot of these players are already up and very close to the ults, I wouldn't be opposed to Leviathan wanting to push in and look for some exit kills. Keep the economy low on the side of MIBR and try to fight back, but seems towards the end of the day, Leviathan will try to just survive for now and just die to spike.
So Tex could get ult, they see that. Rossi gets closer, Demon 1, but you could also get Aspas 1 no matter what, depending on that push. Money's there for Aspas to buy. Verno's still got a gun. They're still gonna, like you said, they're still gonna hang out though. Kills would be nice to see, but they start to back off. Great mid-round calls by Verno. Really resetting the team. If everything is true in the videos that we've been hearing, and now he does have the voice, they've been repositioning for those and just really safe plays. Like you said, walking right around LEV with no problem, and they come out of that round with another win. 4-1 now for MIBR on the attack side split.
The thing is as well, we're moving into round number 6, and we're still a little bit further out from getting a good amount of ult cycles on the side of the defense, so they haven't been adding too much pressure or getting too many successful trades or fights to prevent MIBR in this conditioning that they're doing in the very beginning. It's always very slow contacts. You don't really see him trying to be fairly explosive. So I'd like to see King to be a little bit more active, try to find that early space, but TP where they could stack into the other spot, because so far for MIBR, if they don't notice where King is, they just kind of go for it.
And he's got it here. The gate crash towards B, checks A. And unfortunately, that's just going to be the dimensional drift. I guess not unfortunately if they can use it here effectively now in the face of MIBR.
They could double flash this and fight at least, because the gate crash has been perfect. The read's been good for King. There's the first contact, but unfortunately Demon 1 falls.
1 for 1, Cosmic Divide goes in. You still have all the initiator utility to make sure the sight hit feels good. Armageddon's there for Verno. Well, they don't like how quiet it got so quick, actually.
Yeah.
They back off, so Mail Rune can start creeping in.
And you still have a double lurk from the rookies here of both Cortesia and Shenum trying to close that gap. Splitting up the defense too. This might work now for MIBR.
Off position, they couldn't follow up quickly on the Armageddon. King's gonna go ahead and get a 4K in knowledge that there was nobody at A. King stays B and cleans up house.
So that's what we're talking about, trying to find the early information, using a little bit of util. 4-1 setups at the very beginning for Leviathan. Demon 1 has that responsibility to just anchor up the B side, trying to listen for noise and try to delay if he can. That's why he's actually a little bit more aggressive on the peak from the new box, so that he could actually flash back and also throw smokes to allow the rotate to happen. So despite him falling first, it was still a big responsibility for him and allowed King to get into a good spot behind the back of the B site.
Clean shaven King, clean plays coming through. We're seeing it different from him. King, however, with the op now on that Yoru, going to be pushing B main as Aspas brings out the knives to follow that drone through mid. So this may be the main way they try to open this round with Aspas is the spear.
This is a key component to bring that operator out. That has to be the other big win condition for Leviathan, because actually it's a positive against MIBR. The only way to really scan him is from the drone that Verno already used at the very beginning. So this lurk might get punished by Shenum if he wants to overextend. And so far, it's just setting up an astral form for the rest of MIBR to start plowing into the A site.
1-2, a hit backside. You saw the concuss. Shenum's now going to push forward. We saw him just on the edge. King gets one. Gate crash isn't going to bring him too far back. So now MIBR knows they have time to work. It's watching Lev formulate the protocol here to get back into sight. It looks like they're going to give King screens, and everybody's going to work somewhere towards ramp.
I like that they're fighting back, though.
Cortesia and Verno insta headshots coming through there. A nice retaliation as the utility finally comes through for the side of Leviathan, but can they continue to follow this up? The Rolling Thunder hits now from Rossi. He gets a 3K. Verno's trying to hide, blind to all high heaven, and Demon 1 finalizes the round for Leviathan.
That was still pretty clean by Verno to be able to turn away from a flash while concussed and still land a shot. But towards the end, the reason why I said I like MIBR fighting back towards the A ramp, they've already identified that King is still towards the B side, has the op, has the dimensional drift, but before they're able to give Leviathan the opportunity to get value out of that, you just don't want to give them a chance to set up. So again, punished here for Shenum. At least they've identified now for the first time that the op does come out. They're going to be a little bit more careful moving into the later rounds. But that was still a nice attempt.
I'm insane, bro.
That's the hype you need.
I mean, he is the player that put up huge numbers, as Ades mentioned, during the offseason with Cloud9, beating down some staple names like Fnatic, G2. Yeah, losing in the Grand Finals versus T1, but still putting great numbers and being on top of the scoreboard in terms of kills.
And that's that voice. We hear Com say he's kind of just like Boostio, man. He's all about building the team, building himself up. We hear it right there, and it's working for him. 4-3 here as Lev start to fire back a little bit. It's going to be a lower buy on the side of MIBR as they slow this round down.
Yeah. Both initiators working together. It looks like they tried to do a little bit of noise at the very beginning here. I think the fault line went towards the B heaven just to try to keep some players isolated and kept towards that B site. So they could all meet up and go for that explosion towards the A site, potentially without the fault line, as you need to tempo up with the lesser weapons that you have. Oh, that's a pick.
There.
Feeling comfortable. Hop right in. So even the low buy, confidence in pushing with the team. They're going to try to go up ramp too. They want to take away as much space from Leviathan and make this uncomfortable as possible, since they know they're fighting against the advantage on left side.
This is tough though. The fight back towards A ramp, it's not planet for them, so the read is actually not the best for MIBR.
They're going to have heaven. Smoked out already. This is going to be a tough win. Never mind. They don't have anything. Tex takes that backs with nice shots. And now Cortesia waiting with this Vandal. Money's not going to be there, so it looks like they'll try to keep this in hand. And Leviathan don't even lose anyone. This flawless round coming in. A beautiful hit back onto site.
Very good synergy. Something very similar to MIBR is maintaining calm under the pressure for Leviathan. Staying back towards that spawn, protecting the VIP, which is going to be calm. Because the...
Spamming with the Vandal through the smoke.
Basically saying that's what happens if you try, because he just got a nice little shot through the smoke in the wall for the headshot as well. So nice little luck coming out of that, but we'll take it. Gives it the player advantage, but just getting back to the point, making sure here that Calm is able to stay alive, use the Armageddon for the retake. That was going to be the first thing for them to flood back. Now at least a drone. You're seeing that pressure from King in middle. That might force MIBR to move a little bit more quickly, where, again, it's another 4-1 setup. Big responsibility for Demon 1 to try to delay.
Yeah. Plays the smoke for a bit, but plays his life once it goes away. Very smart. They back up to more anchor positions onto A. Lev, very good at having everybody ready for these site takes. Demon 1 wants to peek out. He almost finds the back of one, but Cortesia is able to capture that one before and get the first blood for the side of Lev.
That's tough to do.
Or side of MIBR.
They're still trying to do that crossfire setup, but it's an op with a rifle. King comes out of it with 2 HP, has to TP out, and kind of leaves Demon 1 out on an island. Not his fault, and this is going to make the retake even harder.
Yeah.
Trying to retake with a 2 HP op. Crossfire's already set up.
Screens pushing in now. They're kind of creating that ramp distraction, but it looks like MIBR has their eyes ready, set on the prize. 10 HP for Artson, though. This is a tough task to ask. Shenum now just out of position. The rest of the team on ramp. Like you said, it's going to be tough. Lev now has the sight, and they flip the script on this. Calm with a 3K.
No time.
That's no defuse, though. Nice delay. Great job by MIBR. Even though they're continuing to lose the team, they're finding a way to take the round.
And Lev now, they're starting to understand, too, the re-wrap of MIBR on the top of the A ramp. So I love that Calm didn't drop down into the site with everybody else, so he can watch that play. Got 2 beautiful kills out of that, but Leviathan's still a little bit too slow on that retake. Again, because of the op. If maybe King got that first pick onto, I think it was Cortesia there, down towards the orb, maybe that would have changed the tempo. But now you talk about good delays coming out from the side of MIBR, too. It continues to be very close and back and forth, just like when they played in Split the last time during kickoff.
And now conditioning towards A. After these last few rounds, looks like MIBR wants to test their hand at B. Setting up with a thought that there'd be a quick push mid. Eyes already from Shenum looking back. King's push up has no effect this round as Cortesia comes up big, and that's the activation button for the side of B as well. Armageddon across 3 members of Leviathan on the back of site. Oh, that somehow gets in front of that one and shuts Aspas down.
And one little thing is just that smoke that didn't allow MIBR to go in. Armageddon kind of split them across, but they still found safe haven, safe passage to even trade out their opponent, or their teammates rather. Making sure they avenge King that died towards the A side and now just resets the round. But the more that we reset here is the second wave of util, the second hit from MIBR, and it looks like they want to re-hit towards this B site, just waiting on, once again, Verno and Artazine, because they don't have flashes to move inside the site this time around.
Quick kill from Demon 1. Yesterday, we saw a lot of our Vipers put in the orb there, so that hold wasn't possible. But also the retaliation here from Cortesia gets one, and Texas thinking about everything right now. Switches the angle in an instant and takes another head from MIBR. 3 in the site alone for B, and now Verno calling the shots for himself. Last man standing now. Could still get the spike down. Now 10 seconds left. Not a chance, and everything is held.
He's been in scenarios before in challengers, even when he was in a 1-on-3, 1-on-4, and still is able to do beautiful clutches. But that's on retake plays, pulse plant, holding it through, but now trying to move inside the site where Tex has been really good on that hold in the previous round. He'll think better here to save his weapon for the next round, because the rest of the team should still have a decent vibe following around that. But look at all of his dodge, fully blinded, and still survives to get this kill onto Aspas. And that, again, it's a smoke that came out from Demon 1 and a paranoia that fully hit Aspas that allowed the huge assist to come out here from Demon 1.
Great teamwork. Like we said, the in-play protocols right now that the teams are coming up with. incredibly fast. Hard to see everything because it's just happening over the shoulder of players and in the moment. But yeah, right there you get to see how much effect the utility's having here to make the plays. So 5-5 as LEV bring it back up to a tie. King goes ahead with the Outlaw, knowing there'll be low buys on the side of MIBR. So they get a little reprieve in their economy to make sure these purchases can go through till the end of the half.
The first contact now will be Tex. Off Tex, there'll be a lot of initiator util to come through. The recall just to force the hand. Ooh. It actually catches Aspas.
What a combo. What a follow-up. Tex with another 3K6 just in a recent amount of time here between the two rounds. And Shenum finally answers back, but not long for this world as the utility continues to pile in and MIBR have nowhere to hide.
Seems like Leviathan wanted to do the surprise play once again into that one. A call out of Rossi makes sense. If you're looking at the extremities, you have the, or should I say the Outlaw from King. No cages really went through. He didn't see anybody cross. Demon1's playing close towards B main, doesn't hear anything. So they should know here for Leviathan that there's a slow scale up towards middle. So they go for the trap play. It works out. Tex just farms players out towards middle. And now Leviathan take the lead.
Rossi's holding his hand. I was like, Tex, all right, calm down, calm down. You're going to check your PC soon. But the follow, I think what Lev identified, Vance, is there any time that they got early info from King peeking, then a gate crash, they push back.
Dance, let me see you twirl.
Wait, is that your bestie?
I ice both of y'all like Gretzky.
Never mind, I was wrong. That wasn't the combo, they were singing. Yeah. So, yeah, being able to identify early aggression, just get in the face of MIBR.
And that's the thing.
Has crushed them.
Trying to find him before the refresh of the util, but not this time around. Cortesia's watching that push.
A Calm fight here with Verno in mid. They're going to get Artine to come over and help him with King, though, as Calm tries to get one back for the squad. They've traded out so many members of LEV here at the beginning of the round. We're not even onto a minute yet.
Spike down.
Where you got peek?
Last player
Got
standing.
concussed up hard, still gets the kill, though. Nice retaliation on that Tejo. And it's going to be Tex walking around. MIBR fire back just as hard. Both teams are honestly just on a fuse right now.
Let me see you dance and twirl this time around, Tex, on a 1v4.
Nope. Twirled on right there. 3 for Cortesia and a lot of 3Ks around the map. People are getting asked to put up some numbers, and they are on these site takes. Awesome star power coming in. Great stuff to see from both of these teams that have made changes coming into stage 1 and still performing.
And I would still respect this from Leviathan in the last round. They've been fairly slow, reactive in the past few rounds. Want to be more active this time around, but just got caught.
We're going to be taking a quick break. Second half of Split after we come back. Don't go anywhere. Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
We're back on split. We're tied at half, and Leviathan will take the attack side to continue on in the map for our first one in this best of 3. Rossi, we've seen hyping up the team on one side. Verno's had the mid-round calls. We're all equal here as we head in.
One thing to remember here for MIBR is they have been really... It's really painful to play against a team like MIBR when they're playing a defense, especially when you see Arzine with Judges, Bucky's playing the mid side and doesn't really give a chance here for the attack to get mid control. That's why looking at this round, Leviathan all grouped up towards B main and just looking to pop at the very beginning, trying to see what util is being answered back here on the side of MIBR. At least they pull out the drone.
Drone back. Drone for drone. Gate crash destroyed. Looks like it's going to be a re-hit, though. Little reset, re-hit. Make sure they clear the backside. Oh, Shenham in that spot gets hit by the salvos right away. And they're going to have this wall to work with. A quick flash through. That's going to be King looking for one. He is traded. Very fast flicks coming through on both sides. And oh, my word. Rack him up for MIBR. Com's going to get finished in the corner here. And it's going to be a double swing. Little work here from Cortezia and Aspas. And they lock in pistol round.
And the re-hit started off so well for Leviathan, because when they first tried to get site control and fake the B site, they only used the fault line. Second time they used the salvos just to keep Shenham in the back of the site, and they actually catch him off guard and pick him off. But towards the end, look at these picks coming through. We didn't really see where Vernon was coming from. He was coming in from the spawn area while Aspas was fighting towards main. And while he's pushing through, he still has support from Cortezia.
Yeah.
So the funnies, the buddy system out from MIBR, staying aggressive as they are on the defense, continues to shine with this change in terms of composition.
Oh, I love it. Aspas Marshall usually keeps that a few more rounds to see how much work he does with this. Big hit towards A as we get a bit of the heaven clear and just sight hit. A ramp is now controlled by the side of Leviathan.
King made it through. It's such low HP, just walking through the salvos. Yeah, they got him inserted, but to try to get more value than that will be definitely difficult when the camera from Cortezia is actually set up on the top. And with this push, you talked about the Marshall from Aspas towards B main. He's already moved up now towards middle. They know this hit's coming towards the A site.
Yeah, he said, hey guys, everybody cover A.
I also love that he doesn't overextend. Well, Arzine with Judge. What did we talk about before?
Double in one. What does he have, slugs in that thing? Good lord! 4 for RZ coming through. Cortezia with the medium to long range stinger headshot. Yeah, pick up that Judge. Holy moly, what is happening? Just a double on the first one as they start cleaning house. And you're right, the push from Aspas just calming in so much so they could make those early moves to A.
And why he doesn't overextend is just in this moment. If there were too many players coming through and there was actually a trade onto Arzine, then if they escaped through...
I'm so good at this game, bro!
Judge against Classic, I'd feel like a god as well. But yeah, just what they're able to do in case there was a fallback towards top vents. We'll hold that thought. There's an attempt to take control towards B main. A push forward as well.
Oh, cover it. They're trying to help out Demon One. It's a scatter. It's chaos here in B main with the salvos trying to be ducked and dodged, and they finally get a few kills through. It does leave Lev worse for wear on that one. And Aspas again with this Marshall still trying to hold up and finish off with some sheriff shots if it does get a tag. The main goal is still B though.
Hit him for the 101 right in the chest, so Tex has to fall back. So that's no more alert capabilities out for Leviathan. They probably have to regroup at this point, but looks like MIBR potentially wanted to keep fighting. Oh, they're trying to bait it through again. I mean, who cares? He's going to win this fight.
Again, he's so good at this game. All right, pushing around now is Tex. Doing what he can. 49 HP. Watch out, Arts and Sniper Judge here. They're just going to let him hold it. Oh, we get the Vandal. 4K in.
This is amazing to see from Arzine as well. Yes, it's some Judge plays, whatnot, but it's just him IGLing. Remember, this roster change coming out from MIBR is they pulled out Noswer to put Verno in. But it was already a responsibility of Arzine that started the IGLing role after, what, the first series of Kickoff. And when you look at his trajectory of what he did in terms of roles since joining MIBR, He went from Duelist to Sentinels in 2024, and now went into the Flex role at the end of 2024, and now he's going into Flex and Duelist whenever he needs to in 2025. So yeah, being very cerebral right now, having a deep understanding of so many roles within Valorant allows for him to have such a great understanding of this game and great calls as an IGL.
And you have him as well, fragging out of his mind some games. He can be the star player, a player like that to also help train up Cortezia and Shenum as new rookies on the team who were very moldable but already in their own rights. Amazing. Like, it works out so well. And you bring Verno in, who's supposed to be that voice like you were saying. So yeah, there's so much to work with, and we're seeing the crew that's been there for a while still doing great.
And right now, if you're looking even at the results of this map, 9-6 for MIBR, and it's actually even the rookies that are stepping up, mainly Cortezia on his lurks, on moving in with the team. Aspas, Leviathan's has been doing a good job, kind of like shutting him down, not giving him too much value of what he could take on the attack side. But now on the defense, you're starting to see it. He's able to block down some good lanes. Artisan's covering middle every single time. And if you're going to run into this A site, look at that setup. Double trips towards middle. They don't really need to care for middle because they trust Artisan with what he could bring with his util and also his judge/rifling.
Push towards mid. A lot of util use here, so expect this one to get quiet unless the site hit proceeds right after this engage towards mid. The shotguns are getting a lot of love this game. King comes up.
Because that allows for you to pick up a rifle left behind by Verno. They're faking the drop as well. And I love this. You're jumping inside the vents, you're picking up the weapons. But unfortunately, I was going to say, maybe they could try to insert a late hit towards the B site. But the early drone coming out here from Calm maybe gives the MIBR the indication that he might re-hit back into the B site into a split. So Artisan will be ready for this.
The flash a little late. They thought they could encroach a little bit more on that tri-peak before hitting. Artson says, get away. We don't really have the positioning to hit, so a rolling thunder mid-round will slow down Lev, but that may make them even more hungry for this B site.
Almost felt like they were trying to go for some sort of a double pump.
Yeah.
The fake towards the B site, the pressure and lurk from A.
Seconds left.
They salvo towards A, try to sell it, but now they try to take it. That positioning right now by Tex is so good. Creeping around, looks like he made it around that trip in site 2.
They have to check towards the A ramp though. Shenum's in a great spot to surprise some players, and there's only 13 seconds left.
Boom.
Spikes down.
2. A third one. The shotgun's not going to happen as he tries to hopscotch around the wall. Demon 1 can't make it count, and he knows that Tex is there. We talked about the rookies just a second ago. Now Shenum steps up with a 4K.
And that's, again, some great understanding and individual play from Shenum. The idea for Leviathan in the pause at the mid-round was just trying to get players inserted. So yeah, even if they had the drone coming in towards the B site and the fake towards A, it's just to try to get value out of Tex that was lurking up. He did get the entry towards the A site. They thought it was clear, but it never cleared back towards the A ramp, where Shenum knew that the hit potentially was going to come back towards from heaven because of the initial pressure that came out from Leviathan. So very nicely done. Making sure that there's no thrifty that came out of Leviathan from the previous round.
Aspas' Marshall has now turned into an operator. It's grown up. Enough kills came in. It just has the big one now.
The evolution.
So now that's back B. They can really focus on the rest of the map. This fight is something perfect now, but King slaps down Verno right away. They continue to take that vent area just ruthlessly.
Artisan, with how he's playing so far, quite okay for him to peek to try to get an info and potentially isolate a 1v1. But now that you still have King inserted into this middle with the ult, it will definitely help them get great information moving into the B site. Spotted the op and they still want to go into it, which is fine.
Yeah, I was going to say they can dimensional drift right up there. Aspas might be forced to play a little bit more of an anchor position, get them to safety. The team should follow this in. Demon 1 smoking from the back. He'll be somewhat of the lurk on this towards mid as they start to plant in B site.
When they do, a Cosmic Divide's available for Shenum. Full kit for Artisan as well on the top of middle because he was never pressured. There's a late lurk coming out from Demon 1 though. This might be the key piece that allows for them to win the round.
Ooh. That timing from Demon One, so patient. It's almost the same problem we saw Leviathan having when they had the op on retake. It slows everything down, but cool, just on the right.
He's got the timing.
Cortezia saves Aspas as he runs back with the op. Common team are trying to grab position, see if they can figure out where MIBR is going to be coming out of the woodwork here. And Rossi and the squad just drop MIBR left and right. The operator now left in the scope, left looking. And they have found it, but Aspas still hits the shot. They should go down with the spike here. Yep, and that's going to be Demon One getting out alive as he was just a distraction, just that anchor on the play. Another round for Leviathan.
Well, this whole time I was counting on the flank from Demon One, and you needed to try to delay in the post-plant for Leviathan, but they were slowly dropping down until Rossi steps up to the plate and just isolates every single player and allows for Leviathan to just stay alive in the fight. Because look at this, people were dying from util. Aftershock onto Tex, and then Rossi, beautiful, head on a swivel. 2 nice little kills up towards orange and back sight. And if anything, that allows Demon One, if anything, to go down to that 1v1 and play the time in his favor.
I think that's one of the things that impressed a lot of people, Vans, was that, you know, Rossi goes from team to team and he's still able to put up even mid to top frag in games.
Fast here as they're trying off the Armageddon to split towards his B site.
Okay, I thought he was shooting blanks for a second. He was even drawing a beautiful picture of someone on the wall. 10-7, we're seeing this round be very aggressive here as teams are trying to equal it out. Leviathan now brings it to 3v3 in the middle of the round. The operator still alive over towards A, and this leaves MIBR in a tough spot at B, but they make the odds a little bit better.
Cameron's watching towards orange, but the cage comes up that may allow Colin to pick this through. And again, it's up to him and Demon One. But even if they try to reset, move back towards the B side, they notice setup, at least for Cortezia, is towards the B side. So if they avoid it and try to go towards A, it's into the op. Very difficult scenario for the last 2 players of Leviathan. I mean, they got all their bases covered. Even if they walk towards that spawn, MIBR is just counting on this camera to get the info, and there it is. If they push towards that spawn, there's already 2 players back there for MIBR.
A little ring around the rosy.
Spike planted.
Oh, they split? Oh, I was going to say that tripwire could really mess him up, but taking out Cortezia real quick here leaves Demon One in a 2v1, and it's Artzine with the 4K.
Artzine again. This time it wasn't really an attempt to try to surprise players as they're going through the plant with util. To just get the backstab, walk, contact play, go for the trades, and Artzine drops 4 in the round again. Slight mistake coming through from Leviathan, dropping that spike quite early towards the garage when Rossi peeks solo, trying to go for that hero play, duel it up against a player on pillar. And that forces the last timeout of Leviathan. This is also Leviathan's map pick. And for MIBR coming through on this one, I'm quite intrigued to see what will happen on Icebox after, because I would have thought going into this series that a lot of the changes with Vernal coming in this roster, there'll be more compositional changes coming out from MIBR.
Yeah.
But for Leviathan, if they're already pulling this right now on the first map, what can he pull out on Icebox after? That said, though, looking at this timeout and the discussion coming out from Mitopata with the rest of the team of Leviathan, they really need to find ways to stop Artzine on the top middle. I feel that there hasn't been enough pressure coming up on that side to push him through or try to capitalize on it, especially when he's not playing that judge anymore.
We're just seeing outright plays, right? B and mid. We're not seeing second hits. You have the double initiator, early salvo, early fault line, wait for it, use it again, play within the window, not even watch towards A on the lurks unless the whole team's taking ramp or they've gone through vent. So switch it up a bit, right? Give him something else to look at least at this point, you're far enough in that I think they've conditioned B quite a bit.
Definitely saw some flashes of that from that pistol round where they scaled a little bit here. Their initiator util, but this time with the low buy that they have, it may just have to come down to some sort of Hail Mary into this round. Their hero rifle coming out here.
Oh, they're about to be up against a lot of alts too if they just a few kills.
The hero rifle from King is big, so their timeout will revolve around this. There has to be something huge, maybe even a Demon One TP, because they have that from available for them. have to be figuring out now if they want to TP across, try to jump across the fault line into the A site or the A ramp control.
1-2. Gate crash isn't there, so can't follow it as much as they want, but still, they're going to get a fault line back at least. Artsin predicting that there would have been a push on ramp with that drone. You can see him helping out from B. So they drone back. Gonna just slow this one down since nobody sees anything, and you see the kind of leaning rotations coming in now from both teams.
Yeah. We're almost to that minute mark, and the only thing we've isolated or identified was a Tejo playing towards the A side. We still don't know where the Cypher is set up for MIBR. So Leviathan's not really out of that frying pan yet. They still have to find the information of where potentially an AWP could be, where the Cypher is set up. So prodding up towards B Heaven is quite smart.
Artsin just on point, even though he takes almost all of his health there, doesn't affect him one bit. Aspas still alive and well. Make sure that lurk from Tex does not have an effect on the map, so this means MIBR can now focus on the rest of the team. Coming into B, hell is exactly where Demon 1 goes down as Rossi falls quickly after. Eyes on Calm, a flick, and almost Shenham as well, but he cleans it up. The rookie's good for another, and to bring MIBR to match point on split.
Match point.
And flashing through, giving their tell that they're moving up towards that B Heaven. Yes, it's nice. They off that timeout is what we were talking about, trying to push against Artsin, who usually positions at that spot towards Mail. So they worked in as a pack, trying to take him down. He's playing at the bottom, on the outside, out in the open, and still wins a duel against King with no trades. But that's also the util that followed across. Shenham actually put a Battlestar down on the ground to start the concuss to split off that hit from Leviathan. So great counter utility coming out from MIBR on the defense.
Here again, just on the other side of the wall towards A. It's always just a straight up fight, it seems, in the beginning. Aspas on a hard angle with this op. Oh, just to the right and in between the second two.
That's a rare miss.
Yeah, a very rare miss. A quick Tex peek gives him a little bit of shake up there. And that's a big first blood going in the side of Leviathan. Now they have the chance. Can they convert the 5v4 after so many rounds of not being able to get him? Artsin takes down Tex in the chaos. And they trade one back there, but really no movement gained off of that too much. MIBR happy with how this one played out. The lurk into B is going to be huge. What's the call coming in for this LEV team that's trying to get themselves into position? Oh my gosh, Shenham from the spot of Artsin last time. They always have somebody deep in that B site, watching main, watching Heaven, and Verno drops another one. All these solo kills.
It was a nice try. He tried to TP across, but Verno was already close enough to hear that Demon 1 crossed over that trip. He's already ready for that pick, but now King is trying to turn it back. Give some sort of retaliation from Leviathan. Rolling Thunder to stop him, and it's up to Calm now to open up the A site.
Last player standing.
Just the indecision there. They wanted to peek together. They wanted to try to make it teamwork, but Artsin's going to get the 3K to clean up the round. And even with first blood on that, MIBR takes it back. And from game point, they take split 13-7.
You're going to have to start understanding here that MIBR on split is definitely a strong team. Artsin finishing on the top of the scoreboard and very, very difficult to deal against him. Anywhere he plays, such a good anchor, such great utility coming out from MIBR to answer back onto anything that Leviathan was trying to pull out here on their attack side.
I think we're seeing from this MIBR team too. Well, it's one game. It didn't need to be an Aspas show. That was a team show from MIBR. And when Aspas needed the hits, he got hits. But the rest of the team, Artsin, Shenham, Cortezia, beautiful 3Ks, 4Ks throughout the map. King too. Crazy, or not, sorry, Verno too.
For them to get so many multi-kills so far, it also shows that potentially Leviathan were not as coordinated, moved together to go for these instant trades. So for them to try out with this composition, it was a nice try to have King back into a duelist role that he hasn't played since 2023, comes out with the Yoru, but it definitely didn't shake up MIBR and what they wanted to approach in this game.
All right, we'll be stepping away, but when we come back, GB and the crew will break down map number 1.
Vai vir pra buscar, quem que acerta esse tiro primeiro? Bala do Aspas!
A ver cómo retoma MIBR, situación complicada, baja de tech, doble de Demon One, se activó el demonio.
A strong start for MIBR on Split. And Fraud, we got the chance to talk about the roster changes and things that Verno is bringing to the table. But I want to ask you more specifically about the meta. We just saw the Tejo Breach that you brought on Split for the first time. There's also a Dragon was saying that Aspas is going to be playing the Waylay at some point. So how do you make of this meta and how it is fitting MIBR?
We think it's great. We just didn't really get much practice against that kind of style, those kinds of comps when we were training in Brazil once we made the team. Once we came to NA, we realized early on that we were a little bit behind on the meta, so we just started to focus on our game, our plans, and trying to make some of these drastic changes. We obviously made drastic changes as far as changing our IGL mid-tournament and stuff, but at the end of the day, at least when it comes to compositions and certain things inside the game, it's always good to rely on comfort. Not saying that you should always do that way, but I felt like that was the best way to give us a chance at kickoff, and we're just going in head first, especially after kickoff. We've been practicing really hard at understanding the meta, and you never know what we'll pull out.
I'm excited to see it. Best of luck.
And there you heard Coach Fraud talking about what the potential of this MIBR is, especially after that 13-7 win on Split. MIBR looked good, but the question is, can they close it out on Icebox 2-0? Guys, I mean, let's actually first reflect on what Fraud was saying about how they went to Brazil. They were a little bit behind on the meta, but now that they're here, and it's crazy to think, even when you're behind, you just have so many resources on that team. They're just so good natural gunpowder.
Yeah, and he's talking about that despite the success they had at Kickoff, right? Yeah. Where they were playing almost all older comps. They weren't really playing any of the Teo. They were one of the few teams who was behind in that way. But here they've kind of shown their own twist, where they're playing the Breach, the Teo, some new stuff, but still leaning into comfort, what works for Aspas, and letting him lock the Jet in a pretty unconventional way here on Split.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting that we've now actually seen on back-to-back days star duelists running the Jet with the Tejo Breach on Split, and in both cases it working really well. Yeah, that's not something that we've seen outside of this little moment in time, but it's pretty cool. This was back in the second half, some really impactful rounds that allowed MIBR to really wrangle control of the game later on.
Yeah, it was super back and forth. It was kind of a muddy first half, and let's be honest, this round with the judge is not giving the best case for it to not have been muddy in the second half, but...
I gotta say, after that round, Artson being silly on the comms, from there on out, it really felt like MIBR were just vibing. The game was just coming to them. They were chilling. They were being a little silly. They made it look very effortless in that second half.
I think we also got like a tiny look behind the curtain too in his reaction to that judge round. He's like saying in perfect English, I'm the best player in the game, or something to that effect. So it's clear they're doing some kind of combination, talking in some English, because three of the players who are Brazilians speak the language very well. Shenom's learning it. So thus far, I mean, it just looked on point. It was a very clean second half. They only dropped one round on the defensive side to close out Split.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't have asked for a better showing if you are an MIBR fan. But I do want to check in on the new additions to both teams and how they performed here, right? You got Vossi, combine them together. Rossi and Verno joining up. First thing, we'll start off with Rossi here. Coming into this one, didn't really get, to see much, but there were some moments for Rossi, for sure, Wyatt.
Yeah, he had a couple high impact rounds here and there. It was the catalyst of some straight up round wins at times, but no, definitely tough for him to really get in a position where he can try to take over the game, but that's going to happen when you're playing the breach on the map. It's just a lot more setup, of course.
Verno wasn't absolutely lights out either, but I thought he did his job well, especially on their defensive side. He was in the places he needed to be, had very good util usage on that Teo, and seemed like he was gelling, having fun on the stage, which I think is one of the biggest things you're asking for when you're introducing a new, pretty young, pretty new player into a very different team culture than what he's experienced in the past.
And I think for both guys, it's a very clear, good fit, right? They're going to get slotted into the thing that they need to do. They're not here to be superstar, do the most amazing things ever. Just get the job done. It seems like so far so good.
I mean, they have Osbosses and Demon Ones, but still, like, the expectation for those guys, if you watch the offseason, is greatness, right?
They don't have to worry because you got Osbos and Demon One, and you got some great players on your team. But let's shift over to the Leviathan side. We have Ito Pata standing by to get us ready for map number 2.
Thank you guys. I'm here with Ito Pata, head of map 2. And Ito, I'm a little confused when it comes to the IGL lane because I saw King talk about it. I saw Rossi saying that he's the IGL. So can you clarify how these roles are working out, not only for the IGL lane, but also is Demon 1 going to be in controller? What is going on right now?
I mean, I think cat's out of the bag right now. Rossi is going to be the IGL for us, and Max is Demon 1 is moving to the smokes role.
So King Duelist.
King Duelist.
Okay, that's good. I mean, we saw a little bit of it, so I'm excited to see it on Icebox. Best of luck.
Okay, so the official word. We saw it there. Rossi is IGLing. King in the Duelist. Mimi, what do you make of this?
Rossi was doing the same thing on Cloud9 during the offseason, had a lot of success in that role there. It is weird because of the history King has. Almost 4 years IGLing for this team, now having to kind of step back and go back to a Duelist he hasn't played in quite a while.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Duelist he's actually going to be playing on Icebox because I've definitely seen him play a whole lot of Raze in the past, and he was really excellent on that role. Shifting into the Jet would be really strange.
Yeah.
Do we get the Waylay? Perhaps. I think there's a chance. But yeah, I would be interested to see if he brings the Jet out.
Yeah, we'll find out, folks, because map 2 is coming up next, and we'll see whether or not Leviathan can force that map 3. Take us over to Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Thanks for sticking with us. We are back, and we are about to get into map 2. It is Icebox. Will we see some Waylay from any of these teams? It's a consideration. We did just get info, though, figuring out Rossi's got that shot calling in for the squad. They're looking great coming into this first matchup, and we'll see if they can bring that momentum into map 2.
Definitely a lot of big things, big question marks going into the Agent Select for sure, because if you're thinking about what Jogger was mentioning before in his post-game interview, most of the best Jets are currently playing Waylay. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Waylay on this map of Icebox. I feel like this would have been perfect for, you know, players like Ospas or players like Demon 1.
Yeah.
But that might be squashed now that Demon 1 is now the controller player. But I do respect that of what Ito Pata was saying before, to have Demon 1 into the controller. This is not unseen territory, right? The TenZ has done it before, from a star duelist back into a controller role, doing some great numbers onto that one as well. So now it's just a learning curve for Leviathan, it feels like, from going into this first map of Split 1.
Also, is this King Unleashed, right? No more, doesn't have to shot call, can focus on the shots, can focus on the Yoru again, actually coming in. So it is going to be King on Yoru. We wondered what it would be. Desk didn't feel like it would be Jet, and they were right. That's why they're Desk.
Yeah. So seeing King on this is quite nice. We'll have to see how he's going to develop this Yoru on the map. And now for MIBR, this seems like they've done this before, with the exception of one. I think instead of having I think they had a Gecko that they were playing before, but now it's still familiar composition, coming out of MIBR on this map of Icebox. I thought they'd be cooking a little bit more on their side with some Waylay, but at least it's going to be Ospas in the, of course, Jet.
Every time I see a Harbor in a composition, it reflects that it's going to take more teamwork. You play that layering to get into sight. You use the walls, you use the cascades. Verno can double clear or double check with a bolt and with drone. So it's gonna be a lot of teamwork there, and then moving up. We'll see how LEV layers their tactics, as they are going to be on the attack side first, trying to come out strong here and make a mark on the map. They just lost on Split. Can they heat it up on Icebox?
It's going to get heated right away. 5 players up towards the belt, and here's the action.
Sheriffs go speed by 3 Sheriffs here for LEV. They want the long range fights. Look at them all up there trying to trade a few shots in with that 55 damage. Not going to tick in just yet.
The action will calm down for a bit. Yeah, they've lost Artazine in the very beginning for MIBR, but at least Shunnum is still up. So if there's a next wave from Leviathan, the Viper Wall could come through. They could delay even more and potentially even cancel out this Recon Dart salvo that Common Rossi will try to do.
Almost ahead. Aspas finds another, almost gets the flick. 3v3, but Com is limping into the site with the spike here. High ground is taken over by MIBR. This wall drops and all hell is going to break loose.
The call from Rossi is, do you want to peek off the wall? And it is.
One enemy remaining.
Great trades, great coverage. Tom on the run.
Yeah, and in the end, getting a plant will be pretty decent here for Leviathan. A silver lining if they could come through and get that plant towards that B site, but Shunnum's already hearing it all. By the time he comes across, coming through the orb, he'll be down to 1 HP. Easy tap. Boop. So to look back at the composition for both MIBR and Leviathan, it's nice to see that even Verno goes into the strong suit, into a Silva for this team.
Yeah.
Also is allowed to play a Silva for his team as well. I think he's mentioned also in a conversation with Pedro Romero where, you know, he kind of likes the Tejo because you kind of have to follow up with it with the meta, but he finds the Agent not really his strong suit because it's too easy to play. So now you're able to have a Silva and cook up some stuff like he's able to do here on a Silva in the past. So that might be something that might help Leviathan to fight moving forward later on this map of Icebox.
Always love to see what kind of darts Com comes up with. The Fracture ones are always a pleasure to see here on Icebox. We'll see if we find anything different or new. A little bit of a check down long for MIBR, but it is the whole squad of Leviathan keeping these classics together to see if they can move forward and get a plant down. All this delay from the Harbor makes it so much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, look at how Artazine is just cycling through this. As soon as that cascade comes down, you have the high tide that comes through. He'll have an orb or a second cascade, and if they cross this line and want to use util, then you have the Viper Wall. So right now for Leviathan, at least they're just full classics. They're sticking back towards the back of the tower here. I don't know if they're trying to sell a fake from the B side and maybe walk up contact after. Seems to be the case. The Recon Dart already got popped out here by Com. Counter Recon instantly shot off by a classic, so that will not force any rotates from MIBR. And there's a cascade.
It's from like 1 minute and 20 seconds you've seen Harbor utility here at Maze. Now we're down to 30. A pressure cooker hit onto the A site. It's going to really make things tough for King and squad as we see one fall. Demon One can trade back a classic shot, but it is just the rest of MIBR peering down here on the heads of the side of Leviathan. A nice Cove plant, so they do get that money through at the last second. But how long can they spend in sight is the question.
I don't think too long, and that's why I chuckled a bit. It's just nice to see that they're just able to use Artazine's Cove to get a safe plant to bring some money at least for Leviathan. So 300 across the board, but let's not brush over the fact that Cortesia just had some nice anchoring despite being in on an anti-eco. Great positioning, playing around the smokes, playing around his team's smokes, and getting a nice little 4K towards the end. 10 HP to remain.
1 HP, I double teamed him! Where do the bullets go?
Only into the helmet.
I feel like I say the same things in my game. That's crazy. All right, 2-0 here. Can they carry the bonus over? Our team's just going to go with the Sheriff. Seems like that may be a weapon over to somebody else. Actually, just 1,400. So yeah, buys his own and gets the armor through. So just a low buy. Shouldn't hurt him too bad. Lev is going to be looking towards B with an A lurk, though.
Actually doesn't even get armor. I think right now for Artazine is trying to build the economy up so that getting into the later rounds, if Aspas loses an op in the next, he'll be able to afford another one for 2 rounds in a row. But the rest around it, the rifle's still pretty good for MIBR. Two Bulldogs, rifle for Cortesia, good positioning coming out from Shenom. He'll get he may get punished around here, but it looks like with the high tide, that will pull and push the players away, and should have been a free kill. Another rare miss coming out from Aspas.
He's thinking he'd stay, though. He always likes to play that you wouldn't consider that I do this, right? But he is in a one-and-done position. The drone may have actually seen him on the side. Easy dash out so they can set up in an anchor spot. But it is the right site choice by Lev.
The good part is that the drone was forced out at belt just to get Aspas away, so they won't be able to use it towards the 410. So they have to move as a group for Leviathan to try to get the plant down.
Oof. Cortesia won't be getting a 3K on this one. He drops first. The rest of MIBR is going to be forced to do the full retake here. And let's see how Lev pushes forward. Calm gets on high ground. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get on that rafter. All right. Cascade in, dropping together, just trying to create chaos and break crosshairs, but all the shots are clicking here for the side of Leviathan on the retake. And they just get the last one to hit there on Shenom towards the top side, and that is going to be a bonus round for Lev. They strike back pretty early.
That's what you kind of want from Leviathan for sure. With the results from the first map of Split, they come back with good protocols, good fundamentals too, to have a clean retake, or re-hit rather, towards the A site. Capitalizing on the mistakes coming through like this to move in as this pack mentality. And imagine if you actually did take Tex down.
Yeah.
Cortesia maybe could have stayed alive towards the back of that A site.
They flooded, and I see Aspas is here.
Yeah, I think they have to consider that. I was going to say that Aspas is going to be doing some weird things in this, pushing up. They'll now consider him in a lot of different positions since he's trying to get those first bloods and take Lev off guard.
A good call by Lev to start. Rossi telling the team to focus up towards the A side. Because the op is already up from Aspas. It's at the right spot, or at the wrong spot rather, looking from top yellow. So King will have to try to follow through behind the owl drone.
Oh no, oh, he threw it in his shorts. They're not gonna get that flash to go working. Calm and Demon 1 coming up with some quick frags there as they do get out of that kerfuffle. They'll be fine for the situation. The rotation now coming over from Aspas. It's gonna be hard to get the operator back in, and they don't even know it's on the map yet.
The good part about this is Aspas is able to rotate back to what seems to be Leviathan trying to go for that re-hit into the A site. So if he's able to get one or two, this is definitely the call to try to fight back into the site. So Leviathan have to be pristine here. Thankfully, still salvos and recon dart available for that re-hit. Salvos should be going back towards that spawn and screen, and there they are. That should allow safe passage for a plan into the A site.
A nice little combo, as you called it. Just one after the other. Pushing players out, trying to find out where MIBR's defensive positions could be.
That might be it.
Yeah, they have one snake bite for this and not a whole lot of util to get in. The operator's going to be worth way too much.
Especially when the op shot just whiffed and missed King towards that back of dice. That gives a chance here for Leviathan to set up in that split second. The next bullet to go back in the chamber of the op, and you'll see them now just well positioned in the pulse plant. So Leviathan will be able to tie up this game 2-2, and also have already realized now that the op came out early for MIBR. The comp coming out from Leviathan is actually quite nice as well, because you're looking at maybe some teams trying to force up a lot of the meta into the Tejo Breach. And sometimes the Tejo Breach on this map is very difficult to isolate the op or find the op where it could be. So you need potentially a KO or the Sova to try to knife out, recon out, to identify these long corridors and elevations that Jets could take on the defensive side.
It's so nice to have the Sova here too, because I feel like Aspas is just going to stand there. Just try to shoot you before KO flash, take the knife and still be okay with it. Just the kind of player he is. So yeah, being able to double find him, get him out, play it slow, and even have King work those flashes to get him out of position. They might even have a better idea of how to work around it now that Aspas has the op. So his job may get harder at this point. He's going to stick an A. And see if they can start off right away. They'll give him time to get online with the harbor wall coming out here towards A.
King's already disrespected it though. Ran through because you can always TP out if he wants. And that's actually a great move because he now realizes that MIBR are not pressuring or not moving up towards the orb.
Yeah. You can almost see, he's like, are you on Jenny? Did he do the far peek? Yeah. They're thinking of everything to shut down Aspas right now.
Oh.
Ping, ping. How? Almost gets him on the second one. A lot of damage. Just look at the side of MIBR. Chipped away there from Verno and Artisan.
I think it was a flash dart. That's why they couldn't break it. So the double ping almost allowed here to get a couple of kills out. But at least you have some weakened players on the A side for MIBR. Leviathan, though, keeping them at bay towards A. Now focusing towards this B site where Shinam seems to want to play the one and done.
One of our first B hits here. Coming in from the side of LEV. It looks like they just kind of have to dry peek it, whether it's going to be this flasher on the corner. They have one more piece of util. They don't from that side of Tom. Oh my gosh. Just touch and go, touch and go. King finally gets Shenum. They're just asking for fights out in the middle of the site at this point as Rossi's Armageddon drops Cortesia.
Nicely done for Leviathan.
Jeez.
Yeah, Artisan so far just trying to stay alive, protect the op into the next round. Tex lurking through.
He sees a whole slew of people, tries to get away and still runs into Verno in a triple mid stack. And MIBR still limping around here. Aspas looking for one more shot, but he may actually lose the operator real quick to none other than a Comlurk.
Classic Com, but the timing's good towards the end. It won both. If anything, yes, they lost Verno, but Aspas may now be able to save his operator, knowing that LEV are closing that gap, so he's just trying to make sure he's staying as safe as possible and watches that single angle, trying to take down Com from that early pick. But overall...
Hunting.
Looks like he should be okay.
Yeah.
But the thing is, here you're looking back to MIBR. We've mentioned these one-and-done positions where they did catch a couple of players of Leviathan able to get the first shots through, but unfortunately couldn't connect. And due to that, everybody just got punished by the Tejo utility on the attack side coming out from Rossi to allow Leviathan to get this plant, and now the lead in the second map. Off again, the silver lining for MIBR in this round. Trying to get potentially a forward position. As you see now, Aspas getting ready to just run through the barrier.
They try to put an aggressive spot too. Spike down, default across the map here, so LEV can feel it out themselves and see what they want to do. Oh
With the owl drone missing in this position from Shenam, he'll get so much info, a free kill. Oh!
And stunned up, doesn't even have Demon One able to clean that up. They hear the close drone as well coming in from MIBR over at A because they're still lurking on that spot. A fast hit towards B now, and MIBR is going to be out of position.
That could have been the biggest kill to start things off here for MIBR to get a round with the much lower buy that they had, but that whiff again from Shenam.
Oh my gosh. They're so much farther ahead. Cortesia not even expecting anyone to be that close. Com is in the same spot too. They're just able to get these kills quick. And now the recoup. Aspas coming in with the operator again. It always seems too little too late here. They have so much work to do once they get to the site every time. And just delay over delay being layered on this fight.
Exactly. And then Demon One still has potentially a lineup with a Snakebite later on, but you see this come through. Salvos now, maybe there's nothing left here though. Oh, it's actually a bad plant. You can get behind the wall and defuse it here. Only gets it at half.
And there's the lurk. Demon One comes back around. MIBR really forced into that fight. Although a low buy round, they did have lockdown. They had a few things, and lockdown is still iffy to use if you're trying to retake B anyways on a low buy. But still, they went in that really aggressive without a lot of members.
And thankfully, Demon One was on that late lurk towards the end, because if that was being stuck and nobody was trying to crunch in,
I'm acting like I'm the GOAT. You don't need to act like that, bro. You are.
Dude, was that Aspas? That looked just like Aspas.
Definitely an Aspas cosplay. He also definitely is the GOAT for many.
Yeah.
But that's quite fun to see. You know, you still have this vibe merchant coming out here from Common at the same time in his conversations with interviewers has been mentioning that Rossi joining this roster is kind of like a mini Boostio.
Yeah,
comes out with
Boostio,
great
right?
vibes, joking around, keeping like the chemistry good and the camaraderie really nice between the camp of Leviathan. So despite them getting like what, no results on the map of Split, they're still staying quite calm, and you're seeing now forcing out the timeout on MIBR side with how good they've been working around this map of Icebox.
We'll definitely consider, no matter what's happening here, they'll probably vibing over there on that side with the mentalities we've seen so far. MIBR coming off that win on Split, looking for a solution here. The operator, again, seeming to be slowing them down, but it also could turn the game around if Aspas is the first person to see somebody. It just looks like LEV is really not allowing that and avoiding it at all costs.
And just before we get in, or we got back into the game, you just noticed that Verno was actually very vocal talking to his team. So there's probably something throughout this timeout that he's been reading through to allow here MIBR potentially to get some good defense, and it's potentially now to walk down and take control of middle. And when Aspas takes this, get ready for the extremities.
You can see the harbor wall here for Aspas towards mid, giving them a little bit more safety, because now they back off. They don't fully like the situation, and King is already in the face of everyone at A. LEV is moving so quick on these rounds.
The thing is, though, they've gotten map control, but that's it. There's a lockdown, and you also have a reckoning out coming out from the defense. That's going to have to push them all back.
Shenum gets one. Demon One could do a lot of damage here if he's got the right timing. Is he coming around from mid, but watching inside. Verno now scaling the base, but he gets taken down by Com. Oh, it goes down into the detained. The shots almost come in from both sides, but everybody's jazz hands at this point for a few more seconds, and we're back to defusing. It's going to be Artisan on the defuse. Colt goes down, and it is pandemonium in sight. Demon One's gone down on that flank, and MIBR start to source out the members needed to get this defuse down. It is at half. The fight continues. And it's going to be Aspas to get that last one. Not enough time after all. And they do finally lose that operator.
My God, did it get chaotic indeed in that round.
What the hell?
I feel there was maybe a little bit of a misplay going through because you kind of used the lockdown and the reckoning at the same spots. So already both ults are going to push all the players back towards the extremity where the spike has already been planted. Look at the radius you see from the replay right now. And with that, you're already going to be in an area on the attack side to protect your own lockdown. All that gave once again.
Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, guys! Come on.
All that gave so much time for Demon One once again to wrap around into screens.
And they're expecting it.
I don't think MIBR so far in these scenarios have seen the lurks out of Demon One and the pulse plants. So Leviathan might still be able to use this as a trump card later on in this half.
Oh, the jockeying for position here at the front of A. So neat to watch. We see the mollies and the shock darts going in to try and hit him at maze before MIBR pushes through, but they're still making it. The harbor wall for safety. Like, so much is being invested here in the beginning. And it's just a game of inches to see who actually peaks first, and this might be a dry peak here. Whew. Aspas so ready. Oh, and he gets taken out right away. Tex flicks down and up. What the hell, Tex? The shots are incredible from him today.
Verno trying to go for the hero play, but is just going to get pinged out. No players will be dropping down for Leviathan, so that will calm down this high-low stack that was attempted by MIBR. Aspas playing the Jet in this composition where, again, before we started this map, I thought he'd be playing some Waylay, but the advantage is seeing Aspas was the Bladestorm versus Aspas with parting the rivers, pretty much.
Yeah.
Parting the seas on the retakes. If you had the Waylay to work with on the ult, I think this it fits his playstyle a little bit more in these lower buy scenarios for MIBR.
And we saw the stat on Aspas. What was it? Last time he played crew, he had a 4 KDA on this. I think he was like he had blades every round. He was flying through. We saw him in the spawn side when he was on attack, or the defender spawn when he was on attack. It's much different here. And MIBR still cleaning up a few to try and bring it back into their favor. Artisan has been hot on these shots throughout the game. Going to be enough to take 2 more down, though, with the Vandals they've picked up. Not much time on the spike. Slowly creeping. You can see Shenum wants to save. If Art even had 1 escape to get, he was going to attempt it. Yeah, Pit's going to be down for a round coming up here at least. MIBR may be able to turn the hand of LEV and which way they want to go, but really nice push and pull, re-hits. They're winning these stalemate fights that eventually break open.
You bring up a good point. I think that's the stalemate. At the very beginning, it's just slow stalls coming out from MIBR because of these high tides during their gun rounds, because of the cascades. We were praising that before on the side of MIBR with what Artisan's been doing. But that doesn't really affect Leviathan too much when you have recon art salvos for the re-hits. at least for now. And also you have King that's able to flash through all of these walls when they want to go for the explosion. But overall, they've done a very good job avoiding and understanding where Aspas is playing early in these rounds.
Whoop, watch your head. Rossi almost gets cooked a little bit. That's a nice kill onto Verno. So a lot of the retake capability of MIBR gone.
The thing is, the pit was being thrown down from the barrels on the side of the generator, so you can't really play top 410 or pipes. You have to reposition yourself here on the defense. So this may give a chance here for Leviathan to pressure back into this pit. Just try to find where the Viper could be playing.
Just missing on the right there. Nice cut out of the pit. Two lurk towards mid. Very powerful group here moving through. They're gonna have a back watch. And somebody moving into the site.
So good.
Look how close they can get to the pit, too. They just walk right in behind. Oh, the spam is perfect. Somebody's going to drop in. That's Shenum still picking up a kill, but Demon 1 follows through with the trade, and they have a free site to figure out what they want to do with.
That was just good manipulation of the map there for Leviathan. So much decoys being thrown out in the front of that pit. From the drone to the decoys. Allowing the other two players to just lurk around, both Tex and Demon 1. And because they've lost Verno so early in that round for MIBR, that was key coming out from Calm in the very beginning, to kill him with the Hunter's Fury. Because the responsibility for Verno was to try to not only dart for information at A main, but to drone and find information at the 1 minute mark, up towards middle. And losing that key piece on the defense for MIBR allowed Leviathan to have such a beautiful split. And almost we're seeing Aspas every single round.
Yeah.
Yet.
This is the only time he sees people, when they chase him.
Exactly. He's padding some stats with the operator, but getting no real value out of it. And it's not his fault. They're not going against him.
Exactly. That's the thing. They are avoiding him so much, he only gets to play at the end of the round when it doesn't matter. That's insane, Van Silly.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 7-2. All in a row, too, for Leviathan. Off that bonus, they have ran away with the game, and the operator still continues to be used here. MIBR feels like it's the solution for once it gets used. But LEV, it just seems like they have X-ray vision to where Aspas is every time and says, no thank you. We're either forcing you out with util or just going the other way.
Lots of ults available for Leviathan here. They might try to move a little bit more quickly. Lockdown may be the first one to start. You can play Armageddon, lots of util towards the end for the pulse plan. This composition from Leviathan that we're seeing so far, again, we've seen the display of what it could bring in the pulse plans on that B site earlier on in the half.
Lockdown free site. No
looks like he wants to use it.
Yeah.
No, he's going to let it go. He was backing up for it, but looks like they want to let that go and use it for the retake.
Oh my gosh. Everything in the kitchen sink on this round in sight for LEV. They go ahead and put the pit down on the lockdown. Armageddon's going to slow down the site take as they want to ensure a safe plant and adjustment into defensive positioning. And post plant. Oh my word. However, looking good so far. 5v4. Can they keep it going? MIBR to stop the bleeding with this round. There's a lot to be done still. Artsin makes a better case for it, though, with another kill. Comes very low on this one. Cortesia. Here's one. Cool. Demon 1 finding Artsin in the site.
Last player standing.
They're all so close, but somehow it's taking so long to get the final kill onto Demon 1. He is dancing. He is dodging, and MIBR are able to get it. Yeah, that's going to be enough time. That's not a fast ping just yet. Up to half. They are going to give that over to Verno to try and stack the ultimate, and MIBR get the calls, get the comms, and get the site take.
Yeah, great job by Verno towards the end, using the Hunter's Fury not to stop the lockdown, but to actually not allow Leviathan to get the plant in. That gives a chance now for MIBR to start flooding through, because you're forcing out so many early ults and not be able to use it for the pulse plant. Don't tell me that was going to be the winning thing that does allow Calm to lurk. But yeah, just being able to do that and then having MIBR using the elevation, knowing that the pit was staying quite low towards that jail. Artsin just drops in with the rest of the team to try to close up onto Demon 1.
See Fried cleaning the sweat off. He's like, all right, we're doing it. We're coming back now. They are sweating this one out for sure with the power that LEV's been hitting with. They can find a way through A site again. they make it difficult. And now they've been keeping Tex and Demon 1 together more so in mid as they get this first initial encroach. Tex is so fast on the flicks today.
Survives at 30 HP. Drone to find info. It actually does see comms, so that might allow here MIBR to just stay put towards the A site. All of them playing and leaving Osbos solo towards B because of this op.
Right here.
With how Leviathan's been playing so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit and finish towards the A side again.
You're not wrong. It's such a good insert there with Rossi. And you see Tex moving in, keeping that turret alive towards mid, so the flank is double watched. I think they drone and they throw a
and he's got TP
right?
towards spawn, exactly. So he'll probably grab orb first or something, just try to make sure that Osbos is going to hear it. And there you go, TP's out. And again, we talk about these walls that are always available from MIBR, but you got salvos and everything else to try to hit back, and flashes to counter flash to the walls.
Oh, Artson takes a very vulnerable position here after being vulnerable himself, but they're not going to expect it. Oh, he gets the 3K collide on Common Demon 1 in the end, and that is going to be a big turnaround. The rotation now to come over 1v1, but it's not going to be enough. Beautifully done here. MIBR able to string it out.
A huge kill coming out from Verno towards the end. Yes, it was a very big 3K that happened first, so a little bit of a misstep coming out from Leviathan by not clearing behind that wall in front of Jenny. So after getting this 3K though, there was a beautiful high-low, or at least one on the 410. That was Tex trying to watch the player, trying to plant down and cover his back. But Verno swings out to get the kill. If not, the plant was going down, it would have a 1v1 where Osbos will have to play with an op retake. And thankfully that salvages the round here for MIBR. Changing the pace here, Leviathan going with the dimensional drift flash now to take control of this B site.
Boy, he's holding. Oh, he's gonna stay. Oh, okay, he doesn't stay. I'll say that's a real risky play. They go all the way through, and I think last round what we've been waiting to see is for MIBR's rifles, the things in A, to actually stop Lev, to not need that B rotation over. And here, with Lev choosing the lower numbers again, the softer site, they may just get it. Nice delay.
Oh, they're actually using the Reckoning for the delay for sure.
Oh. Trade back slows things down. Coming in from screens, the double play here. Verno just with shock darts. They've already used the find for the site. But Artson does have the walls to kind of get them a little bit of an entry in if they can layer themselves forward.
For Leviathan, they don't have their own wall to walk through. So Osbos is in a good spot to watch the cross.
30 seconds left.
He'll be the first point of contact, and Nardazine has to play the hero after if they're able to cross over the first shot that's about to ring.
Rossi just got salvos back. That's going to initiate the window they want to get in. Oh, Verno, eyes high, hits the 410 shot immediately, but Osbos is pushed back as he did not have an angle on anybody during the action. Just everyone bearing down on him. Alert bot to give up his spot here. And he will not be able to buy an operator coming into the next round. It is half anyways at 8-4. And what a half from Lev it was.
That's the beauty again of Leviathan with how good this Tejo is going into the meta. By not having any smokes, but staying patient enough, knowing that he still had enough time to use his salvos to push these, at least the op out of position. And Nardazine had to land those shots in the back to give him a chance, but they didn't, and now they have a great start for Leviathan in the second half.
Very aggressive attack side coming in from Leviathan. Can MIBR answer back after the break? We are back. Thank you so much for joining us again. MIBR will now attempt to come back and take it in 2, but LEV very much so looking like they're going to push us all the way to Ascent, a map 3 here in our second series of the day. And it has been a stark difference for both teams, from Split and how MIBR played to now LEV waking up very much so for Icebox.
I think, again, this composition will continue to look fairly good for Leviathan on the defense. They have great ways to fight against the double wall coming out from MIBR, who are looking to start here towards this A site. All 5 of them to kick things off. Thankfully, though, for Leviathan, or at least for MIBR, we are playing soft side over towards A. Tex is all the way towards the back under the rafter, and they are trying to tempo up out of this. So there should be a plant coming out here for MIBR, but a triple flank is what's going to be the key component for Leviathan in this round of the pistol.
Okay, Tex. Just right here. Tears a head off in sight as they jump up, I believe, onto that top part. Spikes down. A quick check back before everybody comes through, but that whole lurk is coming back around through mid.
They've kept 2 players all the way back for MIBR, and MIBR doesn't have the composition to play the pulse plant delay, so Leviathan flooding back. Cortezia has to come up huge with Aspas in here.
All right, displacement goes through. They got to wait for this decay to come back up. All 5 members of LEV in sight, healthy and ready. They have a flash now from King. They need to get a little bit more room. Oh, the teamwork. They're just setting up walls of pistols here to retake, but Aspas and Shenum fire back. Oh my God, Aspas, he does it! 4K for Aspas. Wakes up with the Red Bull clutch.
What a round by Aspas. At the very beginning when it was peeking out towards that belt, and I was like, okay, that's 1 bullet, only a body shot, the other ones are missing. Caught in the reload as well. But as soon as he gets a new chamber, those were not shooting blanks. And he gets the Red Bull clutch here to save the pistol for MIBR.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh. That'll start to spark some things here for MIBR, especially for Aspas. Been waiting to see that for both games right now in the series, but it's good to see MIBR be able to frag without him as well.
Double rifle, sorry, triple rifle for MIBR in this second round. Anti-eco. Heavy lean towards the B site where there's actually 4 players for Leviathan ready to fight back with Util.
Kind of toying with that, taking a little bit of time to take him out, but they still grab 2 at yellow. Tex with 3 headshots off the Sheriff. Had 1 last round as well. Not messing around on that defensive side.
Just nice to see Tex back on the stage here for the stage 1, because he is always so hot with that Sheriff.
Incredible stuff. Com should be able to find an upgrade here on the way in too. Oh, doesn't even give it up just yet. He wants the positioning. And there's Shenum. The Vandals being brought in. Quickly close out the round.
Yeah, the play wasn't really around Tex getting that 3K with the Sheriff. The first thing was trying to help Demon 1 at yellow. There was a flash from the back of the Viper wall on the attack side from King to allow here Demon 1 to get this position and hopefully push up forward to get a pick. But after that, unfortunately, all the players are falling down towards that right side. But what nice anchoring coming out from Tex. Still turns out to be around for MIBR, though.
I hate to fucking break it to you.
It happens like that sometimes. It happens. All right. Cascade pressure from MIBR towards A here. So they start showing themselves early at both sites on this half. Just to give Leviathan an idea that the whole map is going to be used for this half.
Yeah, despite losing 3 players within that previous round, still 3 rifles in the bonus, and it starts off well with this lure from Shenum.
Quick push towards mid. That is not a timing I think anybody expected, and MIBR is working off that cut so fast right now as they quickly get a site, and it looks like LEV is just going to go ahead and either save these guns or look for the most extreme exits.
Definitely have to save. Look at the money that's left behind by Com and Demon 1. Even Texas bought all the way down to 0. Yeah, you have to save this right now. So Aspas is definitely going on a hunt. They're closing that gap. Shenom, beautiful lurk in the beginning of this round.
Oof. We'll see if Verno's calls as well continue to push and pull LEV around. We saw that on Split quite a bit. The mid-round calls were so good for him and the rest of the squad. Hello. Just a quick tap on the shoulder.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice side steps there.
And that's a bonus round that you definitely want. It was supposed to be weaker because of those weapons they lost in that round number 2 of this half, but it still turns out, again, a beautiful lurk from Shenom. The first opening that he gets there forces the hand of the players of Leviathan to double up towards Raptors, so you can't really hide or run anywhere unless you want to fall back and play the retake. They opted to stay on top of Raptors, and it was just too many players from MIBR for them to deal with. And now for this round, at least they have the right read to have 4 players stacked up towards this right side.
Oh, chasing Aspas, still trying to get in that jail spot, and they put him in one. King takes him out. And they start to push forward a little bit on that defensive side to say, you don't get free space right away every round. That's just not the game.
At least that util being used really allows Kane to get these nice little forward position and break the timing of MIBR jumping up on the belts. So maybe in the later rounds when they do have rifles, you might be able to see that again here. That seemed to have caught MIBR off guard a bit. Although no recon was thrown, I think, by Verno at the beginning, which is how King got that timing.
Right.
I suggest you move.
Wow. Reckoning invested?
Yeah, Reckoning invested, and they're quite inside the site. Leviathan being thrown left and right with that. Not understanding which position to play in, and it was only in front of Shenom's crosshair that they found where they could hide. What a push through. Taking more space, encroaching into areas. MIBR is suffocating Leviathan right now.
Maybe Shenom or Cortezia. Yeah, definitely. I love that.
Jeez.
A 4K for Shenom, and that's a selfless play coming out from Verno, not to allow Shenom to get the 4K, but mostly activate to get the Viper Spit in this round. So big respect here given by MIBR to use a Reckoning to find the information to allow Shenom in the first place to get the triple kill on the entry right over here. Now you have double ults to work with for MIBR in the next round.
Oh, Ito's got to be, you see him smacking the desk a bit, but watching 3 of your players almost swing on each other to try and retake that site. It's definitely not what you practice. It's a little bit of chaos here. And now MIBR has quickly brought this back to 8-8, Van Silly. Aspas getting towards that top of the list, but Shenom up there too.
Definitely. And I do respect Ito Pada being angry in this moment, but this, you have to also understand this was an eco coming out from Leviathan the round before. So the Reckoning being invested, you can't really play full back and flip back into the site here for Leviathan. You know that Tex has been very good in the shares from that pistol round, so why not try to attempt to at least try to get the trade-off onto Shenom? And unfortunately, you know, you kind of swung out one by one, which maybe was the reason why he got angry, but I still like the play here that Leviathan tried to do to prevent Shenom or even MIBR to move inside A.
I would love to see more trickery from King. We're getting a pretty, well, peek with gate crash and then I'll get out kind of stuff. He's not pressuring MIBR. He's not saying, oh, my Yoru's really going to cause you chaos in the middle of the round and make your strategy sweat. We're kind of seeing King play reactive.
So off this timeout, at least Texas all set up here towards this A site, so they are reading that that MIBR should be trying to get a pit towards this A site. So they'll try to delay it and maybe force the Viper outside of her position. You saw this early TP coming through already from King to support towards this B site, so it ends up not being the bestest of plays for now, but at least a second TP allows for him to move back when the hit now comes through by MIBR.
Just trying to cover the whole map and be there with the squad. Tex missing the second one, so MIBR now broken the site once again. This is where they become deadly, but Leviathan is trying to hold their ground. They just cannot. How are they not taking out one member at a time?
My God.
That's another high-low double kill coming in for MIBR to wipe the site.
Well, what can you do now when these players are feeling hot for MIBR? You've
Yeah.
talked about so many flakes happening through in the past. Yes, a couple in from Tex, but mainly coming out from MIBR in the second half. And Tex already dying in the very beginning. It's just unfortunate. Yes, he gets a nice pick to take down Aspas, but we talked about the delay that he could have had with a Nanostorm and Alarm Bot. And it just didn't give a chance here for Leviathan to answer back as soon as Tex fell down. Now in the Pulse Planet, it comes down to Demon 1 on the flank.
Wow.
Last player standing.
Just to ensure it.
It'll just come down to Demon 1, and I think that's going to be the decision to save. Didn't wait long enough for the player of Leviathan to push out from the spawn into the top of the site, easily caught off. And unfortunate there. I guess a little bit of a miscomm coming through. Now MIBR on the attack side will take the lead in this game. And even in the series, remember, this was a 13-7 first half, or first map rather, on split on Leviathan's map pick. And now you're starting to see that icebox for MIBR seems to have the stronger suit on the attack side with what they're doing from slicing out the map here with the high tides out from Artazine.
It was like seeing these shots.
Dude.
I'm kind of looking on the map too. It's like, are we not seeing kind of what LEV is if they're on Raptors and lower? How many people are behind them on elevation and then on the ground from MIBR, right? They also have a lot of shots to hit. And for MIBR, it's right in front, high, low. So the distraction MIBR is creating on these site takes is just causing that indecision in LEV's shots. Who do they shoot? Which high, low? There's just so many options because MIBR is moving so damn quick.
One suppressed. Drone actually spotted the Viper, and they know that there was an updraft coming out from MIBR on the top. People trying to find a timing, but protected by Artazine.
I think that's what we're seeing altogether. The protection here, the cooperation being played. As I say that though, LEV strike back exactly what they need this round on that low buy. If they can collect any of these weapons, it would be such a boon. Spike goes down, and it's going to be that much tougher to get this round in their favor.
And they might invest this. I was going to say they have 3 ults to work with. Now the Dimensional Drift could help the Hunter's Fury from Calm, and you're hoping to get a pick here.
They got Tex that Vandal. See if he can move in. He is coming in through mid right now. And they start using the Hunter's Fury on one. Just a quick tag onto Artazine. They're not able to get another one as Verno fires through the ult. And now Tex still in the chase of Cortesia. Spike ticking low. This is going to be tough. It's just for the kills now.
What happened? They're doing such a great job to run that clock down. And yeah, I mean, again, it almost looked like Calm was more ready for a recon towards main than trying to get the Hunter's Fury ready to try to get a pick off the Dimensional Drift. So I feel, again, just a second round of miscommunication coming out from Leviathan. Dropping down Cortesia inside that B site would have given that space to allow here King to get that forward position back into sight outside of Dimensional Drift. Then start moving as a group. Recon Dart to fight back towards yellow. But unfortunately, it was just too much utility being used, and MIBR was just able to dance through all of that. Verno winning a key fight. And now you're gambling for a push. A silent walk-up on a defense with rifles for Leviathan.
And this is going to be a pivotal round here, 10-8. This is LEV. They're using all that money they have right now. Armageddon comes out. It's going to be a quick kill under pressure coming in. King and Calm do get one, but they trade 2 back as well as MIBR. Pushing that to 3 kills to take the advantage.
And now there's a big lurk coming out here. They already spot one. Yeah, the headshot. Ross is low on HP. But if Demon 1 is coming through and cuts across and gets a pick, I mean, the timing is still out for Shenna. We were talking about some great lurks coming out from Cortesia on split. This time is a second rookie flexing in here into this Viper.
He's looking so confident too. Ready to take this on all by himself in spawn and Calm exactly what he sees. Let's see what the trigger or discipline is here.
You got Recon Dart about to be thrown out here by Verno. That will definitely help Shenam. He's already got the first one and pings the second.
Yep. Wow. Beautifully done. The team in sight waiting. We can see it clearly on the mini-map, and MIBR is following through 100% with what they need to do each round. No mistakes almost.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, the second half, no mistakes at all. So, yeah, that is 100%.
Great half, no notes.
Yeah. Seriously, like, how do you stop this? How do you get back? There's just such a separation in the comms right now. It feels like how they're organizing around in the in-round protocols that are being called to take the advantage.
And you have to, again, look back at what Leviathan's been doing here towards these changes, but we're going to hold that for a bit. There's no timeouts. We continue with the action. There's an aggressive push coming out from King from the drone of Calm in the very beginning. They are trying to pinch very early, but a double ult coming through. Hunter's here to drop here. The lockdown being used. I mean, it's a plethora of ults on both ends. And it's won this time by MIBR, who will get a safe plant on the A site.
Game point on the other end of this round. 5 members still to come in. It's going to be a little late here from Demon One as they were waiting to see if it was a ruse once again.
And Leviathan forced into this round.
Still find the kills. The backup just is there with Demon One. Does get there in time. Viper v Viper now. The rookie versus the world champion. Bites down. He's trying to pull this out and just get the fake shots. Try to find where the Vandal is outside the smoke. Shenum is in hell. Shenum gets the headshot and takes down Demon One to put MIBR on game point.
And that's going to give you even more confidence into this game. And maybe even in the further weeks for MIBR, for Shenum to win a 1v1 against one of the best players in the world of Demon One, changing roles into this one, even staying cool under the pit to be able to win this and put MIBR at series points.
What a confidence builder here for the rookie throughout this Icebox match. Playing a lot of the flanks, getting confidence from his team to make these plays, and then taking down that 1v1 clutch. It is going to be a LEV timeout here as they get some final words in. If MIBR can push us over this last round and take the series 2-0.
Yeah. And the point I wanted to bring up earlier on, talking about this miscomms and missynergy coming out from Leviathan, this was also something that was addressed by Leviathan when they got eliminated from Kickoff at just outside of 4th place, missing that extra point. Dropping a tank, bringing in Rossi allows for them to have a better chemistry and synergy, but I do understand how it looks chaotic in these comms for now because they have changed so many roles. So at least for now, from what I understand or from what I'm seeing here from this series, it's a marathon, not a sprint for Leviathan, at least for now.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of Valorant to play and opportunities to pull through. As you remember, this is a roster that's, gotten 4th place at Champs, won split 2 of Americas last year, and had not the best starts, even getting grouped towards Kickoff of last year. So Leviathan could definitely turn it around. But at least for now, in this present moment off this timeout, is how the hell do you stop MIBR on these aggressive pushes on the A site? And they're stacking all the players on the side, but MIBR has done such good conditioning here that they're now choosing towards the weak site to hit towards B.
Wild stuff. Really great calls by Verno here to bring it back from down in rounds at the half. Now 12-8. And like you said, working off that A conditioning as they now go B here. Soft site's going to be had. It's a little detected by Demon One just on the timing. He's trying to play delay, and they have moved accordingly. LEV is here to defend. This is their best chance here at keeping the game going.
This recon dart could be huge here. They'll get a few pings, but man, it might be on fights.
That's insane. One minute somebody pulls a trigger and 3 people die on the side of LEV as the action begins. That's how quick MIBR is trading each other, swinging together, and just playing off one another here. That's going to be Tex and King trying to get back 2 Guardians to save the day.
Doing all of this without flashes as well. So there are protocols to come through from MIBR to try to get the best value out of trades. And the chances are looking very thin for the last 2 players of Leviathan and for the roster as a whole.
Pinged on that too. Nothing working in their favor here. Nice shock dart though. Tex takes a little bit of damage on that one. It's going to be the wall just hitting him for vulnerability, but the win is there. MIBR with the kills come through. A comeback on map 2 and a 2-0 series to close out the day.
And it's nice to see Aspas closing this out for MIBR with 2 nice outlaw kills. So a little bit quiet on that first half, but when he took the attack, he took the matter into his own hands. And MIBR once again have a great start going into this split one against a very strong team of Leviathan. There was some good flash in the pan from what we saw from Leviathan with Rossi coming in as the IGL for a split. But overall here, MIBR definitely did come prepared, and even if they didn't come prepared to come up against the compositions that Leviathan to come with, they've adapted well on the fly.
For sure. Fantastic matchup between both teams. Fraud taking chances, and I'm pretty sure he's happy with the chances he took as well. Verno, a new voice on the squad, switching up how they play things, and they will take a bow for their first victory here in stage 1.
Yeah.
Dominating back and forth, dominating the mid game. We saw kind of all here, and a little bit of a comeback from MIBR in this series.
Brings a great storyline as well as to what Fraud was mentioning as to why they picked up Verno at this point, right? Because Verno was available on the bench here from Energy, and even Fraud mentioned in interviews with the Spike.gg saying that even if they did make it to Bangkok in that first play or after kickoff, that change probably still would have happened because Verno is that good in the eyes of Fraud. So he wants to take the risks. He wants to make sure that he has a roster right now, taking all these risks, building around Aspas, putting a lot of money to bring Aspas in, bringing in 2 big rookies that are unproven into the stage, but has enough trust into this roster to try to win champs. Not make it the champs, but win champs. So now it's up to Fraud's responsibility to make sure that all of this gels well, and it has for a lot of these moments in this series against Leviathan.
And we'll have to see if LEV they have growth to do, switching out your duelist. We heard all back in July 18th of 2023 was when King was playing duelist, and we did see more of just the basic defensive rotation. Yoru coming out. The gate crashes were to get back to site to help and flash for retakes there. We weren't, it's not going to be Jogamo level, but
they tried things out for the first time for this week. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep the same thing for week 2 and 3, but also wouldn't be surprised if they go for changes again.
We'll have to see. Right now, we are going to send it down to Dryad on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Artazine.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Artazine for the Verizon post-match interview. Artazine, congratulations on this win against Leviathan. We heard since the last couple of matches of Kickoff that you took the IGLing role, but I want to know a little bit what happened since you got eliminated from Kickoff to prepare yourself to be a better IGL now for stage 1 and to get this first win.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a person that likes to communicate and everything. I have the leader stuff on me. So it wasn't that hard to become an IGL because it was what the team needed, but also I have the profile for it. So, I mean, I'm really happy that we are going through this and we're winning, so.
And it's looking good. And something that is really interesting about you as well is that you're playing a lot of different roles, a lot of different agents. I mean, just last Kickoff, we saw you on the duelist as well. We didn't see it this time around on Split. Is there an ideal role for you when you're IGLing? Is that why you're seeing with these different metas right now, these different compositions that the team is playing?
I mean, I think it depends which team do you have. If you have some good persons that communicate, that is be proactive, the role don't even matter that much. But on this team, I'm the flex, and my lack of agents help a lot the team to do which comp you want and everything. So yeah, the flexibility helps us a lot.
It's something that is really showing, and especially showed on this map, or on this match. But knowing a little bit about it as well, when it came to playing these different teams that are all running different compositions, all have different, more aggressive, more passive styles, is there something that you recognize from them as a IGL of where you feel the most comfortable, or, you know, for example, IGLing against a team like Leviathan?
I think my team knows to play against different teams and different styles, so it's not a big deal for us to adapt which team we're playing against. So that's a good thing that we have on us that help us a lot to adapt whichever team we're playing against.
So Kickoff, you got 3rd place, but the next match is actually going to be against the Kickoff champs of G2. How do you feel about facing them?
I'm really happy to face G2 again. They're a pretty good team, so we're going to do our best.
Okay, I'm excited to see the match. Thank you so much, Artazine, for the interview. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Can we hear once again for Artazine? guys, and the team match point with some of the MIBR players.
Round ends.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. I'm here, Ender, with Verno and Ospas. We're going to be playing a little game called Stick It. I'm currently planting the spike, and well, Verno's going to be starting it off here and trying to defuse as close to 0 seconds as possible. Right now we got Zekin. He's at the leaderboard with 0.6 seconds. Verno, you gonna crush that?
Yeah.
Easy?
For sure.
What's your trick? Do you play off audio, visual?
I have no trick. I'm just guessing.
You're just guessing? That's crazy.
Feeling, bro.
Ospas, what you think he's gonna be good?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess as well. I have no tricks. So.
No tricks?
No tricks.
I know people that like count them or like wait until it's like the fastest beeping before figuring out. I don't know. But we're getting down to it now.
That's like 0.1.
Okay.
0.16, bro. I just saw it 0.16.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh,
yeah.
0.12. Okay, good.
I mean, 0.12, that's literally #1 on the leaderboard. That crushes Zekin. You two want to swap it up now?
Wow.
You want to try?
You want to try to beat this?
You can keep the headphones. I don't need sound.
You don't need sound, bro?
Yeah.
You don't need
Yeah.
This guy's crazy. This guy's crazy. Okay. Let me run on over. I'll plant it on B again for you.
Wow, 20 hertz. My monitor here?
We left all the hertz out on the stage, don't worry. Crazy. I gave you the jet, don't worry.
Thank you.
Just don't shoot me, okay?
Okay. Can I do a little damage?
Hey. Hey, I'm down to 50, hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna do half.
See, that's smart. Me personally, I'd have to get it to half, or I'd be a disaster out there. I love that you're still wearing the headphones. This is crazy to me.
I gotta listen for him.
All right, no way you're getting me. I got the movement. I got the movement.
Oh, he's 1 HP now. You got it. You got it, bro.
Whoa. Wait, whoa. That's crazy.
I watched your photos shooting you and I forgot about the bomb.
Way too much on me. I don't know.
I forgot about the bomb.
You were shooting Lev a little bit better than you were shooting me out there. All right, you guys can go ahead and head over to Golden Boy. Great work, Verno, the current champion.
Well done, fellas.
Congrats, bro.
You got a new goat.
Oh man, that's awesome. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the match point.
These guys are getting 4-second times, bro.
Well, okay.
That's a problem.
Yeah, there were definitely, and Busio, we don't talk about Busio. You know, he didn't finish. He kind of messed up. To be fair, he was the first one to ever do Stick It, and he failed. So
how did we get 3 seconds?
And you're right next to Busio now, Aspa.
Nice.
Okay, good company.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the win, guys. And I know, that must have felt good, especially after, kickoff and having to miss things for a little while, especially for you, Aspas. So I guess my question for you is, what did you and the team work on specifically during that break? I know you were kind of going through roster changes, bringing in Verno into the mix, but what were you guys working on primarily?
I think because of the new map pool.
Yeah.
We are playing behind the meta as well. We knew the meta, but we were just not playing it. So basically one thing that we focused right now was to be on the meta. So now we are using Terro. That was something that we showed on Split. But Icebox is just the old Icebox, so Harbor Comp.
Yeah. No, and it worked. It worked very well for you guys. Verno, coming into this one, man, there's a lot of questions, and a lot of people were very, like kind of confused as to the whole situation. Walk me through, you get a phone call to join Made in Brazil. How does that, in your mind, what is going on at that moment? Are you just like, screw it, it's a team, I just want to get on a squad?
No, I mean, that's exactly what happened. We went in a group chat. Yeah. Went in a group call. Me, Aspas, Farad, well, I wanted to play, and I knew there were a lot of teams like that were I don't think were like competitive. Okay. That like I maybe could have like join, but MIBR, when they offered, like I knew like that was a good team. Like, like these guys are good, and if I join, like the language barrier, I don't think will ever be a long-term problem. And I just thought we would be like a really like I could play on a really good team who I can trust like all of them to like just kill.
Yeah, I mean, you find out that you're going to be teaming with one of the greatest players in the world over here. You know, just humble brag. Like, how's that for you? You're like, holy crap, I'm going to get an opportunity to play with a world champion here.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like, Aspas is like the best player in the game.
It seems like you guys are getting along quite well.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure. He always knows how to play. Same with like I was actually surprised, honestly, by everyone on the roster. Like I knew they were good, but I didn't realize like how good they were. But they all like really good. Like I can trust all of them to like play well and like kill people and know how to play. Like,
was that your concern though coming in? Did you have the language barrier concern at all for yourself personally, or you felt confident you can work through that?
I think it's more of like a short-term concern, but my goal
you mentioned that.
And like our goal obviously isn't like necessarily short-term.
Yeah.
So I thought the language barrier wasn't a problem. Like the only like question mark was like how good is everyone going to be, and everyone's really good.
I got to tell you, I applaud you for taking a risk. You know, at a young age, it's a very risky call to go for a team where, you know, you may not know how things shake out. But one thing you did have was Aspas to lean on, and Artson, and a lot of quality talent, Fraud as well. I mean, a freaking legend, a guy I highly respect. So how is it playing with Verno? Because we heard an interview earlier where you were talking about Verno, but I want to hear from you now. How's it playing with the guy, and are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it a lot. Like, the guy is just really good at the game. He has so good comms. He's very fun outside of the game as well. Where yesterday we're like doing the thing with the bottle, trying to flip it.
Oh yeah, flip the bottle,
and we only stopped when both make. So, and my wife was doing as well. So when all three of us made it, we can stop. But if we don't make, we can stop. And we did like downwards as well with the thing.
The cap going.
Yeah, so like
that's hard. It's really hard.
It took some time, but for him it was really easy. The guy is just good. He's good in game and out game.
Look at that. He's good in game and good out of game. Well, guys, I mean, congratulations on the win. You'll look great out there, and I'm sure you're very excited for this season and what's to come in the future, right? Are you pumped? Are you pumped for the year?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it seems like that. And for you now as well, Verno, I mean, you have an opportunity here to maybe even play with a team that third place at Kickoff. You know, they pushed really hard. Opportunities for globals. What is your personal goal this year?
Well,
outside of winning the whole damn thing.
Well, I mean, the goal. I mean, for me, just provide the most impact I can for the team. I mean, even sort of lead the team if I can to winning, and end goal is to, win the championship. I mean, also we can win Masters if we want.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, look, you're one step further, right? With that one, you got yourself a championship point. Let's actually take a look. Now that we have 2 days of stage 1 complete, here are the standings and how things are going to be playing out here, because MIBR sitting at the top of the standings, looking pretty with that.
I can't see anything.
You better get that checked out, boy.
I have glasses, but I don't play with them.
Oh, yes, that old chestnut. But hey, Verno, that's got to feel pretty good, right? Starting the season off strong with a big win like this. You guys have G2 next, I believe, right? Any thoughts on that one for both of you? Verno, we can start with you first.
Well, I think they're a good team. They know how to play well with util.
You just think you're better though? Is that what it is?
We'll, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Just trying to egg you on, Just trying to give me a little sun, Aspas, what about for you, man? Because you're going to get that opportunity to go up against G2, go up against Jogamo. Called you out, said Waylay, and it could be in play. Are we going to see some Waylay?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe the map was just banned. Who knows?
Ooh.
But I'm happy to play against them again because I love playing against good players. And they are a really good team, and they don't have good players.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's going to be an exciting match for sure. But we'll be back tomorrow, folks, with plenty more action here for the final matches of Week 1. We have 2 big games lined up for you. You got 2G versus Evil Geniuses taking to the stage, and then we're closing out with a little bit of an NA banger. You got Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves, the clout battle that always seems to happen. It feels like it's in the script every single time. Any predictions on that one, on the 100 Thieves Sentinels game? What are you guys thinking?
2-1. Don't know for who.
Come on, Aspas. What about for you, Werner? You gonna give me the same thing?
No, I agree. It's like actually a close game. They're both really good. Whoever wins the most pistols.
Whoever wins the most pistols.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Those are safe choices there. I got to get you guys to give me some heat next time. No, but seriously, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Congratulations on the victory, folks. And that's going to do it for us here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow. But for now, here is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay, and we'll catch you then.
Started, man. It's G2 versus Furia. G2 coming off the back of being finalists at Bangkok, one of our mass event, and Furia just looking to try and get that map win, essentially. Be a playmaker. Needs to catch this kill here with him versus Prize, and Prize just takes his head clean off. It's potentially the ace round to the corner. Prize is just taking out Chorgamo. Trent's left to do it all. Sting of a half is necessary. Red Bull clutch for Prize. He bounces, he strides Khalil off into the side as well as that 1-2 punch and that combination. Belief, he's right back at you. Trent now still needs to get this plant down. Squared up to the fight. Potentially doable. Takes the swing, takes the fight. They know exactly where he is. Knowing Leaf, that is pure composure. Rifle in hand. There is a follow-up. Deep push out through B main. It's all contained or handled. Time ticking. Pressure's on for Khalil. It made all the noise in the world, and the time to strike is nigh. Wonderful effort by Fury, but at the end of the day, when you're going up against the Bangkok finalists, it takes a bit more to get it over the line.
If you're Fury, you're not used to this type of playstyle.
Okay, it's one way to deal with Joe.
Might not matter.
Through the back of the side, the team trying to take a swing. Oh my God, Havoc!
The 4-piece from Havoc.
See if he can pick up the pieces into this one. Double face. Somebody's isolated it so damn nicely. Leaf, surely not. Damn it! Lined it up to anything here, straight and around to Jenny. 20 seconds left, the spike is in spawn, man. And a flick of the wrist from Jorg. He's finishing this map, all accounted for. Everyone's ready for it. G2, take it away, 13-7.
Oh, we got a great game coming up ahead for our second one on the day here, MIBR versus Leviathan. And there's a lot of history for all these players here, but what's in front of us now is going to be awesome to see.
Yeah, there's the first contact.
1-for-1, Cosmic Divide goes in.
Splitting up the defense, too. This might work now for MIBR.
Off position. They couldn't follow up quickly on the Armageddon. King's going to go ahead and get a 4K.
I also love that he doesn't overextend. Well, or does he with Judge? What we talked about before.
Double in one. What does he have, slugs in that thing? 4 bronze.
He's so good at this game, bro.
And there's only 13 seconds left. Spike's down.
2. A third one. The shotgun's not going to happen as he tries to hopscotch around the wall. Demon 1 can't make it count, and he knows the text is there. MIBR takes it back, and from game point, they take split 13-7. Oh, the teamwork. They're just setting up walls of pistols here to retake, but Aspas and Shenum fire back. Oh my God. Aspas, he does 4K for Aspas. Wakes up with the Red Bull clutch. Yeah, Reckoning invested in there quite inside the site. Leviathan being thrown left and right with that.
Maybe Shenum or Cortezia. Yeah, definitely. I love that.
Jeez.
A 4K for Shenum.
MIBR with the kills come through. A comeback on map 2 and a 2-0 series to close out the day.